Chapter 1912, Isn't a Queen Better? 1. Snake Race. Wang Tong was surprised that a snake race martial warrior would appear here. The snake race, in a vast universe, constituted a significant but relatively small race compared to others. Their distinctive feature was their part human, part serpent appearance, with a snake-like lower body and a humanoid upper body, exuding an otherworldly charm. Especially the females, they were often exceptionally captivating and beautiful, coupled with their unique charisma. Those who understood would understand. Due to their entrancing features and exotic allure, the snake men in the universe were highly susceptible to becoming slaves, with a few powerful exceptions, of course. What was surprising was that there were snake men on the Scorpion King Star, and it seemed they were not outsiders but natives of the Scorpion King Star. One could tell from their clothes. Now, the poison erosion world was controlled by stellar academies. Those who came here were undoubtedly academy students, and there were no other outsiders. Academy students typically wore clothing with the academy's emblem, making it easy to identify them. These snake men wore somewhat rustic armor, with their snake lower bodies covered by attire resembling battle skirts. Furthermore, they also wore some strange headpieces on their heads, which looked incredibly antiquated and exuded a unique, exotic charm. They were clearly not students of the Stellar Academy. In the front, there was a young snakeman fleeing, appearing to be of celestial stage strength. In pursuit behind him was a group of snake women. Except for the leader, who was at the cosmos stage, the rest were at the celestial stage. Wang Tung's expression turned strange. What was going on? A group of women chasing a man. Were snake men this open-minded? Or was this snake man a scoundrel, and the snake women behind him were all victims of his deceit? In Wang Tung's mind, a series of melodramatic love-hate scenarios had already been imagined, and his eyes suddenly sparkled. This looked interesting. On the other side, Landon became instantly alert upon hearing the commotion. He moved swiftly and disappeared behind a large tree, concealing himself. Before long, the sound of their approach grew louder, and the group of snake folk appeared right in front of him. The snake women from behind were shouting something, but Wang Ting couldn't understand a word. It seemed to be something other than the common universal language. The snake men. Round Ball's taken aback voice appeared in Wang Tung's mind. Round Ball, can you help me translate what they're saying? Wang Tung asked. Yes, sir. Round Ball activated the translator, which automatically converted the snakemen language into the common universal language. Zagu, don't run. You can't escape. Come back with us obediently. As long as you serve Queen Lady well tonight, she will surely forgive you, the leader of the snake women shouted. Don't even dream about it. I, Zagu, am a proud warrior of the snake race. How could I serve that disgusting woman? The snakeman roared without looking back. His voice was filled with anger and defiance. Resolute, as if he were made of steel, radiating a sense of unyielding determination. Wow! Wang Ting widened his eyes, realizing he had been too naive. The content hidden within these few sentences was truly remarkable. That snakeman, Zagu, was not some scoundrel. He was a fearless warrior, and those snake women wanted to capture him to serve their queen lady. Oh my God, this was exciting. If it were him, he would have accepted right away. Why wouldn't you accept such a fantastic offer? Look at those captivating snake women. The serpent race queen lady must be quite impressive herself. What's more, it was the queen. Wasn't a queen better? Just thinking about it made him unable to sleep. The fact that Zagu actually refused and ran away was inhumane. Were all the snake men so lucky? Wang Teng's thoughts had completely gone off track. On the other hand, Wang Ting noticed that Landon's eyes seemed to light up when he saw the snakemen appear. Could it be an illusion? Later, it seemed that Landon also heard the exchange between the snakemen using the translator, and his expression became a bit bewildered. This situation was not what he had anticipated either. But before he could react, that snakeman, Zagu, actually charged directly in his direction. Landon briefly thought he had been exposed. However, judging by the look on the snakeman's face, it seemed like everything was just a coincidence. How dare you? How dare you insult Queen Lady? Zagu, do you want to become a criminal in our snake race? Zagus' earlier words had infuriated the snake women behind him. They couldn't tolerate anyone insulting their queen. Bang! The leader of the snake women brandished a long whip made of snakeskin and fiercely lashed out towards Agu. However, she didn't seem to want to harm the snakeman. The whip struck slightly off target, intended more to block his path. In the end, boom! The whip struck the very tree where Landon was hiding. The leader of the snakefolk women was at the Cosmos stage. Although she hadn't used her full strength, a simple whip strike was enough to split the tree apart completely. With a resounding bang, the tree exploded into pieces. Landon's face turned black. He was so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. He flew out from behind the tree. Chapter 1913, Isn't a Queen Better? 2. Wang Tong watched in astonishment and couldn't help but sympathize with Landon. This guy was incredibly unlucky. He just casually hid somewhere, and he was found so easily. Could there be anyone unluckier than him? Who is it? The snake woman in the lead immediately spotted Landon and shouted. Zaga was also startled by Landon's sudden appearance. He stopped his advance and watched Landon warily. Landon didn't make any sudden moves. Appearing about a kilometer away, he glanced at the snakeman with a somewhat ominous expression. He didn't blame the snake women, but he harbored quite a bit of resentment towards this snakeman. If the snakeman didn't run here, he wouldn't have been discovered. At this moment, all three parties came to a halt, entering an eerie silence. You're not from this planet. You're an outsider, aren't you? The leader of the snake women looked at Landon and said coldly, I mean no harm. Landon took a deep breath and put on his innocent and harmless demeanor again as he spoke. I'm just a lost traveler, here to search for some poison. Humph. Outsiders like you can't be trusted. You've killed many of our kin. The leader snorted, clearly not buying into Landon's sweet talk. She then turned to Zagu and said, Zagu, if you're still a snakeman, join us in killing this outsider. Landon's face immediately changed. He didn't expect these snake men to be so unforgiving. He had barely said a word, and they were already planning to kill him. Moreover, it seemed there was no room for reconciliation. He couldn't help but curse the previous Stellar Academy students. How many snake men had they killed to earn such hatred from these beings? In the end, on planets like the Scorpion King Star, which were controlled by the Stellar Academies, the native inhabitants were often considered inferior by the Academy students. They didn't care about the lives of the natives. While some individuals might refrain from killing guileless people, many warriors viewed the natives as insignificant and expendable. So over the years, the snake men had indeed lost many of their own, and the deep-seated hatred wasn't something that possibly be easily resolved. Upon hearing the words of the snake woman, Zagus' expression changed slightly. Then, with a cold gaze, he looked at Landon and snorted, I am Zagu, a warrior of the snake race. I know what is right and wrong. Very good. The snake woman leader shouted, Attack. Landon's face turned pale, and he cursed under his breath as he immediately retreated. Boom! The snakeman and the snake woman both unleashed their force attacks, blasting them toward Landon. What surprised Landon was that although the snakeman's strength was at the 9th level of the celestial stage, he was in no way weaker than a Cosmos stage warrior. He wielded a peculiar curved blade and unleashed waves of blade glows. Within these blade energies was the power of domain, making them extremely powerful. It was no wonder the snake woman had asked him for help. Of course, the snake woman's strength was not to be underestimated either. She appeared to be at least at the 3rd level of the Cosmos stage. Her snakeskin whip produced a barrage of whip shadows. The other snake women didn't join the fight. They stayed on the sidelines to support the two combatants. Not everyone could fight someone of a higher stage. Landon summoned a long spear, and gray-white flames enveloped it as he met the attacks of the two snake men. The gray-white flames turned into specks of spear light, exuding scorching heat. Landon has become much stronger. Wang Tung exclaimed in surprise. He's ascended to the Cosmos stage, and his understanding of domains has deepened significantly. It's at least at the 4th rank of domains. Roundball, with its keen insight, immediately assessed Landon's strength. Wang Tung nodded, but his attention was more focused on the snake men and the snake woman's leader. What interested him was that both of these snake men were poison element martial artists. Also, they had grasped the power of domain. Together, they were on par with Landon. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks were filled with venom, sweeping across the area and causing the surrounding vegetation to wither. It was worth noting that these plants were inherently toxic, yet they still succumbed to the attacks of the two snake men. The poison powers of these snake men were not to be underestimated. However, Landon was a talented student of stellar academies. He wouldn't lose to these two natives. What's more, his fire element had a restraining effect on poison, especially the ash flame, which wasn't an ordinary flame and possibly incinerate poison force even more effectively. Their attacks had reached the cosmos stage. They caused chaos in the area and caused widespread devastation. In just moments, the area spanning tens of thousands of meters had turned into their battleground. Countless trees were destroyed, and many star beasts perished in the aftermath of their attacks. Even Wang Tung had to step back and avoid their combat zone to avoid detection. The snake men are going to lose. Wang Tung looked at them for some time before shaking his head. As expected, boom. As soon as he said that, Landon, feeling a bit annoyed by the ongoing scuffle, unleashed a blinding light from his spear. His fourth-rank domain was fully unleashed. The two snake men were drawn into an area filled with gray-white flames. In just a few breaths, they were defeated. A tremendous roar echoed, and the residual force waves carried a burning aura that permeated the surroundings. Chapter 1914, Isn't a Queen Better? 3. The snake men didn't even see Landon's attacking method. A streak of spear glow swept across the sky, sending both of them flying. Bang! Bang! The two snake men plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground, emitting two dull thuds. They were severely injured, with tiny spear marks leaving bloody wounds all over their bodies. Blood was flowing steadily from their wounds, and there were even scorched black marks from the flames near their injuries. Splat! Both of them struggled to their feet from the ground, exchanged a horrified glance, and then suddenly spat out blood. Landon descended from the sky, hovering a few meters above their heads, looking down at them. He pointed his spear at them from a distance and spoke in a cold voice, "Submit or die." Damn it, look at him acting. Wang Tung, watching from the shadows, saw this scene and was instantly infuriated. This Landon, who usually seemed incapable of doing anything, turned out to be so cunning. Roundball, this fellow's focus was a little crooked. The two snake men had ashen faces, their eyes glaring fiercely at Landon. One of them said, "You can forget it. The snake race will never submit. Then you might as well die." Landon's expression turned cold, and he aggressively thrust his spear, aiming to take the lives of the two. So ruthless. Wang Tung squinted slightly, surprised that Landon acted so decisively. He had only said one sentence, and even if the other party didn't agree to submit, couldn't he try to persuade them a bit more? He might be able to convince them to surrender after a few more persuasions. This Landon seemed inexperienced. If it were him, he was confident he could make these two snake men realize their mistake and move them enough to choose submission. There was nothing that couldn't be resolved through communication. Not every problem can be solved by force. However, these two snake men seemed incredibly stubborn. They just stared at the spear being thrust toward them without any fear. Swoosh! Just at that moment, a sound of breaking air reached them, heading straight for Landon. Landon's expression slightly changed, and he had to change the direction of his spear, thrusting it to the left. Boom! A violent collision erupted, and force rippled outward. Landon was forcefully pushed back dozens of meters before managing to halt his momentum. He looked gravely at the newcomer. A burly snakeman had appeared in the sky, towering even larger than both Zagu and the snake woman leader. His serpentine lower body coiled in mid-air, exuding a powerful and oppressive presence. Heaven Stage Martial Warrior. Wang Tung was surprised. It looks like these snake men are quite powerful. There's a Heaven Stage Martial Warrior. Roundball's voice appeared in Wang Tung's mind. It's not surprising. This planet is so vast. It shouldn't be difficult for them to nurture a heaven-stage martial warrior, Wang Tung replied, communicating mentally with Roundball. Mainly, it's about resources and legacies. Perhaps this planet holds a legacy left by that powerful individual, Roundball speculated. Are you saying that the Snake Men inherited the legacy? Wang Tung paused, pondering. Maybe. We'll need to investigate their living area to confirm, Roundball replied. The fact that this heaven-stage snakeman arrived so quickly means that the snakeman's dwelling is nearby, Wang Tung said, his eyes glinting. That's possible. Would you like to go and check it out? Roundball asked. Let's assess the situation first, Wang Tung replied. I'm not sure if Landon can handle the opponent. While Wang Tung and Roundball were exchanging thoughts in secret, the snakemen recognized the newcomer. Lord Marong. The snake women shouted with joy. Zagus' expression turned pale, and he looked at the newly arrived snake men with apprehension. Zaga, Marong, the snakeman, addressed him with a deep, somber voice. Zagus' face turned pale. After a few moments of hesitation, he spoke. Master, you have disappointed me greatly. Marong spoke with an expressionless face. Go back and beg forgiveness from Queen. Zagu remained silent, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Marong no longer paid him any attention and turned his gaze towards Landon, his eyes filled with killing intent. Outsider human. Landon changed serious. This snakeman had reached the heaven stage. He might not be his match. Boom. Marong wasted no time with words. He wielded a curved blade, much larger than the others, and swung it fiercely at Landon. A terrifying blade aura burst forth, crossing half the heavens and arriving above Landon in an instant. Landon couldn't afford to be careless. He shouted, and endless gray-white flames surged out from within him, coming together on the tip of his spear. Boom! A single thrust erupted, forming a gray-white fire dragon that met the oncoming frightening blade aura head-on. The power of domain erupted. Landon directly used his fourth-rank domain power, condensing it into this thrust and engaging in a ferocious clash with the opponent. Boom! An enormous roar echoed as the forces clashed in the sky, creating powerful shockwaves. That outsider human dared to directly confront Lord Marong's attack. He's overestimating himself. The snake woman sneered. Boom! In the next moment, Landon's gray-white fire dragon was indeed severed by the blade aura, splitting into two and emitting a mournful cry before collapsing. The blade aura's momentum remained unchanged as it continued to rush towards Landon. Dragon blood battle physique. Landon's pupils constricted as he shouted. Gray-white flames spewed out from him once more, rapidly coming together into strange gray-white flame patterns on his body. Chapter 1915, Isn't a Queen Better? 4. Roar. Immediately, he let out a roar, and his fists pounded fiercely toward the blade energy above his head. Boom! The flames condensed into a fist imprint and struck forcefully against the blade energy, barely managing to block it at this moment. Both attacks scattered in the air and annihilated each other. However, Landon was still sent flying backward, with the swirling shockwaves all acting on him. It seemed that there was still a significant gap in strength between Landon and Marlin. Landon smacked onto the ground and vomited a mouth of blood. His face turned ashen instantly. That's it. Wang Tung's eyes widened, feeling that something was not quite right. The geniuses from the stellar academies, even when facing opponents one stage higher, should not be defeated so easily. They had the ability to fight beyond their stage. It wasn't infeasible for a Cosmo stage martial warrior to defeat a Heaven stage martial warrior. Most of the Stellar Academy's students would crush ordinary martial warriors when they went outside. Considering the burst of power displayed just now, a native of Scorpion King Star like this snakeman couldn't defeat a genius student from the Stellar Academies so easily. At this moment, Marong landed on the ground and walked towards Landon. He stared at him coldly and said, "Humans from outside deserve to die, but I will take you back to the Queen for her judgment. Bind him and take him back." The last sentence was directed at the other snake men. Yes. The lady in the lead immediately cast an admiring glance at Marong and then quickly agreed. Landon seemed extremely weak and couldn't resist. He was tied up immediately. Zagu wanted to sneak away, but under Marlin's stern gaze, he could only reluctantly give up resistance. You did well by assisting our tribe against the outsiders just now. Marlin's gaze softened, and he patted Zagus' shoulder. Master! Zagus' lips moved as he called out with some emotion. But you must come back with me to serve our queen, Marong said. Zagu. Wang Ting almost burst out giggling when he overheard the conversation between the master and disciple. What kind of master is this? He wants his disciple to go back and serve their queen. Is this what they call loyalty? Is he pushing his disciple into a snare, or is he asking him to go back to enjoy life? Wang Tung suddenly got curious. What does this queen look like that makes this snakeman resist so fiercely? After the snake women tied up Landon, they started discussing him with great interest. This human looks quite good, soft and tender. We can make him a male slave. Yeah, my sisters will like him. I wonder if the little snakes born from him will be cute. Landon. Wang Tung. They're capturing Landon and making him give birth to little snake men. Round Ball's laughter echoed in Wang Tung's mind. These snake women sure are open-minded, Wang Tung remarked. At this moment, Marong broke their discussion and loudly commanded, "Take the prisoner back. Bring him back." Yes. The group of snake women promptly carried Landon and followed Marong as they flew into the forest. It seems like something exciting is about to happen. Wang Tung rubbed his chin, a hint of intrigue playing on his lips. He collected the attribute bubbles left behind from the recent battle. Fire Constellation Force * 2300 Dragon Blood Battle Physique, 4th rank. * 300 Ash Flame, * 600 Poison Constellation Force, * 2000 Poison Constellation Force, * 2600 Poison Constellation Force, * 3500 Poison Domain, * 200 Poison Domain, * 500 inch, not a bad harvest. Wang Tung smiled faintly to himself. Then his figure flickered, and he followed suit. After flying for about a dozen kilometers within the forest, the group of snake people slowly came to a halt. In front of them, a massive forest city came into Wang Tung's view. The city was enormous, standing tall within the forest. Its walls were weathered and ancient, with many exotic vines and plants clinging to them. Chapter 1916 Rue, Snake City. Little Qing. 1. A massive city stood tall within the dense forest, surrounded by towering trees that reached into the sky. If one looked from afar, they might not even notice the presence of this city. This scene was particularly magnificent. Who would have thought that such a colossal city could exist deep within the lush forest? The forest itself was unique, somewhere between a regular forest and a rainforest. It was incredibly humid, with numerous rivers and streams crisscrossing through it. Along the way, Wang Tung and the others had encountered many rivers and swamps. Now, standing before this immense city, they felt a profound sense of antiquity that washed over them. It was a sensation that left all outsiders deeply impressed. At the same time, they couldn't help but guess the history of the city, pondering just how many years it had stood there. As they approached the city gate, Landon noticed something about his surroundings, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Wang Tung had been keeping a close eye on him, and he couldn't help but become more intrigued by Landon's reactions. The snake men landed from the sky with Landon and walked towards the gates of the city. The gate of the city was massive, standing at least 10 feet tall. A group of snake people guards was stationed on both sides of the gate, and anyone passing through had to undergo their inspection. Despite the city's remote location deep within the forest, security was tight, suggesting that it was not entirely isolated from the outside world. Lord Marong. The group of guards recognized Marlin and immediately bowed respectfully. When they bowed, their lower snake bodies would slightly crouch, while their upper bodies would bend as humans do. They also placed their hands over their chests. "Open the gate," Marong said calmly. The guards quickly moved aside to let Marong and his group pass. After Marong and the others entered the city, the guards began to whisper among themselves. Is that a human from outside? It should be. We heard fighting outside just now, and Marong personally rushed over to capture him. Marong is truly powerful. Of course, Marong is the fourth strongest in our race. Even Zagu is caught. How dare he run away? I wonder how Queen will punish him. It's his honor to serve Her Highness. He's so insensible to run away. The guards' discussions provided Wang Tong with valuable information. The fourth strongest among the snake people. Wang Tong's eyes flickered, and he pondered for a moment. This meant that there were likely 3 more individuals who were stronger than Marong. Without universe-stage martial warriors, this Snakeman city wouldn't be a significant threat to Wang Tong. Escaping wouldn't be a problem. Another crucial piece of information was these Snakemen felt that it was a privilege to serve their queen. It looked like their customs were a little different. I hope you're not getting lost in your thoughts. They've moved further away, so how do we get inside? Roundball interjected, sensing that Wang Tong was thinking of random things. Cough. Wang Tong cleared his throat and said confidently, "Don't worry, there's no portal I can't enter. We'll be waiting to see that," Roundball replied with a chuckle. Wang Tong proceeded to circle the city in search of a way in. However, he soon realized that both the front and back gates of the city were guarded, with snake people sentinels stationed on the city walls. It seemed like every few steps there was a guard or watchtower. Silence. Wang Tong stood on a large tree, gazing at the fortress-like city, lost in thought. "Huh," Roundball laughed. "Can you stop laughing? What's so funny?" Wang Tong retorted, somewhat irritated. "Didn't you say there's no door you can't enter?" Roundball chuckled. "Oomph." Wang Tong snorted and said, "It seems I'll have to use my ace in the hole." "What's your ace in the hole?" Roundball asked curiously. "Watch closely." Wang Tong smiled faintly, and his entire body began to transform. His lower half gradually morphed into a serpent's tail. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into an authentic snakeman. F***K. F***K. Roundball couldn't help but exclaim, completely caught off guard by Wang Tong's ace in the hole. This was cheating. Turning himself into a snakeman was quite the unexpected move. Roundball materialized beside Wang Tong, and it scrutinized him from head to tail, its expression becoming increasingly peculiar. "Your ability is truly something else. Even with my current domain realm spiritual power, I couldn't detect it at all," Roundball remarked. "That's why it's called an ace in the hole," Wang Tong uttered with a smug smile. "You're enjoying this, huh?" Roundball rolled its eyes, then rubbed its chin, adding, "But you should change your clothes. Otherwise, given the strictness of those guards, you might still not get in." "Good point." Wang Tong looked at his attire and nodded. He then vanished from his current location and appeared in the nearby woods near the metropolis gates. His eyes were fixed on the city gate. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a lone snakeman emerged from the metropolis gate. It appeared that the guards were familiar with this individual, and they exchanged a few words before letting him pass and leave the city. Wang Tong followed closely, observing the person and seeking an opportunity to act. He's a Cosmo-stage martial warrior. He activated his real eye and was surprised when he saw the other party's cultivation. Chapter 1917 Rue, Snake City. Little Ching, too. He could guarantee that there weren't many Cosmo-stage martial warriors among the snake race. Yet, the one who came out was one. What kind of luck was this? Wang Tong's mind raced with thoughts, and he began considering another plan. If he were to take on the appearance of this snakeman, would it make things easier? After all, even if he transformed into a snakeman, entering the city as a stranger might still be challenging. Wang Tong followed behind the snakeman and flew for more than 10 kilometers. He arrived at a valley and prepared to make his move. This distance should be safe from detection. As long as he acted swiftly, dealing with a Cosmo-stage snakeman shouldn't be a problem. However, the next scene made him hesitate for a moment. These cloud serpent grass specimens look great. I'm so lucky to find cloud serpent grass today. We'll bring it back to Lil Ching. It should help her hold on for several more days. The snakeman happily muttered to himself. This Wang Ting suddenly felt a bit hesitant about taking action. From the snakeman's words, he could gather that there might be a sick person in the snakeman's family. Although the snakemen generally had a hostile attitude towards so-called outsider humans like him, there wasn't any personal enmity between him and these snakemen. Upon hearing the situation, he couldn't help but feel some compassion. So he decided to wait and observe a bit more. The snakemen seemed to be quite familiar with this valley, walking around and gathering various poisonous plants. This snakeman man seems to be an alchemist. Roundball said curiously, "Do you think there might be alchemists among the snakemen?" Wang Tung asked, "I don't know. If it's outside, there will be some. However, it's hard to say for the natives of Scorpion Kingstar," Roundball replied. Wang Tung nodded. He didn't say anything else and continued observing the snakemen. After some time, he saw 2 attribute bubbles dropping from the other party. Wang Tung's eyes flickered, and his spiritual power quietly extended from underground, reaching out to retrieve the 2 attribute bubbles. Poison skill *120 poison skill *150 poison skill. Wang Tung was surprised for a moment. Could this snakeman be a poison master? The 2 attribute bubbles gave him 270 points of poison skill attributes. His poison master level was already at the master level, so normal poison mastery wouldn't be able to help him. However, the attribute bubbles dropped by this snakeman could continue to enhance his skill, indicating that the snakeman's proficiency in poison was superior to his. Poison Master, 1540/10,000, Master. As the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, Wang Tung immediately felt a significant increase in his knowledge of poison. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in understanding the newly acquired information. This snakeman must be a poison master. What's more, he's at the master level. Wang Tung opened his eyes. There was a cunning glow in them. This prey he would take his time with. Wang Tung decided not to take action just yet and continued to observe the snakeman from the shadows, waiting to see if he would drop more attribute bubbles. The snakeman didn't disappoint him. While gathering various poisonous plants, he occasionally released 1 or 2 attribute bubbles. Wang Tung picked them up promptly. Before long, he had collected 680 points of attribute value, significantly boosting his Poison Master attribute. Poison Master, 2220/10,000, Master. However, towards the end, the attributes dropped by the snake creature decreased. Gradually, it stopped altogether. He had probably reached his limit. Wang Tung felt a bit disappointed, but had no other choices. Proficiency in poison might have surpassed the snakeman's by now. After all, they were both at the master level. Wang Tung had absorbed the snakeman's insights into poison, potentially surpassing him. Half a day later, the snakeman seemed to have collected enough poisonous plants and even captured some venomous insects like scorpions and centipedes. He was preparing to return. Wang Tung knew he couldn't wait any longer. While he empathized with the snakeman, he had his priorities and had to take action. At the very least, he wouldn't take the snakeman's life. He speedily appeared behind the snake creature and launched an attack. This time, he didn't use his force battle technique. Instead, he used his spirit battle technique, Divine Sonic Wave. His spiritual power created vibrations that were sent directly into the snakeman's ears. Since Wang Tung was right behind him and at an extremely close range, the snakeman had no time to react. The spiritual fluctuation caused by the Divine Sonic Wave shocked the snakeman. He felt dizzy and couldn't oppose at all. Wang Tung moved again, appearing right in front of the snakeman. "Look at my eyes." With the entrancing sound resonating, the snakeman's gaze instinctively focused on Wang Tung's eyes. A crimson light flashed in Wang Tung's pupils. Bewitch. When the skill was activated, the snakeman's gaze turned blurry. He lost his consciousness instantly. The other party's spiritual power wasn't as powerful as Wang Tung's, so he had no chance of resisting. "It's done." Wang Tung smiled slightly and began to question him under the influence of Bewitch. The snake creature answered all questions willingly and truthfully. Gradually, Wang Tung learned about the snakeman's identity. His name was Zeal, and he did hold a significant position among the snakemen. He was a master-level poison master and also an alchemist who had saved the lives of many snake men, earning him considerable respect and standing within their community. Chapter 1918 Rue, Snake City. Little Qing. 3. At the same time, Wang Tung learned that the city was called Rue, Snake City, inhabited by the Rue snake tribe. The Rue snake tribe was one of the 3 most powerful snakemen tribes in the forest. Their queen, Queen Rulan, was a peak heaven stage martial warrior with formidable strength, ensuring the safety of her tribe. However, Queen Rulan had some peculiar preferences. She liked young and handsome men, and she easily tired of them. She could choose any man she liked in her tribe. The young and handsome males within the tribe considered it an honor to be chosen by her. Being close to the queen was a dream for many. Zagu was one of the chosen ones, but he strongly resisted serving Queen Rulan, which led him to flee. Unfortunately, he met Landon. Before he could run out of the Rue Snake City, he was caught and brought back. Upon hearing this, Wang Tung couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and sympathy. No wonder the snakeman called Zagu wanted to escape. Serving a queen like that was a tough commitment. However, according to Zeal, Queen Rulan was, aside from her quirks, a benevolent ruler who genuinely cared for her people. The prosperity and stability of Rue, Snake City, were largely thanks to her protection. All right, this was just a small flaw. Wang Tung shook his head. He removed the headdress and clothes from Zeal's body, donned them himself, and used his advanced stage morph talent to assume Zeal's appearance. Ice force surged out of his body and formed an ice mirror in his hand. He looked at himself and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Perfect. Wang Tung looked at Zeal and threw him into the space fragment. He asked the metal armor flaming scorpion and the others to guard him in case he wreaked havoc in the space fragment after he woke up. Wang Tung didn't plan to harm Zeal. He would release him after he finished his business. After settling these matters, Wang Tung carried Zeal's basket and wanted to go back to the Rue Snake City. Suddenly, he stopped and touched his chin. He forgot one thing: language. The snakeman's language wasn't the common universal language. He only understood the snakeman's language through Round Ball's translation. He could use the translation device to translate it into the common universal language. Landon did this when he was interacting with the snakemen. However, since Wang Tung desired to disguise himself as a snakeman, he couldn't use a translator. That would expose his identity directly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wang Tung took Zeal out of the space fragment. The lightning slap appeared in his hand. "I'm sorry," Wang Tung coughed and brought down a lightning slap onto Zeal's head. Normally, striking the head of a species with a foreign language would release language-related attribute bubbles. This time, Wang Tung didn't use his full force. He only hit him gently on the head a few times to avoid harming him. Soon, several characteristic bubbles popped out of Zeal's head. Cosmos Realm Spirit * 600 Snakemen Language * 300 Snakemen Language * 260 Poison Skill * 50 as expected. There's Snakemen Language. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He heaved a sigh of relief. He obtained the characteristic for the Snakemen Language, eliminating his last vulnerability. Good, it was finally perfect. Snakemen Language. 160/500, specialized. 560 points of attributes was enough for his Snakemen Language to rise from the foundation to the specialized stage. However, to be safe, he still used his blank attribute to raise the Snakemen Language to the big achievement stage. Anyway, it just required a little more than 1,000 points. Snakemen Language, 1,000 out of 1,000, big achievement. He couldn't help but admit that compared to the hundreds of thousands or even millions of characteristic points he had now, the mere 1,000 points didn't seem like much. Having completely mastered the Snakemen Language, Wang Tung finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He glanced apologetically at the swollen-headed Zeal hanging in the air and placed him back in the space fragment. Finally, without hesitation, he flew straight towards the direction of Rue Snake City. In no time, Rue Snake City came into view. Wang Tung descended from the sky and swaggered directly towards the city gate. "Master Zeal, You had a good harvest today. One of the guards at the city gate recognized the transformed Zeal and greeted him respectfully. I was lucky today. Wang Ting mimicked Zeal's tone and nodded. After exchanging a few words with the guards, he entered the city gate without any hindrance, finally stepping into this ancient city that belonged to the Snake Men. How about it? How about it? I made it in, right? Wang Tung proudly stated to Roundball. Don't show off. Roundball rolled its eyes and said, All right, let's get going. Don't let anyone see through your disguise. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Wang Tung walked along one of the main roads of Rue, Snake City, toward the city center. Since he was impersonating Zeal, he had thoroughly investigated everything about Zeal, including the layout of Rue, Snake City, and his place of residence. So, he walked through the city without feeling lost. He had a mental map of Rue, Snake City in his mind, and he rapidly found the designated location. However, Wang Tung didn't rush back immediately. He walked through the streets, observing his surroundings. This Snake Men city had a unique charm. The Snake Men moved gracefully on the streets, giving the impression that they were dancing. Chapter 1919 Rue, Snake City. Little Qing. 4. Especially the snake women. The way they swayed their waists was mesmerizing. Wang Ting almost couldn't take his eyes off them. It was even more exciting than watching a group of girls in short skirts on a hot summer day. Of course, the main reason was that the snake women were all extremely beautiful. Wang Tung hadn't seen a single unattractive one as he walked through the city. Not a single one. Combined that with their inherent seductive charm, and it was truly irresistible. Wang Tung suddenly understood why some people in the universe were fond of snake women slaves. It wasn't a peculiar fetish. It was a universal vulnerability for men. Ahem, back to business. Seriously speaking, Wang Tung was a decent person. He didn't just ogle at the beauties. He paid more attention to observing his surroundings, the customs, and the culture of the snake men. He found this very interesting. In the vast expanse of a universe, he was destined to travel to many places, each with its own unique features and beautiful scenery. These were all the landscapes on his life's voyage to be savored slowly. If he only glanced at them without appreciating the details, it would be a substantial loss. Before long, Wang Tung arrived at the abode of Zeal, located near the center of Rue Snake City. Zeal's status wasn't low. His residence was situated near the city center, with a substantial area. As he walked, many snake men greeted him. Although he didn't know any of them, he had learned about Zeal's character and knew that he was a relatively friendly person. So, in response to the greetings from those around him, he greeted them back one by one, trying to align himself with Zeal's persona. Before him was a courtyard with snake men architectural style. The gate was tightly closed and adorned with a pair of serpent-shaped door handles. Wang Tung approached, took out a key from his pocket, and opened the gate before walking in. Daddy! As soon as he entered, a tiny figure rushed towards him. Even though Wang Tung was prepared, he couldn't help but stiffen for a moment upon hearing the exclamation. My goodness, is this an unexpected fatherhood? But he quickly snapped back to reality, reminding himself that it was all an act. He swiftly caught the tiny figure that pounced on him and spun around in place. Little Qing, did you make a fuss at home today? Wang Tung gently placed the tiny figure down and casually examined her, asking with a warm smile. This was a rather frail girl, standing at less than half his height, making her appear incredibly petite. What surprised Wang Tung was that this young snake girl was different from the snake woman he had seen earlier. She didn't exude the same enticing aura. Instead, she gave off an air of purity and elegance. Perhaps due to her young age, she also had a hint of playfulness. However, her complexion was extremely pale, as if she was suffering from illness and pain. Her eyes were very bright, a glossy black that shone brilliantly, indicating that she was an extremely intelligent child. Wang Ting became slightly more cautious. The little girl and Zeal had a close relationship, and if she were particularly perceptive, even his well-executed act might be exposed. When Daddy isn't here, Qing just rests at home without causing any trouble. The little girl pouted. She seemed unhappy that Zeal didn't trust her. Ah, that's great. Your body can't handle too much stress. Come and see what Daddy has brought back for you. Wang Tung took the basket from his back and placed it on the ground. Wow, so many snake spirit grass. Daddy, your harvest today is quite impressive. Little Chinger's eyes lit up as she inspected the contents of the basket. She carefully picked out a stalk of snake spirit grass and exclaimed happily, "It's a 30-year-old snake spirit grass. How rare. Daddy will make it into medicine for you to eat tonight," Wang Tung mentioned affectionately, patting his daughter's head. "Okay." Little Chinger obediently nodded and then rubbed her tummy, saying, "Daddy, I'm hungry." "Haha. Come, Daddy will prepare food for you." Wang Tung chuckled and led her to the dining area. Wang Tung genuinely found the little girl adorable and couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart. He had even begun to immerse himself in the role. Perhaps it was this sincerity that led little Ching not to detect anything wrong with Wang Tung, at least for the time being. By the time Wang Tung returned, evening had fallen. While he was eager to find Landon, he decided to settle the girl first when he saw how weak she was. He walked in the house and prepared to make some food. This was one of his specialties. However, Zeal's culinary skills weren't very good. The food he made was barely edible. Thus, Wang Tung didn't plan to make anything gourmet, just something passable. He took out some meat from the house, all of it star beast meat that Zeal had stored, along with some fruits and vegetables. Snakeman's cuisine was quite simple, consisting mainly of grilled meat, meat broth, and flatbreads. Wang Tung didn't intend to make anything fancy. He chose to make some grilled meat and meat broth, keeping it simple and convenient. He was a forced chef grandmaster. This wasn't a big deal for him. Little Chinger sat cross-legged on the side with hands propping up her cheeks as she watched him cook intently. Watching her father busy himself in the kitchen was her favorite pastime. Watching him cook, prepare medicine, or tend to patients, to her, her father was the most incredible person in the world. But she found it a little strange. Her father's cooking seemed more skillful than usual. He wasn't as clumsy as before. Moreover, it smells so good. Her eyes lit up, and she moved closer. Wanta was a bit puzzled. Did it smell good? Really? He realized that he might have overestimated Zeal's cooking skills. Chapter 19, 20 Mysterious Snake Race Lady. Unusual Stone. 1. Wang Tung thought the food he was preparing was just average. However, he seemed to have overestimated Zeal's cooking skills. When little Chinger exclaimed that it smelled good, he felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He could easily subdue little Chinger if she discovered anything. Dealing with such a young and delicate little girl wasn't hard. However, when he saw her somewhat pale complexion and her bright, wide eyes, Wang Tung suddenly found it difficult to carry out such an action. He shifted his gaze nervously and chuckled. "Is it? Daddy has been working hard to improve his cooking skills recently." Yes. Little Chinger didn't seem to suspect anything, nodding her little head continuously as she fixed her dark eyes on the food in front of her. She was making her own calculations. Her father's usual cooking was terrible. Since he finally made something delicious, she shouldn't discourage him. Such a little foodie. Wang Tung chuckled inwardly, feeling relieved. Being a foodie was good. Foodies were the easiest to fool. After placing the prepared food on the table, little Chinger couldn't wait and climbed onto the table. "Eat up." Wang Tung smiled. As he watched the young snake girl eat, he also kept sensing the space imprint he had left on Landon. He felt relieved when he noticed that the mark didn't move. Delicious. Delicious. Little Chinger, despite her frail appearance, had a hearty appetite. She ate quickly and occasionally praised, "Daddy, your cooking has improved a lot. Keep up the good work." Got it, got it." Wang Ting shook his head with a wry smile. This little girl acted like a little adult. It was quite fun to interact with her. This was probably their way of getting along. After finishing the meal, Wang Ting thought for a moment. He wasn't in a hurry to act. Landon hadn't moved, so there was no point in acting now. Instead, he began to prepare medicine for little Chinger, aiming to alleviate her medical condition. Wang Tung entered the room where Zeal usually prepared medicines, and a strong herbal aroma hit him as soon as he opened the door. As an alchemist, Wang Tung was intimately familiar with the scents of various herbs. At this moment, He could easily identify the types of medicines Zeal commonly concocted based on their fragrances. The most prominent scent was that of cloud serpent grass, which was likely used to prepare medicine for little Chinger. Following the scent, Wang Tung reached at a shelf and picked up a jade bottle containing 3 dark pills. He took out one of them and sniffed it, instantly recognizing the blend of various medicinal herbs. Zeal was indeed a master-level poison and medicine expert. His mastery of various plants was top-notch, and his concoctions were remarkable. However, in Wang Tung's opinion, there were still many flaws. If he were to use his alchemical skills to prepare this medicine, its quality and efficacy would be significantly superior than what Zeal had produced. But in front of little Chinger, it wasn't suitable to reveal such advanced techniques, lest she become suspicious. Every time Zeal prepared medicine, this little girl would watch closely. Wang Ting couldn't avoid her. Wang Ting also examined some of the remaining medicinal residues left behind by Zeal's unsuccessful attempts and sniffed them. "What are you doing, Daddy?" Little Chinger asked curiously, her eyes wide open. "In reviewing the lessons from my failures," Wang Tung replied with a faint smile. "But Daddy, didn't you review it a few days ago after you finished making it?" Little Chinger asked. "You can never review too many times. Sometimes unforeseen insights can emerge," Wang Tung calmly replied. "Oh, let me have a look too." Little Chinger leaned closer, sniffing the medicinal residue in Wang Tung's hand. The pungent odor seemed to irritate her, making her sneeze, and she wrinkled her brow, saying, "It seems about the same." "Ha ha!" Wang Tung couldn't help but laugh. "If you can tell the difference, you'll be a master." "Umph." Little Chinger huffed, feeling a bit defiant. She said, "One day, they'll become a master as powerful as Daddy." "That's a big ambition. You'll have to work hard," Wang Tung said as he ruffled her little head and chuckled. "I will," Little Chinger said firmly, clenching her fist with determination. Wang Tung smiled and then activated his real eye to examine Little Chinger's body. He wanted to know what was wrong with Little Ching. What he saw made him slightly surprised, even more so than he expected. Little Chinger harbored a tremendously potent energy deep within her body, quietly lurking but exceptionally peculiar and powerful. It even carried an unusual chill. It seemed that Little Chinger's body was weakened due to her inability to handle this energy. Cloud serpent grass, with its mild properties, enhances the physique of snake-like creatures. Since the snake men are considered snake-like creatures, gradually strengthening Chinger's physique with the medicinal power of cloud serpent grass to counterbalance that overpowering energy doesn't seem like a bad idea. Wang Ting contemplated. However, he was unsure about the nature of this energy. Wang Tung had some doubts, but hesitated to ask. He thought for a moment and decided to use Zeal's prescription to make the medicine for Little Chinger. With his expertise, crafting such a relatively simple medicine was a breeze, and he successfully produced it in no time, releasing a rich medicinal fragrance. "Daddy, the cloud serpent tablets you made today are much better than before," Little Chinger cried in surprise. Chapter 19:21 Mysterious Snake Race Lady. Unusual Stone. 2. Little Chinger, who had spent years by Zeal's side, had a fair understanding of the field of medicine. Just by smelling the fragrance, she could tell that the quality of these pills was significantly better than before. "So, you see, my analysis and improvements are effective," Wang Tung said, patting her little head confidently. "Yes, Daddy, you're amazing." Chinger vigorously nodded and praised him with determination. Wang Ting felt that something was wrong. This young lady seemed to be comforting a child who needed compliments. Did she see her daddy as someone who needed to be praised from time to time? What a peculiar father-daughter relationship. "Daddy, can I eat it now?" Little Chinger's impatient voice brought Wang Tung back to reality. "You can eat it now. Give it a try." Wang Tung poured out a small pill and passed it to Little Chinger. He was confident that this small pill wouldn't cause any harm, even if it was different from the ones made by Zeal. He even sensed that the pills he made were much better than Zeal's. Even though they were both spiritual pills, Wang Tung had managed to derive over 80% of their medicinal power. In contrast, Zeal's tablets had only around 50% to 60% of their power. In this regard, Wang Tung could only say one thing: trash. Little Qing'er smelled the scented and potent pill, and without hesitation, she swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering her mouth, turning into pure energy that flowed into her body. The gentle medicinal power began to soothe the dormant energy within her, gradually calming it down. Although this energy had remained dormant, even the slightest restlessness would cause discomfort in little Qing'er's body. Therefore, she needed to take tablets regularly to balance it out. Yawn. After taking the pill, a warm current flowed through little Qing'er's body, making her feel drowsy. She couldn't help but let out a yawn. Go to sleep now, Wang Tung said. All right, have an early rest too. Little Qing'er waved her hand and went back to her room. By now, the night was deep, and after little Qing'er fell asleep, Wang Tung quietly left their residence to investigate Landon's whereabouts. Following the space imprint's location, he arrived directly in the central area of Rue Snake City, not far from Zeal's residence. In the darkness, a massive castle-like palace stood in the shadows. This should be the palace of the snake race. Wang Tung hadn't expected the snake men to hold Landon here. This seemed like the perfect opportunity for him. He wondered if Landon would make a move tonight. There were many guards around the palace, and Wang Tung soon heard the sounds of snake men moving around. He activated the Dark Apparition's battle technique, Shadow, merging secret skill, and merged into the darkness in the corner. A group of guards passed not far from him, but they didn't notice his presence at all. Wang Tung smiled faintly. His whole being was like a shadow in the night. He continued to move deeper into the palace. After about 10 minutes, Wang Tung had passed through multiple layers of guard within the palace and reached an area outside a dungeon. The security around this dungeon was even tighter, with guards stationed everywhere. This was likely where Landon was being held. Wang Tung considered his options and took advantage of a shift change among the guards. He silently slipped into the dungeon from the shadows. The dungeon was damp and dimly lit, giving it a sinister atmosphere. But it was also conducive to Wang Tung's movements. He completely blended into the shadows, and none of the prisoners or guards inside the dungeon noticed his presence. "I've finally found you." Soon, Wang Tung located Landon. Landon sat cross-legged in a corner, his hands and feet shackled. However, he appeared surprisingly calm, seemingly unfazed by his predicament. But at that moment, he abruptly opened his eyes and frowned, looking toward a certain shadowy area as if he sensed being watched. He didn't notice anything, but he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. After glancing around and confirming that there was no one there, he closed his eyes again. Phew! Wang Tung breathed a sigh of relief. This guy is quite sharp. The main thing was they were too close. If they were a small further away, he wouldn't be able to feel his gaze. "Will he notice you?" Round Ball asked worriedly. "It's impossible. My concealment techniques have never been detected," Wang Tung stated confidently. Not only did he use the shadow merging secret skill, but he also executed the advanced stage disguise talent. How could he be discovered? Round Ball, seeing his confidence, didn't press the issue further and changed the topic. "What does Landon want to do, anyway?" "I don't know, which is why I need to keep an eye on him," Wang Tung replied. "But he really can keep his cool. This guy has a strong mentality. This guy is indeed not simple. If it weren't for you keeping an eye on him this time, I wouldn't have noticed how well he's hidden," Round Ball remarked. Wang Tung didn't say much more. He didn't deliberately keep a watchful eye on Landon, but concealed himself within the shadows, waiting for Landon's next move. Unfortunately, Landon showed no intention of leaving throughout the night. As dawn approached, Wang Tung had to retreat and return to Zeal's residence. As for Zagu, who was going to serve the queen, Wang Tung didn't go and watch him. Queen Rilon was at the peak of the heaven stage. If he were to be discovered, it would be a disaster. Chapter 1922, Mysterious Snake Race Lady. Unusual Stone. 3. Returning to the residence, Wang Tung began preparing breakfast for little Qing'er, using the same level of skill as yesterday, as she seemed to have accepted it. However, When he finished making breakfast, the young girl showed no signs of waking up. He felt speechless. Wang Ting felt like he had become a nanny. His undercover plan seemed to be going increasingly awry. Shaking his head, Wang Tung walked straight into little Qinger's room. She was just a young girl, not yet grown up, so there weren't too many concerns. But the reality still made him feel somewhat embarrassed. On the bed lay a petite, beautiful snake girl, covered by a thin sheet that seemed like Shaw. She was only wearing a simple bandeau on her upper body. At such a young age, her delicate and charming face possessed a unique allure. "I'm sorry." Wang Tung quickly retreated from the room, primarily because the other party was too young, and he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Fortunately, no one else saw it, or he would have had a hard time explaining. "Wang Tung, you're done for." "I saw it." Round Ball chuckled softly. Wang Tung's face turned black. "Come on, tell me how you plan to keep me quiet." Round Ball grinned mischievously. "I'm thinking of killing you to silence you. Dead people don't talk." Wang Tung said expressionlessly. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to scare you." Round Ball said sheepishly. "If I catch you saying even a word about this," Wang Tung threatened. I won't dare." Round Ball quickly reassured. "You better not. Leave now." Wang Tung huffed. "Yes." Round Ball promptly disappeared. This was horrifying. Time to leave. Wang Tung decided to ignore Round Ball. He took a deep breath and closed the door carefully. Then he knocked on the door, woke little Qinger up, and had her come out for breakfast. He was now playing the role of a loving father, and the earlier incident was just an accident. On this day, Wang Tung didn't go anywhere. After feeding little Qinger, he spent his time in Zeal's clinic, treating patients and tending to injuries. Besides collecting herbs, Zeal's daily routine consisted of treating patients in his clinic, which was his source of income. 3 days flew by. During this time, Wang Tung and little Qinger got along very well. Although there were occasional moments when he showed differences from the real Zeal, it didn't raise any suspicions. Overall, his disguise was holding up well. The fact that he closely resembled Zeal made it hard for anyone to suspect him. Finding an identical person in the same city was nearly impossible. As for Landon, there were still no signs of any activity from him. He remained confined in the cell, seemingly waiting for something. This evening, Wang Tung couldn't leave Zeal's residence because, according to Zeal, it was the night of little Qinger's energy outbreak. Her master would appear to help her stabilize her internal energy. Wang Tung was curious about this. He discovered it intriguing that little Qinger had a master who would come periodically to help her with her internal energy. It seemed like something straight out of a protagonist storyline. However, Wang Tung was somewhat hesitant about the true strength of little Qinger's master. If the master were only a Cosmo stage martial warrior, he would have to consider whether the master had the capability to assist little Qinger or if the person was just a charlatan. If not, why hadn't little Qinger's problem been solved after so many years? As he was contemplating about this, a graceful figure suddenly and unexpectedly appeared in the courtyard, catching Wang Tung off guard. It was a snake lady wearing a veil. She was dressed simply and elegantly with minimal adornments. She wore a single emerald green hairpin, shaped like a snake, nestled in her dark hair. Dressed in a simple blue gown, her figure was tantalizingly enigmatic, captivating to perfection. She seemed even more stunning than any snake woman Wang Tung had ever seen before. Despite the veil, it was impossible not to imagine that her appearance beneath it was nothing short of breathtaking. Her cheeks were concealed by the veil, revealing only a smooth forehead and a pair of uniquely dazzling eyes. When Wang Tung locked eyes with her, his heart skipped a beat. What kind of eyes were those? Enchanting, mesmerizing. Those were the only words that came to Wang Tung's mind as he tried to describe them. Her gaze possessed an inexplicable allure, rendering anyone who looked into them almost unable to break free. Fortunately, Wang Tung had encountered numerous beautiful women, and he had remarkable self-control. He quickly regained his composure. A strange look appeared in the lattice eyes. In the past, Zeal didn't dare to look at her directly, but today, he did. Though he promptly averted his gaze, she couldn't help but sense something unusual. However, after taking a closer look at Wang Tung, she didn't find anything out of the ordinary and decided not to dwell on it, contemplating that their familiarity from previous encounters might have led to his slightly bolder behavior today. Wang Tung silently activated his real eye and took a closer look at the woman. Heaven's stage? He experienced a tinge of surprise, though not shock. He predicted that little Qing'er's master wouldn't be weaker than a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Zeal was a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Therefore, it created sense that her master would either be at the Cosmos Stage or the Heaven Stage. If it was a Universe Stage martial warrior, he might be shocked. Chapter 1923, Mysterious Snake Race Lady. Unusual Stone. 4. A Heaven Stage martial warrior was within his expectations. However, there were only a few Heaven Stage martial warriors in the city. There didn't appear to be anyone matching her here. Could this woman be from another Snakemen tribe? On this planet, apart from the Rue Snake tribe, there are several other Snakemen tribes scattered around. Although they have some interaction, they don't have frequent contact. Lord Sangyu, please come in. Wang Tung made a welcoming gesture and led the way. He had already learned the name of this woman from Zeal, so he had no trouble addressing her. Upon hearing the commotion outside, little Qing rushed out of the house and pounced on the lady in green. Master, you're finally here. When Lord Sangyu appeared, she had an aura that made it difficult for people to approach. But now, seeing Lord Sangyu, her eyes seemed to soften slightly as she reached out to take her. Little Qing'er, how have you been recently? Master, I'm much better now. The pills my father made for me have been very effective, little Qing'er said, snuggling in Lord Kanji's arms and not forgetting to praise her father. Is that so? Lord Sangyu glanced at Wang Tung in surprise. She knew that Zeal was a master-level alchemist, and advancing further from that level was no easy feat. It seems that Zeal's prowess hasn't reached its peak yet. It's just luck, Wang Tung said, pretending to be modest while wearing Zeal's appearance. Follow me. I found a place that might allow little Qing'er's energy to merge with her body. Lord Sangyu altered the subject without asking too many questions. Really? Wang Tung was shocked in his heart, but appeared pleasantly surprised on the surface, looking like a father who had just learned that his daughter's illness could be cured. In reality, he was quite surprised because Sangyu had always appeared at home to help relieve the energy within little Qing'er. This was the first time they were going out together. Yes, Lord Sangyu nodded and floated away while carrying little Qing'er without any intention of explaining anything to Wang Tung. It seemed that if Zeal weren't little Qing'er's father, she wouldn't even give him any attention. Now that Wang Tung was adopting Zeal's appearance, Sangyu wouldn't view him differently either. Wang Tung's gaze flickered, and he grabbed off, quickly following behind. Lord Sangyu waved her hand gracefully, and a veil of energy enveloped Wang Tung, helping him conceal his presence. Wang Tung permitted her to do as she pleased and silently followed her out of Rue Snake City. As a Heaven Stage martial warrior, it was challenging for others to detect her presence if she wanted to hide, especially in a city where the strongest individuals were only at the Heaven Stage. As long as they didn't come into direct confrontation, there shouldn't be a problem. After leaving Rue Snake City, the three of them headed east towards the rainforest. The night passed quickly, and little Qing'er slept peacefully in Lord Kanji's arms for half the night. When she woke up, they were still on the road. By this time, they had already crossed the jungle and entered a desert. Master, where are we going? Little Qing'er rubbed her eyes, peeking her head out of Lord Kanji's embrace and looking around curiously. We'll be there soon. Lord Sangyu smiled faintly and replied. Wang Tung was also curious about where they were going, but since Lord Sangyu didn't say anything, he naturally didn't want to inquire too many questions. The two of them moved at a brisk pace and quickly entered the depths of the desert, eventually landing in a pile of rubble. This pile of rubble sat amid the desert, resembling an ancient relic. But it was in a state of disrepair, with only several large stones scattered haphazardly in the sand. What is this place? Wang Tung looked around, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He activated his real eye and noticed something unusual. Lord Sangyu walked toward the pile of rubble and unexpectedly arrived at the side of a dried-up well. She explained, "I stumbled upon this place. Beneath it lies a passage to the underground magma, where an unusual stone is incubated. It might be helpful for little Qing." An unusual stone. Wang Tung's eyes flickered. That explained the sudden sensation of intense heat he had felt earlier. Chapter 1924 Attack. Python Pattern Purple Jade. 1. In the desert, within the pile of rubble that had existed for who knows how many years, was a dried-up well. At first glance, the well appeared to be just an ordinary dried-up well, devoid of any water. However, to Wang Tung and Lord Sangyu, this one was far from ordinary. After Lord Sangyu had finished explaining, she cast a careful glance at Wang Tung, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Little Qing'er might not have noticed, but Lord Sangyu felt that this zeal seemed somewhat different. Was it her imagination? Or had zeal been concealing his true strength, something she hadn't noticed before? Wang Tung, sensing Lord Sangyu observing him, immediately put on an innocent and harmless smile, appearing like a simple and honest person. "Follow me." Lord Sangyu had already turned back. She leaped into the well with little Qing'er. Wang Tung's eyes flickered for a moment, and he followed suit, jumping into the well. This dried-up well was surprisingly deep. From the outside, it appeared to be only a few meters deep, but Wang Tung fell for thousands of feet and still hadn't reached the bottom. He noticed peculiar reddish patterns appearing on the surrounding rock walls. To Wang Tung's discerning eye, these patterns seemed like naturally formed runic formations, creating a kind of seal that isolated everything below, making them completely invisible. Suddenly, Wang Tung felt a bright light in front of him, and his entire field of vision was replaced by a crimson hue. The space below also abruptly widened, and the force within Wang Tung surged, allowing him to float in midair. Lord Sangyu held Xiao Qing, floating not far away from him. Wang Tung looked around. It appeared to be an underground cavern. Beneath him was an open space, and directly in front of him, there was a passage from which the crimson light emanated. Along with the light came an intense heat, causing the temperature in this underground cavern to rise sharply. The air was filled with a strong presence of constellation fire force. Wang Tung didn't even need to sense it. He could tell just by looking at the attribute bubbles floating on the ground. He immediately collected them up. Constellation force, fire. Asterisk 300 constellation force, fire. Asterisk 280 constellation force, fire. Asterisk 350, a large number of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body, transforming into a pure stream of constellation fire force that surged into his inner cosmos. Wang Tung's constellation fire force didn't have a breakthrough, but it improved significantly. At this moment, Lord Sangyu had already flown towards the passage, and Wang Tung naturally followed suit. The passage was quite long and inclined downward. Wang Tung could feel himself descending. At the same time, the temperature around them continued to rise steadily. Wang Tung raised an eyebrow. The temperature wasn't much of a concern for him, but for zeal, it might be unbearable. So, he was considering how far he should go. Never mind, he should at least put on an act. He immediately feigned that he couldn't withstand the high heat. Lord Sangyu furrowed her brow, seemingly finding him a bit useless. But she didn't say anything and simply waved her hand, adding an extra layer of protection to shield him from the surrounding temperature. Wang Tung gave her a grateful look in response. After a while, the strong crimson light in front of them suddenly became overwhelmingly bright. Wang Tung got excited. He followed Lord Sangyu closely, charging out. Beyond the passage, an enormous space seemed before their eyes, dominated by shades of fiery red. It was magnificent. Even for Wang Tung, upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be amazed. It was an endless pool of magma, with molten rock of fiery red flowing slowly within. Large bubbles periodically emerged, followed by explosive bursts, causing the magma to splatter in all directions. Numerous attribute bubbles hovered on the surface of the magma pool. As the bubbles burst, even more attribute bubbles emerged. Wang Tung's eyes lit up, and he immediately started collecting them. Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 500 Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 380 Constellation Force, Earth. Asterisk 500. The attribute bubbles here were much more abundant than before, and Wang Tung immediately felt a surge of immensely powerful constellation fire force within him. Boom! An explosion occurred in his body. He achieved a breakthrough. Constellation Force, 4th level Cosmos stage. Wang Tung was elated. He didn't expect this gain. He glanced at the attributes board. Constellation Fire Force, 26500/40,000. Cosmos stage 4th level. His Constellation Fire Force rose by a level and reached the mid-stage of the 4th level Cosmos stage. Wang Tung believed he wouldn't be long before breaking through to the 5th level. While he was delighted inside, he maintained a calm exterior, appearing genuinely curious as he asked, "Lord Sangyu, where is this odd stone you mentioned?" "It's beneath the magma," Lord Sangyu replied. "Under the magma?" Wang Tung feigned surprise. "Can you endure the temperature of the magma?" Lord Sangyu asked. "Daddy, if it's too much, you can wait for us outside," little Chinger said. She looked at the magma pool and started to worry for her father. "It's fine. I'll go in with you. How can I let you go alone, my dear?" Wang Tung said determinedly. "Daddy." Little Chinger was deeply moved. "All right, since you're going down, let's go together." Lord Sangyu interrupted the heartfelt exchange between the father and daughter and plunged into the magma pool with little Chinger. Chapter 1925 Attack. Python Pattern Purple Jade. 2. Wang Tung enveloped his body with a layer of force shield and jumped in the magma pool with its Sangyu. The temperature of this magma pool was very high, significantly hotter than typical magma. Wang Tung could only put on a pretense of struggling as he followed Lord Sangyu, descending deeper into the magma pool. He suddenly remembered the situation when he was in the flaming river world. The magma in that small world was not as terrifying as it was here. The temperature of this magma seemed unusually high. The Flaming River Universe Lord was a fire element martial warrior. The small world in his body was made up of fire elements. By right, the magma within that small world should have been far hotter than ordinary magma. Furthermore, that magma had various hidden currents and even strange creatures like the red phosphorus worm. It was undoubtedly dangerous. Now, the temperature of the magma pool they had entered seemed to surpass the magma in the Flaming River world. This was unbelievable. "Lord Sangyu, are there any other dangers here?" Wang Tung couldn't help but ask. "When I came here last time, I didn't encounter any other dangers. It's just that the temperature here is indeed quite high." Lord Sangyu replied with a hint of surprise in her eyes, not expecting him to ask. Wang Tung nodded without further inquiry. The three of them descended for several minutes and still hadn't reached the bottom. Reddish magma flowed around them, occasionally producing attribute bubbles. Wang Tung immediately extended his spiritual power to collect them. These attribute bubbles were all Constellation Fire Force. Wang Tung's Constellation Fire Force rose silently. He was elated. Sangyu wasn't far away, but she didn't know that Wang Tung wasn't afraid of the magma and could even raise his ability here. "Be careful. There's an undercurrent ahead." Lord Sangyu suddenly spoke up, giving a warning. Wang Tung immediately became vigilant, nodded in acknowledgement, and followed her, circumventing the undercurrent. Beneath this magma pool, there were indeed some perilous undercurrents, especially the vortex-shaped ones, which were quite terrifying. If an ordinary martial warrior was swept into them, his life would likely be in grave danger. Moreover, in such an environment, even for Cosmos stage martial warriors, if they lacked the means to resist the extreme temperatures, it was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade with death imminent. Not long after, Wang Tung noticed that the color of the magma around them had changed. It shifted from the original fiery red to a darker red, and the temperature continued to rise. "Lord Sangyu, the temperature of this magma is becoming even more terrifying," Wang Tong said with a grave tone. I know. Lord Kanjia's face also involuntarily showed a hint of solemnity as she nodded lightly. How much longer until we arrive? Wang Tong estimated the limit of a normal Cosmo stage martial warrior and felt that this was enough. He asked with perspiration on his forehead. The sweat on his forehead was forced out by himself. The temperature alone couldn't affect him. After all, the divine flames within him could be considered the king of all fires. Even if the temperature of this magma was higher, it couldn't possibly surpass the temperature of the divine flames. What's more, he had the nether frost and the hornless ice dragon pearl. We're almost there. Lord Sangyu glanced at him somewhat helplessly and waved her fair and beautiful hand. She attached her force to Wang Tung's body, helping him withstand the surrounding magma temperature. Little Qing'er gazed at Wang Tung worriedly. However, her complexion had turned extremely pale at some point, and her lips had a bluish tint, making her appear incredibly weak. Little Qing'er, how are you feeling? Wang Tung's expression changed, and he quickly asked. Although he and this young girl were not related by blood, they had gotten along well these past few days, and he sensed a great deal of sympathy for her situation. Furthermore, he had borrowed Zeal's identity to infiltrate the Rue Snake City, so he naturally felt some responsibility to look out for her. He didn't want anything to happen to her during their journey, or he would feel guilty. Daddy, I'm fine. Little Qing'er gave a weak smile and reassured him. This is bad. The energy in Little Qing'er's body is about to erupt. Lord Kanjia's face changed slightly, and a hint of urgency eventually appeared in her calm voice. Hurry up, we'll try to keep up, Wang Tung uttered quickly. Lord Sangyu gazed at him, nodded, and didn't say more. She suddenly accelerated her speed and rushed toward the bottom of the magma pool. Wang Tung's eyes flashed, and he also accelerated his speed slightly to keep up with Lord Sangyu. He didn't use the light bolt or the space flash skill, but the speed of his body was comparable to a normal heaven stage martial warrior. Even though he was holding back a bit at the moment, he could still maintain a considerable distance behind her. Lord Sangyu was somewhat surprised, but she didn't have the time to dwell on it. She continued to move stealthily while suppressing the energy within Little Qing'er. Time passed, and the magma appeared to have no end. In this place, time had lost its meaning, and they had no idea how long they had been traveling. Little Qing'er's complexion grew increasingly unsightly, and the energy within her had reached the brink of eruption. Even Lord Sangyu was struggling to suppress it. Wang Tung, from a distance, could feel the mighty energy fluctuations emanating from Little Qing'er's body. His eyebrows furrowed, and he was genuinely surprised. I didn't expect the energy released during this eruption to be so terrifying. This little girl is quite extraordinary, Roundball chimed in, sounding genuinely astonished. Chapter 1926 Attack. Python Patterned Purple Jade. 3. It had been quietly observing Little Qing'er all along, but even with its extensive knowledge, it couldn't find any relevant records about this type of energy. What's more, they were in the world of erosion and couldn't connect to the internet. Hence, it couldn't search for more information. This left it feeling somewhat frustrated, not expecting there would be a day when it couldn't find information. Boom! Just at that moment, there was a sudden roar from ahead. A bone-chilling force swept through the scorching magma. The magma around them was pushed aside and flowed in all directions. At the same time, the magma in its path started to show signs of freezing. This was unbelievable. Mind you, after they had traveled to this point, the temperature of the magma had already increased several times, and yet it was still freezing under this extreme cold. Just how intense was this chilling power? It was almost unimaginable. Wang Tung's expression turned grim as he immediately looked ahead. He had already guessed what was happening, and now, seeing the situation in front of him, his suspicions were confirmed. The energy in Little Qing'er's body finally erupted. Under the sweeping force of this chilling aura, Lord Sangyu was pushed away, unable to approach. Little Qing'er's petite body floated in the magma. An endless cold power erupted from within her. She had lost consciousness, but her expression was one of extreme pain. Unconscious screams escaped her mouth as if she couldn't bear the agony. Song Yu continuously tried to approach little Qing, but perhaps because the energy had been suppressed for too long, it became even more terrifying when it erupted. Originally, this energy was supposed to explode during the night, but they had spent a lot of time searching for the strange stone, and Song Yu had been suppressing the energy inside little Qinger's body all this time, leading to this situation. However, the chilling power was something even a heaven-stage martial warrior like Song Yu found it difficult to approach. The chilling power could even freeze her force. This magma environment was already extremely dangerous. If her force was frozen, it would be akin to courting death. Boom! At this very moment, a figure suddenly surged forth from not far away, breaking through the dense crimson magma with astounding speed. Even a freezing power that had left Song Yu helpless couldn't stop this figure's advance. A look of astonishment crossed Song Yu's perfectly sculpted face. It seemed as though she was reluctantly accepting the unbelievable scene before her. This figure managed to effortlessly pierce through the magma and the chilling forces, appearing next to little Qinger with an indomitable momentum. What truly astonished Wariki was that this figure was none other than little Qinger's father, Zeal, the man she had never held in high regard. How was this possible? Be careful! Wariki witnessed Zeal reaching out to embrace little Qinger. Her expression changed uncontrollably, and she shouted to remind him. However, boom! The next moment, a strange azure fire exploded from Zeal's body, swirling around him like a spirit serpent, and instantly congealed into a layer of flame veil. He then reached out and embraced little Qinger as if he were holding a sleeping princess. The relentless cold power continuously erupting from little Qinger's body couldn't even break through the layer of fire veil, and it didn't damage Zeal himself. Lead the way. Wang Tong turned his head slightly, looking at Song Yu, and calmly spoke. Behind the veil, Song Yu opened her mouth as if she wanted to ask something, but ultimately didn't. She transformed into a blur and rushed forward. She had seen Wang Tong's speed just now and knew he was holding back. Thus, at this moment, she had no reservations. However, in her heart, the zeal that Wang Tong was impersonating had suddenly become mysterious. Wang Tong didn't pay attention to her thoughts. Since he chose to reveal his true power, he was prepared for it. He followed behind Song Yu, swiftly rushing into the magma ahead. He even used his light bolt skill, turning into a streak of light within the magma. Song Yu turned around, and her pupils constricted. Who was this? Why did he possess such unique combat skills? Was he really little Qinger's father? Or did little Qinger's father have a special identity? Countless queries flashed through Song Yu's mind, and she was thoroughly confused, unable to figure out Wang Tong's true identity. Before long, the temperature ahead suddenly skyrocketed several times, significantly different from before. While they were descending, the temperature had been gradually increasing, but now it had suddenly surged. Song Yu was prepared for this and wasn't too surprised. However, Zeal, who didn't know about the anomaly here, remained completely unaffected, which astonished her. As the temperature sharply rose, the surrounding magma also turned into a deep color close to dark purple. This is it. Song Yu opened her mouth. Wang Ting looked ahead and saw a massive dark purple jade stone embedded in the magma riverbed below, resembling a dark purple jade bed. The surrounding magma formed dark currents, encircling the dark purple jade stone as if guarding it. When these dark currents rotated, they transformed into the shapes of purple serpents, appearing like tangible beings. It was a mystical sight. This is Wang Tong's eyes burst with brilliance as if he recognized this object. Python-patterned purple jade. Round Ball's astounded voice was heard simultaneously. Python-patterned purple jade. It was an extremely special material that could only condense over tens of millions of years in scorching hot areas, making it exceptionally rare. This jade bore patterns resembling those of serpents, said to be formed by the unique and powerful bloodlines of serpent-like star beasts intermingling with the intense heat, undergoing a bizarre transformation. Cultivating atop this jade could enhance one's physical strength. Moreover, for snake-like star beasts, it was extremely beneficial, aiding in their physical transformation and evolution, allowing them to transcend from serpents to dragons. Chapter 19:27 Primordial Oceanic Serpent 1. Sangyu was surprised when she saw Wang Tung's reaction. She asked, "Do you know this jade?" I know a little." Wang Tung coughed awkwardly. The astonishment in Sangyu's eyes got thicker. How could Zeal know something she didn't? Her curiosity about Wang Tung's identity deepened. However, she refrained from asking more questions for now, deciding to address little Qing'er's issue first. She assumed a listening posture, indicating her willingness to hear more. "This jade is called python-patterned purple jade," Wang Tung briefly explained. Examining the dark purple jade, a hint of curiosity flashed in Sangyu's eyes again. She acknowledged and said, "It aligns with my speculation. This jade should be able to suppress the energy eruption within little Qing'er, allowing her to fully merge with it. However, this process probably won't be completed in a day." "How do you plan to proceed?" Wang Tung asked. "Place her on that python-patterned purple jade. Leave the rest to me," Sangyu replied. Wang Tung nodded. He moved his body and arrived above the python-patterned purple jade. Roar! The giant serpents formed by the surrounding magma streams roared and charged at Wang Tung as if they were living creatures. "Oomph." Wang Tung snorted coldly. He flipped his palm, and the green flames coalesced into a giant dragon, its tail swinging vigorously. Bang! With a crisp sound, the magma serpent formations were completely shattered, offering no resistance. These magma serpents were merely influenced by the python-patterned purple jade, and while they had some attacking power, it was quite limited. For normal martial warriors, dealing with them might have been troublesome. But for Wang Tung, they posed no real threat. After dispersing the magma serpents, Wang Tung quickly arrived at the side of the python-patterned purple jade. He gently placed little Qing'er on top, letting her lie horizontally. As soon as he laid her down, a trace of joy appeared on Wang Tung's face. "It works!" The energy erupting from little Qing'er's body showed signs of being suppressed. Although it was still bursting forth, it no longer intensified. At this moment, a fragrant breeze wafted into Wang Tung's nostrils. With a swift movement, Sangyu appeared by his side. This was the first time that Wang Tung had been so close to the snake woman since they met. His heart inexplicably skipped a beat. The scent emanating from her body seemed to be a natural fragrance, enticing and pleasant. It carried a subtle allure. It was not something she intentionally emitted, but rather a natural trait. Earlier, she had kept a certain distance from Wang Tung, probably assuming that he couldn't resist this allure. However, now that Wang Tung's true strength was revealed, she seemed to acknowledge it. At this moment, her focus was on little Qing'er's situation, and she had no time to pay attention to these details. A sharp glint flashed past Wang Tung's eyes. His gaze was clear, and he wasn't affected by the fragrance. However, he was surprised. Who was this snake lady? It was amusing how both of them were secretly speculating about each other's identities. At this moment, Sangyu paid no attention to Wang Tung. Her expression turned solemn as she extended her hand. Threads of force emanated from her body, touching various parts of little Qing'er. Under the stimulation of the chilling power within little Qing'er's body, the power of the python-patterned purple jade seemed to be activated. Waves of dark purple light burst forth, accompanied by a scorching heat. The various serpent patterns on the python-patterned purple jade suddenly came to life, transforming into phantom serpents. Wang Tung's expression tensed, thinking that the python-patterned purple jade might cause trouble again. He was ready to suppress it if necessary. However, the expected eruption didn't occur. Instead, the phantom serpent images surrounded little Qing'er's body, and faint red light emanated from the serpent patterns, entering little Qing'er's body. "That's bloodline power!" Wang Tung's eyes widened in astonishment. "It seems to be the bloodline power of some exotic serpent. I didn't expect little Qing'er's energy inside her to trigger this bloodline power and absorb it, Round Ball exclaimed in surprise. It looks like this python-patterned purple jade is truly a blessing for her, Wang Tung stated with some delight. Since she could absorb this bloodline power, it indicated that the python-patterned purple jade was indeed beneficial for little Qinger. San Yu also noticed this and revealed a trace of delight on her face. She continued to channel her force towards little Qinger's body. The chilling power gradually got controlled. It stopped erupting. Wang Ting noticed this and breathed a sigh of relief. He remained suspended in the magma, scanning the numerous attribute bubbles floating around him. Earlier, he had noticed a large number of them around the python-patterned purple jade, but he hadn't had the chance to care about them. Now, he didn't want to miss any. Get them. He released his spiritual power and collected all the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Fire, * 1000 Constellation Force, Fire, * 850 Exotic Serpent Bloodline * 500 Constellation Force, Fire, * 1200 Constellation Force, Fire, * 1600 Exotic Serpent Bloodline * 650. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Tung's eyes lit up. It seemed like there was something extraordinary mixed within these attribute bubbles. Before he could contemplate this further, a peculiar force infiltrated his body, coursing through his limbs and every part of his being. Wang Tung suddenly felt as if his entire body was rejoicing. Every piece of flesh, every bone, and even every individual cell seemed to come alive, actively absorbing the bloodline power of the exotic serpent. Chapter 1928, Primordial Oceanic Serpent. 2. No way can I absorb the exotic serpent bloodline too? Wang Tung was bewildered. The bloodline power of the exotic serpent within the python-patterned purple jade could be absorbed by serpent-like beings, assisting in their transformation into more powerful creatures. It was indeed quite extraordinary. However, for ordinary martial warriors, this might not necessarily be the case. What if he turned into something neither human nor serpent? That would be a disaster. At this thought, Wang Tung suddenly shivered. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that his true dragon battle physique, Pseudo, had activated on its own. Strange bloodline power flowed within him, eventually being absorbed by the true dragon battle physique, Pseudo, serving as material for its transformation. Wang Tung couldn't help but look at the attributes board. He was in disbelief. The true dragon battle physique, Pseudo, attribute was rising rapidly. You can do that? Wang Tung felt the change in his body. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to describe his emotions. The power of the bloodline could help to improve his true dragon battle physique, Pseudo. Are you sure that it's the exotic serpent bloodline and not some real dragon bloodline? This exotic serpent bloodline is quite impressive. At this moment, Wang Tung had absorbed all the attribute bubbles from the exotic serpent bloodline, nurturing his physical body and elevating his true dragon battle physique, Pseudo, to a certain degree. True dragon battle physique, Pseudo 13500/40,000, 4th rank. It increased by more than 10,000 points. Wang Tung was elated. Wang Tung felt pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that the exotic serpent bloodline could boost his attributes by such a significant amount. He couldn't help but stroke his chin, and a flash of insight crossed his mind as if he had understood something. The true dragon battle physique, Pseudo, was just a pseudo version of the true dragon battle physique, while the exotic serpent bloodline, after undergoing certain transformations within the python-patterned purple jade, could enable serpent-like star beasts to transform into dragon-like creatures. This might explain why it could enhance the true dragon battle physique, Pseudo. Wang Tung felt that his educated guess was quite reasonable. This explanation seemed impeccable. Furthermore, aside from the exotic serpent bloodline's attribute bubbles, the rest of the bubbles contained the constellation Fire Force. The constellation Fire Force merged into Wang Tung's inner cosmos, raising his constellation Fire Force to another level. Cosmos Stage 5th Level. Constellation Fire Force 14500/50,000. Cosmos Stage 5th Level. Wang Tung felt that he was lucky. His constellation Fire Force reached the 5th level so easily. Now, It was on par with his constellation poison force. Considering how recently he had broken through to the cosmos stage, reaching the 5th level was quite a remarkable feat. His progress seemed to far surpass the talented martial warriors of the stellar academies. It seems like going out for cultivation accelerates improvement. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile to himself. As time passed, 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. With more and more exotic serpent bloodline power being absorbed by little Qing'e, her energy gradually stabilized. It was no longer as violent and began to calm down, integrating into her physical body. Is it starting to be absorbed? Wang Teng's eyes flashed with curiosity as he muttered to himself. Song Yu appeared by Wang Teng's side and said, "Now it's up to her." "Thank you," Wang Teng said. "I'm her master," Song Yu responded calmly. Wang Teng smiled and kept quiet. "Who are you really?" Song Yu asked after a brief silence. "I am just little Qing'er's father, an ordinary member of the Snake Men," Wang Teng responded calmly. Song Yu offered Wang Teng a skeptical look, clearly not believing his words. Could an ordinary snakeman possess such peculiar battle techniques? Could an ordinary snakeman wield that strange green flame? Could an ordinary snakeman engage in casual conversation with a heaven-stage martial warrior like her under this magma? Do you think he'll believe you? Neither of them spoke any further, their gazes fixed on little Qing'er ahead. Wang Teng activated his real eye and focused on the current condition inside little Qing'er's body. Threads of the exotic serpent bloodline strength continued to thrust into little Qing'er's body, enhancing her physique and seemingly causing some kind of peculiar transformation. Meanwhile, the chilling strength within little Qing'er's body was also undergoing a change, merging with the serpent bloodline power and integrating into her bodily form. At a certain moment, little Qing'er's body abruptly emitted a radiant light of green and purple intermingled. Wang Teng and Song Yu couldn't help but exchange a glance, both sensing something extraordinary. "Do you have any idea what's happening?" Wang Teng asked, where you furrowed her brows, seemingly deep in thought, before finally saying, "This should be a bloodline transformation unique to our snake men." Bloodline transformation? Wang Teng muttered to himself, thinking of the role of the python-patterned purple jade transforming a snake into a dragon. Could it be that little Qing was using the python-patterned purple jade to transform into Dragon Girl? The dragon race. It sounded strange. Were there such races in the universe? Although there are races like the solar dragon race with the solar dragon bloodline, Wang Teng has never heard of a dragon race before. The energy within little Qing'er's body should be a certain bloodline strength of our snake men. Originally, this power was too overwhelming, exceeding what little Qing'er herself could bear. Without someone controlling it, it could cause her to perish before she matures. However, with the python-patterned purple jade, the bloodline power within it can enhance little Qing'er's physique and complete the final transformation of her bloodline, explained Song Yu. Chapter 1929, Primordial Oceanic Serpent. 3. If she succeeds, little Qing'er will have unlimited potential in the future. Wang Teng was surprised. For him to be able to say this sentence proved how frightening the energy within little Qing'er was. This was an innate talent most people could only envy. If she can succeed, she may surpass me in the future, Song Yu nodded. A sharp glint flashed past her beautiful eyes. Wang Teng glanced at her in surprise. Wang Teng looked at her in surprise. In his opinion, this snake woman might seem nonchalant on the surface, but she was probably quite proud deep down. He didn't expect her to admit that little Qing'er might surpass her in the future. "No need to look at me like that. The reason I took little Qing'er as my disciple is that I think that she has the most ancient bloodline of our snake men within her," Song Yu explained calmly. "The most ancient bloodline?" Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. "What is that?" "I don't know," Song Yu replied. Wang Teng. He thought that there would be some secrets, but this was it? "Why are you talking if you don't know?" Wang Teng was speechless. "We snake men lived on the Scorpion King Star and have been oppressed by those extraterrestrial human races severely. We need a strong leader to lead us out of this planet, or even out of this world," Song Yu said, her eyes gleaming with a strange light. Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't expect that what Song Yu had in mind was to leave this planet, and even this entire world. This was beyond his expectations. Do you know what this world is all about? After a moment of silence, Wang Ting couldn't help but ask. He didn't want to disillusion her, but he couldn't help but wonder how she would react if she found out that this world was nothing more than a small world left behind by a powerful being. Song Yu looked at Wang Teng in surprise, not expecting him to ask such a question. Normally, such a question meant that the other party knew something. I've read records before, and it appears that our world was created by our ancestors. Unfortunately, since the fall of our ancestors, we haven't given birth to any powerful beings capable of breaking free from and leaving this world. Later, our world was invaded by those extraterrestrial human races, Song Yu said slowly. Our ancestor. Wang Teng speculated that the ancestors mentioned by Song Yu were likely the creator of this poison erosion world. Could she be a powerful warrior from the Snakeman tribe? In general, Song Yu knew quite a bit, but her knowledge was limited. This realm was a small world, and to break free from it, they would need the power of a universe-stage martial warrior at the very least. But what would happen once they left? They would be chased by the formidable warriors from the academies. At the moment, Wang Teng didn't understand the Stellar Academy's attitude towards those trying to leave this world. Would they directly eliminate them or take them in for training? Given the hostility and hatred that the natives of this world had towards outsiders, it was difficult to predict. How do you view this matter? Song Yu suddenly asked. What matter? Wang Teng asked in return. Do you believe we can leave this world? Song Yu asked. If the extraterrestrial humans can come in and they're all powerful, even if we leave, what's the point? We avoid their obstruction? Wang Ting almost broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. He had almost said, you all, but fortunately, he corrected himself quickly. Even if we surpass the heaven stage, it's still impossible. Song Yu showed a trace of desolation as she murmured, almost as if questioning herself. Wang Ting couldn't help but sympathize with them. Being trapped in this realm would be one thing. If they didn't understand that there was a wider world outside, they could still live happily here. However, since they knew about it, how could they be content? Moreover, these extraterrestrial humans appeared from time to time, and they didn't seem very friendly to the inhabitants of this poison erosion world. For the people of this world, it was indeed a pitiable situation. Have you ever abandoned this planet and visited other stars outside? Wang Teng asked. I have ventured out before, but the strongest beings on other planets were on par with my current strength. No universe-stage martial warriors have ever appeared, Song Yu replied. No universe-stage martial warriors? Wang Teng was puzzled. This poison erosion world was the size of a galaxy, with a high concentration of force power. There are many inhabited planets inside, and even legacies abandoned by powerful individuals. Yet, no universe-stage martial warriors had emerged. Was there a special reason for this? Our ancestors' legacies can reach universe stage, but we have all been unable to break through. Now I also feel that invisible barrier blocking me at the peak of the universe stage. It's hard to break through as if something is missing, Song Yu pondered. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He thought of something. While the two were chatting, the purple light on little Qingyer's body became more and more intense, almost enveloping her entirely. Boom! At this moment, an explosion came from within little Qingyer. What happened? Both Wang Teng and Where You were alarmed. Suddenly, little Qingyer's body rose from the python-patterned purple jade, and a terrifying energy surged from within her. Why is this happening? Wang Teng's face filled with concern as he immediately asked. I don't know. Song Ye's expression turned serious. She tried to rush forward to help little Qingyer, but the overwhelming cold energy prevented her from getting closer. Why is this cold energy even more terrifying than before? Wang Teng's face grew grim. It should be the final eruption. The energy within her has become too powerful. When it erupts completely, the bloodline power of the python-patterned purple jade can no longer keep up, Song Yu quickly explained. Chapter 1930, Primordial Oceanic Serpent. 4. Can you stop it? Wang Tung asked. Originally, the scorching heat of the python-patterned purple jade could suppress the cold power and allow little Qinger to absorb it slowly. But now, it seems that the scorching heat of the python-patterned purple jade can't hold it back anymore. Song Ye's expression became extremely serious. Can the heat of this flame help? Wang Tung conjured a ball of green flames and held it in front of Song Yu. It's even hotter than the temperature of the python-patterned purple jade. Earlier, I wanted to ask you what kind of flame this is since it can withstand the intense heat of the magma. Song Yu was pleasantly surprised and asked urgently. In the magma, the temperature was extremely high all around, and Wang Tung had not fully unleashed the heat of the emerald glazed flame, so she didn't know that the emerald glazed flame's temperature could be so high. Moreover, in this world, it seemed that no one knew what a divine flame was. This is a divine flame. It's the hottest thing in the world, Wang Tung replied calmly. Divine flame. Song Yu was astounded. Feeling the temperature of the green flames in Wang Tung's hand, she nodded and said, with such an intense heat, it should be able to resist the cold power inside little Qinger's body. Come with me, Wang Tung decisively said. I will use this fire to cover your body and push away the coldness so we can get closer to little Qing. All right, Song Yu didn't hesitate and nodded. Wang Tung immediately wrapped his arm around her waist, and the green flame spread, enveloping her body like a green veil. Song Ye's body stiffened for a moment, and she almost slapped Wang Tung away, but she managed to hold back. Let's go. With a light shout, Wang Tung immediately led Song Yu into the chilling power, heading towards little Qinger. Under the high temperature of the emerald glazed flame, the cold power naturally couldn't harm them and was directly torn open. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tung and Song Yu appeared next to little Qing. What should we do? Wang Tung asked directly. You use this green flame to suppress the cold power, and it'll handle the rest, Song Yu said in a cold voice. Wang Tung nodded, and his eyes flickered for a moment. He extended his palm and placed it on little Qinger's abdomen. The emerald-glazed flame surged out immediately. Under Wang Tung's control, the emerald-glazed flame entered little Qinger's body and began to compete with the cold power. For an ordinary person, letting the divine flame enter their body would be a sure death. However, the chilling power within little Qinger's body was intertwined with the scorching heat of the divine flame, preventing it from erupting fully. Moreover, with Wang Tung's control and his spiritual power, he ensured that the divine flame wouldn't harm little Qinger. The cold power, upon encountering the divine flame, retreated deep within little Qinger's body, showing extreme fear towards the divine flame like a mouse that had encountered a cat. Song Yu was surprised that Wang Tung had managed to suppress the cold power so quickly. How'd he do it? Could the divine flame be this extraordinary? It had swiftly suppressed even the terrifying and abnormal cold power. Without further thought, Song Yu quickly took action. She put her palm on little Qinger, just as she had done before. At this moment, Wang Tung's spiritual energy was inside little Qinger's body, so he immediately sensed an unusual power entering her body through her acupoints. This is bloodline power. She's using her own bloodline power to help little Qinger absorb the exotic serpent bloodline. Wang Tung suddenly realized he couldn't help but look at Song Yu and noticed a slightly unusual paleness on her face, a sign of bloodline power consumption. Song Yu had indeed sacrificed a great deal for little Qinger. Wang Tung felt a sense of admiration for Song Ye's dedication to little Qinger. As Song Ye's bloodline power merged into little Qinger's body, the cold power gradually subsided. Little Qinger's form gently descended onto the python-patterned purple jade, and the exotic serpent bloodline within it flowed into her body, completing the final fusion. Time passed once again, and 5 more days went by. With the combined efforts of Wang Tung and Song Yu, the cold power did not erupt again and remained calm. More and more exotic serpent bloodline merged into little Qinger's body, causing her to undergo a transformation. When the last trace of cold power was successfully integrated, Wang Tung's heart stirred, and he looked at Song Yu. Song Yu nodded, and the two of them simultaneously stepped back. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from within little Qing'er, but it wasn't the outbreak of the cold power. Instead, it was another powerful aura that burst forth from her, as if it had been suppressed for a very long time. The intense blue-purple light emanating from her had reached its limit, shining brilliantly and enveloping little Qing'er. Boom! Suddenly, the blue-purple light shot up into the sky, piercing through layers of magma and even the Earth's crust, soaring toward the heavens. At this moment, it was already nighttime outside, pitch black all around. The column of blue-purple light formed by little Qing'er was exceptionally shining against the night sky. Little Qing'er's form slowly rose, suspended within the blue-purple light. Her long black hair, which had been untouched by the wind, gradually transformed into the same blue-purple color, making her appear extremely noble and enchanting. Wang Tung's eyes were filled with wonder. But this wasn't the highly peculiar part. The truly amazing sight was about to unfold. Chapter 1931, Primordial Oceanic Serpent. 5. Behind little Qing'er, a blinding light condensed, and a terrifying blue-purple giant python shadow emerged. It stood at a towering 1,000 feet in height, coiling above her head, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. The vertical pupils of the giant python observed everything, cold and majestic. It was like a deity gazing upon all beings. Wang Tung's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but look at the giant python, examining it closely. Boom! A sense of ancient and profound power surged towards Wang Tung as if it came from the distant past. The giant python's gaze also seemed to fall upon Wang Tung, and they locked eyes for a moment. Wang Tung's expression shifted slightly. He couldn't hide any longer and released his full aura. His killing intent surged like a sharp blade. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed in the void. Wang Tung remained in place, but his complexion became slightly pale. In a clash of auras just now, he wasn't pushed back, but he didn't feel comfortable either. Without the 9 Treasures Pagoda suppression, his spirit might have been affected. Song Yu wasn't feeling well either. However, there was an excited expression on her beautiful face. Her captivating eyes seemed to emit endless radiance. Wang Tung, this seems to be a primordial oceanic serpent. Round Ball exclaimed in amazement. The primordial oceanic serpent. Wang Tung quickly searched through the Devour Nihility beast memory and found the relevant records. For a moment, he could hardly describe his emotions. It was magnificent. No words could describe it. Wang Tung was completely overwhelmed by the behemoth in the Devour Nihility beast memory. The primordial oceanic serpent was an equally terrifying universe behemoth. It had a massive body and was rumored that if it were to fully unleash its length, it could encircle an entire star system. Encompassing a star system with its body, what did that mean? It meant that with a single movement, countless planets would be annihilated and disappear. It didn't even need to resort to the use of the force attacks. Just the power of its physical body was enough to make the entire star system collapse. This was truly terrifying. The massive shadow of the giant python before him hadn't reached its full potential yet. It appeared to be only 1,000 feet in size. However, this wasn't because it was limited to this size. This was the extent to which little Qing'er could currently manifest it. This primordial oceanic serpent was extremely ancient and had only appeared in some rare records. Few had ever really seen the real primordial oceanic serpent. As the shadow of the primordial oceanic serpent appeared, bubbles with attributes started falling from it. Wang Tung was momentarily surprised, as he hadn't expected attribute bubbles to appear. I wonder what they could be, he thought, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Immediately, he extended his spiritual power to collect them. Primordial Oceanic Serpent Bloodline * 1000 Immortal Level Water Talent * 100 Immortal Level Ice Talent * 150 Immortal Level Poison Talent * 200 ancient primordial oceanic serpent bloodline, asterisk, 800 primordial consciousness, asterisk, 1500 primordial consciousness, asterisk, 1200 this. When the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body, he was stunned. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" He shouted in his mind, as if these words were the only way to express his current feelings. Ancient primordial oceanic serpent bloodline. 3 immortal level talents. And the primordial consciousness. Wang Tung didn't expect to receive such a harvest. He pondered the possibility that doing good deeds might bring unexpected rewards. If he hadn't helped little Qing'er, he wouldn't have activated the primordial oceanic serpent's manifestation and obtained these attribute bubbles. It all seemed as though destiny. Wang Tung suddenly felt that he could do more good deeds in the future. However, amid these thoughts, he was too astonished by the changes happening to his body to give them much attention. Chapter 1932 Mysterious Bloodline. Narrow Path of Enemies. 1. Primordial Oceanic Serpent Bloodline. This was the bloodline possessed by Little Qing. The bloodline power within the python pattern purple jade could alter a python into a dragon, but Little Qing'er had awakened her primordial oceanic serpent bloodline instead. Why did this happen? From a certain perspective, the primordial oceanic serpent was an even more powerful entity than a dragon. Its bloodline power was more esteemed and rare. Legend had it that the primordial oceanic serpent could rival a real dragon. Therefore, when the bloodline of the primordial oceanic serpent merged with Wang Tung's body, it didn't blend with the true dragon battle physique, pseudo, but became a separate and unique bloodline. The transformation was swift and ended quickly. Wang Tung now possessed an incredibly unique and powerful bloodline. He couldn't help but close his eyes to sense it fully. The feeling was amazing. When he activated this bloodline power, he could feel an incredible transformation. Opening his eyes, his pupils had turned into 2 deep azure vertical slits, as profound as the night sky, but exuding an icy and overwhelming aura, making it impossible to look directly at them. Fortunately, at this moment, Song Ye's attention was completely captivated by Little Qing'er's transformation. Otherwise, if she had seen Wang Tung's change, she might have been frightened to the point of a heart attack. Wang Tung blinked, and the vertical slits disappeared. The faint and almost erupting aura also dissipated. Interesting. Wang Tung was extremely delighted. From the moment he merged with the bloodline of the primordial oceanic serpent, he had already understood the power of this bloodline. The primordial oceanic serpent could be said to be the top-tier serpent-like universe behemoth, possessing the most powerful serpent bloodline. Therefore, the bloodline of the primordial oceanic serpent could intimidate almost all serpent-like star beasts, making them submit. Furthermore, any serpent-like star beast bloodline weaker than it could be extracted and consumed as nourishment to make itself stronger. This was heaven-defying. In other words, the majority of the serpent-like star beasts in the universe could potentially become objects of plunder and consumption. This was the second ability. The third ability was that the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline could control serpent-like star beasts with bloodlines weaker than it through its vertical slits. Of course, if the opponent's strength was far superior, that would be another story and could lead to backlash. Intimidation, plunder, enslavement. These 3 abilities were the capabilities of the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline, which could be described as godlike. It was no wonder that its bloodline power was so formidable. If it weren't for his and Song Ye's assistance, it would have been difficult for Little Qing'er to awaken this bloodline. In fact, she might have died due to the backlash of the bloodline before even awakening it. Primordial Oceanic Serpent Bloodline, 1800/10,000, first rank. From the attributes board, it was clear that Wang Tung currently possessed only the first rank of this bloodline power, with significant room for improvement. However, even this first rank of power seems quite strong. He wondered how powerful it could ultimately become. He gazed around, but there were no serpent-like star beasts nearby to test his newfound abilities. Besides Song Yu and Little Qing'er. No, these 2 wouldn't do. He had to reluctantly give up the idea and set aside those thoughts. Then, Wang Teng turned his attention to the 3 attributes of immortal level talents. 3 immortal level talents. Wang Teng couldn't believe it. He had suddenly gained 3 divine level talents, which was an incredible stroke of luck. Immortal level water talent. 100/1000000 immortal level ice talent. 150/1000000 immortal level poison talent. 200/1000000. There seemed to be only one level between the divine level and the immortal level. But in reality, it was a qualitative leap. Immortal level that had truly reached an unprecedented realm. Talents at this level were beyond comparison with ordinary talents. Wang Teng felt like he was undergoing a profound transformation. His entire being seemed to ascend, and every cell radiated a golden light. His talents had attained an unprecedented level of divinity, and he felt extraordinary. It was a feeling he couldn't place into words. He just sensed that he had transcended everything, becoming a being above all else. When talents attained a certain level, a person could no longer be called a mere human. They became a true monster. Many people had called Wang Teng a monster in the past, but he hadn't truly been one back then. Now, he could be considered one. Among these 3 immortal level talents, Wang Teng's original ice talent had only been at the imperial level, but now it had directly ascended to the immortal level. The increase of 2 levels was even more intense. Ice and poison were both special attributes. It was hard to raise them normally. Now it had suddenly risen to the divine level, which was an incredible opportunity. Of course, it wasn't easy to raise his water talent to the immortal level either. Reaching the immortal level with any talent was an immeasurable stroke of luck, a gift from the heavens. As Wang Teng gazed at the attribute panel with all 3 talents now at the immortal level, he couldn't contain his joy. It took him a while to gradually calm down. There was one last attribute bubble left, primordial consciousness. After absorbing this attribute bubble, Wang Teng's mind was filled with an image. It was as if a very ancient and vast world was slowly unfolding in his mind. In this world, there was nothing except boundless vastness, exuding an ancient and timeless aura. Within that aura, it felt like anyone could be assimilated, becoming a part of that vastness. This consciousness was so ancient, like the consciousness of the universe or the consciousness of time itself, something that could not be resisted or defied. Chapter 1933, Mysterious Bloodline, Narrow Path of Enemies. 2. After some time, Wang Teng finally managed to integrate the enlightenment of the primordial consciousness into his body. He was astounded, scary, terrifying. At this very moment, it seemed as though his consciousness was still immersed in that ancient and vast sensation, making it difficult for him to break free. However, in reality, only a fleeting moment had passed, a brief moment that could almost be disregarded. Wang Teng had previously obtained attribute bubbles related to consciousness, battle conscious. Moreover, he had reached the 9-star level, displaying exceptional willpower, condensing battle intent like the soul of a battlefield, undefeated in 100 battles. Then there was bloodlust, which was even more terrifying. It was an extreme consciousness, cold and insane, far from ordinary conscious. But Wang Teng felt that compared to the primordial consciousness, the 2 previous forms of conscious were still lacking. The primordial resistance was even more majestic and immense, vast and endless, as if it could assimilate everything. Subconsciously, Wang Teng tried to invoke the power of this consciousness. Immediately, a subtle but profound aura of vicissitude appeared around his body, making him incredibly terrifying, like an ancient being. However, with Song Yu nearby, Wang Teng quickly retracted this power and looked at his attributes board. Primordial Consciousness, 2700/10,000. First rank, first rank, first rank again. Wang Teng was somewhat vexed. He didn't expect the primordial consciousness to have different ranks too. The primordial oceanic serpent bloodline he received was at the first rank, and the primordial consciousness was at the first rank too. Just thinking about how rare the ancient was made him realize how difficult it would be to increase this attribute. To reach the second rank alone required 10,000 attribute points, and he had only increased it by 2,700 points so far. He didn't even know when he would be able to break through to the second rank. Wang Teng let out a sigh and didn't dwell on it too much. After all, being able to obtain this primordial consciousness was already a great fortune. With control over this powerful consciousness, he was almost invincible in the realm of consciousness. Even a universe stage martial warrior might not be able to resist the primordial consciousness. He turned to look at Sangyu. He saw that she had also recovered from her astonishment and excitement, but her continuously flickering gaze still revealed her inner restlessness. Is this the origin of the snakeman's bloodline? Wang Teng asked curiously. The origin of the primordial oceanic serpent was incredibly significant, and he found it hard to believe that the snakeman's bloodline could have originated from it. However, with Little Qing'er rousing the bloodline of the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline, he couldn't help but believe it. According to our race's records, it should be correct, Sangyu replied with a slight nod, her expression showing a touch of reverence. In her eyes, Wang Teng seemed to see a sense of pilgrimage. She highly valued and respected this bloodline origin. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. If she were to find out that he had just obtained the bloodline of the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline, he wondered what her reaction would be. As they conversed, the phantom of the primordial oceanic serpent above Little Qing'er's head slowly dissipated and eventually converged within her body. The terrifying aura also vanished with it. However, Little Qing'er's aura continued to rise steadily. She had originally been at the planetary disciple stage, but at this moment, she suddenly broke through to the planetary stage. Then, planetary stage level 2, planetary stage level 3, planetary stage level 4. She only stopped gradually when she reached the planetary stage level 7. Breakthrough. Wang Teng was astounded. Little Qing'er was only 12 years old. She was yet a young girl. On Earth, girls of her age would typically have just finished primary school, and many might have only just started martial arts training. Even in the current interstellar era with more abundant resources, reaching the level of a martial disciple was considered good progress. The planetary disciple stage represented the soldier level to general stage. Little Qing'er advanced directly from the planetary disciple stage to the 7th level planetary stage. This was a huge transformation. If this had happened on Earth, it would have been considered unbelievable. But in the vast universe, it seemed somewhat more acceptable. I didn't expect her strength to increase so much after merging with the bloodline power, Sangyu said with delight. At that moment, Little Qing'er slowly opened her tightly closed eyes. The instant she opened her eyes, a cold and majestic aura radiated from her. Wang Teng and Sangyu were shocked. Her eyes, once filled with innocence and clarity, now appeared ice-cold and majestic, making her seem like a completely different person. Moreover, her previously black hair had completely transformed into a purplish-blue hue and showed no signs of returning to its original state. Little Qing'er at this moment seemed like an entirely different individual, making both Wang Teng and Sangyu feel a deep sense of unfamiliarity. What astonished Wang Teng even more was that Little Qing'er's current appearance bore a striking resemblance to when he had awakened the bloodline of the primordial oceanic serpent bloodline. Little Qing, Wang Teng called her hesitantly. Little Qing'er looked over, and the cold and imposing demeanor in her eyes slowly dissipated, replaced by a hint of joy as she exclaimed, "Daddy, come here quickly." Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief and beckoned to her. "Daddy, master, did I succeed?" Little Qing'er flew over and inquired happily. She had already felt the changes within herself, but she yet had some uneasiness and sought affirmation from Wang Teng and Sangyu. "Yes, Little Qing'er, congratulations, you succeeded." Sangyu hesitated for a moment, but yet reached out to touzle her little head and smiled warmly. Chapter 1934 Mysterious Bloodline. Narrow Path of Enemies. 3. Wang Teng also smiled and nodded at her. This little girl was his lucky star, bringing him such significant benefits. I don't have to die anymore. Little Qing'er suddenly cheered, her words tinged with a touch of sentiment. This little girl, Wang Tung glanced at little Qing'er, feeling a tug at his heartstrings. He shook his head. For some people, their only request was simply to stay alive. But how many people couldn't achieve that? Thank you, Master. Little Qing'er blinked her big eyes and expressed sincere gratitude to Tsangyu. You should thank your father. Tsangyu shook her head and looked at Wang Tung with a somewhat complex expression. If he hadn't intervened in time, little Qing'er would probably have had a hard time surviving this ordeal. While she had found the python-patterned purple jade for little Qing'er, when the energy erupted inside little Qing'er's body, she wouldn't have been able to resist the chilling force without that green flame. Everything would likely have been in vain. Daddy, little Qing'er looked at Wang Tung with confusion. In her eyes, although her father was very capable, he seemed powerless to deal with the energy inside her body. How could he have possibly helped? Wang Tung just smiled faintly and didn't say much. Master, what's going on? Little Qing'er got even more curious and asked hurriedly. Sangyu glanced at Wang Tung once again, then explained in a low voice to little Qing. Ah, little Qing'er exclaimed, and the more she listened, the more astonished she became. She looked at Wang Tung with disbelief in her eyes. Oh, her father turned out to be a hidden master. No wonder I felt something hot enter my body back then. Little Qing muttered to herself. Cough. Wang Tung suddenly coughed, choked by her words. Something hot entering her body? What kind of description was that? Daddy, what's wrong with you? Little Qing'er quickly looked at Wang Tung with concern. Did you get hurt just now? Sangyu also looked over, wearing a puzzled expression. Wang Tung, seeing the innocent and worried expressions of the two, felt his face heat up. It seemed he was the only one with impure thoughts. Nothing. Wang Tung quickly shook his head and changed the subject. If there's nothing else, we should leave. Yes, let's save our conversation for later. We should depart here first. Sangyu nodded and replied softly. Yeah, let's go quickly, it's so hot here. Little Qing'er didn't have any objections either. With the cold energy inside her now under control, she could resist the scorching warmth in the surroundings, but she didn't enjoy this environment. You should take this python-patterned purple jade with you. Wang Tung pointed at the purple jade and said, Sangyu was slightly surprised, but then nodded. She waved her hand to retrieve the python-patterned purple jade. Without further hesitation, the three of them immediately left the area. Leaving was much smoother than entering, and they utilized their speed to the fullest, rushing toward the outskirts of the magma. Before long, the three of them burst out of the dry well they had entered from, returning to the surface. Boom, boom, boom. Just at that moment, several powerful attacks came from all directions, either in the form of blade or sword energy, descending from the sky toward Wang Tung and the others. Sangyu and Wang Tung's expressions changed. The opponents had concealed their presence from the beginning and launched a surprise attack. When they appeared, there was simply no time for them to react. Although Sangyu was a peak heaven stage martial warrior, in this situation, she couldn't evade the attacks and could only try to withstand them. Don't move. A sudden command rang in her ears. It was Wang Tung's voice. Sangyu subconsciously paused for a moment, and then she experienced a familiar large hand covering her waist once again. The next moment, she only experienced her surroundings blur, and she disappeared from her original location. Space flash. Wang Tung used his space skill to evade the attacks. Did we hit them? In the sky, several figures appeared, surrounding the area where the attacks had landed. No, wait. They dodged. One of the figures had a slight change in expression and suddenly gazed to the left. They saw space fluctuations ahead, and three figures emerged. How interesting. They managed to evade our attacks. The leader of the group chuckled. Wang Tung and Sangyu stepped out of the void, gazing around. 6 figures were floating in the sky, looking at them with a hint of mockery at the corners of their mouths. These 6 people were all heaven stage martial warriors. From their appearance, it seemed that these individuals were students from the stellar academies and not locals. They had been attracted by the commotion caused by little Qing'er earlier, thinking it was some kind of treasure. Hence, they set up an ambush outside and waited for Wang Tung and the others to appear. 3 snake men. One of the young men grinned as he gazed at Wang Tung and his group. "We're quite lucky," another one remarked. "And 2 snake women. I've heard that snake women are extremely seductive, and it seems to be true. That little girl is a bit young, but she's also quite attractive. It's just right for my taste." A sharp glint flashed in the eyes of a pale-faced young man as he licked his lips. Snake women are nothing more than a bunch of seductive and cheap goods." "Right. Your taste is truly unique," a female warrior sneered. Chapter 1935, Mysterious Bloodline. Narrow Path of Enemies. 4. The female warrior had long brown wavy hair, an attractive figure, and a pretty face. But compared to Song Yu and Little Chinger, she fell short by quite a bit. Especially in terms of aura, she was far from their league. "Jiang Yu, are you jealous?" The slightly pale-faced young man, right, laughed heartily. "Get lost. I wouldn't be jealous of 2 natives," Jiang Yu retorted coldly. "All right, you both stop bickering. Let's get that treasure first," the young man who had spoken earlier said impatiently. This young man had a sturdy and muscular build, with black scales on his body and a silver horn on his forehead, indicating he might be from a certain demi-human race. He had a cold and ruthless expression. Yes, the treasure is what matters." A pig-human race member with a pig head nodded hurriedly with shining eyes. These individuals were shamelessly commenting on Song Yu and Little Chinger's appearances, and they didn't hide their intentions. Their tone was naturally condescending, showing complete disregard for the native snake men. In the eyes of these students from the stellar academies, they didn't regard the natives of Scorpion King Star as anything significant at all. In the universe, it had always been a dog-eat-dog world, and the students in the stellar academies were top talents from various domains. They had stood at the top from the beginning, and many of them had significant backgrounds. Compared to the natives of this small world, they seemed like noble aristocrats looking down on the impoverished in a slum. Ask yourself, how many nobles truly respect the commoners? Hand over what you just obtained, and we might consider letting you go, the leader with the silver horn said as he looked at Wang Tung and his group, his tone casual. Wang Tung squinted. He raised his head and looked at the 6 of them. A chilly glint flashed in his eyes. It was them. Standing before them now was none other than the members of the Swift Wing team. One couldn't avoid one's enemy. The last time they had implicated him, and now they launched a surprise attack on him. 2 times. These people pulled him down twice. Wang Tung had always been the one who pulled sneaky moves, but this time he had been caught off guard twice in a row, which was a major humiliation. Moreover, their words just now had infuriated him. These people were treating Song Yu and Little Chinger as if they were their possessions, and even wanted to take the treasures they had obtained. This act of forcibly taking things was enough to ignite the flames of anger in his heart. These people deserved to die. Song Ye's current expression was also far from pleasant. Her beautiful eyes filled with coldness. If it weren't for Zeal teleporting her out earlier, even she would have been injured by the surprise attack they faced just now. The words of these people were translated directly into the Snakeman language through a translator, allowing her to understand them clearly. No one had ever dared to speak to her like this, let by herself have such disrespectful thoughts about her. These humans were going too far. However, she glanced at Wang Tung and Little Chinger, and a hint of hesitation emerged in her eyes. These extraterrestrial humans were remarkably powerful, and all 6 of them were Heaven Stage martial warriors like her. While they hadn't reached the pinnacle of Heaven Stage like she had, and there was still some gap between them, based on her past experiences, these extraterrestrial humans all possessed the abnormal ability to fight beyond their ranks. Hence, she couldn't handle 6 Heaven Stage extraterrestrial humans alone. Leave with Little Ching. It'll hold them back. Many thoughts flashed through Song Ye's mind. In the end, she gave up and spoke to Wang Tung using voice transmission. No, I want to retain them all here, Wang Tung said expressionlessly, his voice remarkably calm. A look of surprise flashed across Song Ye's pretty face. This Zeal must be out of his mind. How could he, a Cosmos Stage martial warrior, expect to retain 6 Heaven Stage extraterrestrial humans here? Even if his strength was indeed commendable, and he had that green flame to assist him, not to mention the space ability he had just used. However, a Cosmos Stage martial warrior was still a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. The difference between him and a Heaven Stage martial warrior was too great. There was an unassailable gap. What's more, there were 6 of them. How was he supposed to fight? Could someone tell her how she should fight? Chapter 1936 Fight. Who are you? 1. In the desert, above the ruins of the scattered stone piles. Although it was still quiet, there was a palpable sense of tension in the air. Song Yu looked at Wang Tung in astonishment and said softly, "Don't be impulsive. These extraterrestrial humans are all at the Heaven Stage. The 2 of us are no match for them. Little Chinger is our race's hope. Do you want to see her getting taken away by the extraterrestrial humans?" Wang Tung was surprised. He hadn't expected that even in this situation, Song Ye's primary concern was still Little Chinger. However, he had his plan and was confident in protecting Little Chinger, so he didn't intend to leave. He turned and calmly asked her, "How many can you handle?" Song Yu was anxious, but in the current situation, she had no time to think. She clenched her teeth and said, "At most 2. Even I can handle at most 2 of them without defeating them first. Or maybe only 1. She directly pointed out her situation, hoping that this zeal could recognize reality instead of taking on an impossible task. 1 or 2? Wang Tung pondered for a moment and nodded. "Should be enough. Try to keep 2 of them busy for me. These people are not simple to deal with all at once, so we'll have to take them one by one." Wang Tung's lips curled into a faint smile, as if he didn't find this too difficult. Song Yu didn't know what else to say. "Ha ha, boss. It seems like these snake men don't intend to give up without a fight." The young man called right laughed. "Let's not waste any time and take care of them. It seems like you want to do this the hard way." The silver-horned young man shook his head and said coldly, "Have you uttered enough?" Wang Tung suddenly looked up at the members of the Swiftwing team and said calmly. The members of the Swiftwing team were stunned. They didn't expect this snakeman to speak to them in this manner. "If you're done talking, go and die." Wang Tung's expression turned cold suddenly, his gaze unwavering as he gazed at them. With that, quietness fell over the surroundings. Wright snorted. "A mere Cosmos Stage native. Where does the confidence come from?" Jianyu giggled. The others gazed at him derisively too. Their eyes were filled with contempt. Wang Tung remained calm, showing no signs of anger in response to their taunts. On the other hand, Song Yu was extremely anxious. Even Little Chinger was looking at him worriedly. Boom! In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as Wang Tung vanished from his original position, transforming into a streak of rainbow light, charging straight toward the leading Silverhorn man. The Silverhorn man snorted disdainfully, his eyes filled with disdain. He extended his palm to meet the attack. The others watched with a sense of detachment, as if they were merely spectators at a show. They didn't plan to act. A mere local from the Scorpion Kingstar dared to lay hands on their leader. Wasn't he merely courting death? Would this snakeman be able to withstand one attack from their leader? Well, perhaps half an attack would be more than enough. A trace of mockery flashed in Wang Tung's eyes as he unleashed his fists. 5-element fist. Terrifying fist imprints erupted, sweeping over everything in their path. As the fist imprints manifested, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The Silverhorn man felt it most acutely. The horrifying fist imprint bore down upon him, causing his face to pale. Leave! His force merged into his palm imprint, causing it to instantly swell, and he fiercely struck out. Boom! The fist imprint and palm imprint collided in the sky, producing a series of thunderous roars. In the end, both imprints shattered, transforming into residual force that surged in all directions. 2 figures were sent flying, crossing thousands of meters before finally halting their momentum. Silence. There was only silence. The members of the Swiftwing team were stunned. They found it unbelievable. The fact that the native at the Cosmos stage managed to force their leader back thousands of meters left them all astounded. It was the first time they had clashed, and they seemed evenly matched. But this was simply inconceivable. With such an enormous gap in strength, how could they be evenly matched? Even Song Yu was flabbergasted. Was this zeal so powerful, or was he still hiding his strength? Little Qing'er couldn't help but widen her big, round eyes, displaying an expression that seemed to say, "Is this really my daddy?" The Silverhorn man's face turned extremely grim. He had been forced back by a Cosmos stage native, and it was undoubtedly a blow to his inner pride. They were the elite students of the Stellar Academies, Heaven Stage martial warriors. How could they be forced back by a Cosmos stage local? He couldn't accept this reality. Very well. The Silverhorn man's sneer disappeared from his face, and he stared coldly at Wang Tong. With a chilling tone, he spat out 2 words. Clearly, he was now completely enraged. The others abandoned their mocking expressions, their gazes locking onto Wang Tong with icy intent. Wo simply beckoned at them with a taunting smirk, his eyes brimming with contempt. Leader, the members of the Swift-Wing team gazed at the Silverhorn man. Attack! The Silverhorn man waved his hand and shouted, showing that he had no intention of fighting alone. The members of the Swift-Wing team immediately grinned and launched their attacks at Wang Tong. They unleashed a barrage of blade energy, sword energy, axe energy, fist imprints, and palm imprints. Zeal. Song Yu rushed over worriedly. Let's start. You can hold 2 of them back, Wang Tong said calmly. Song Yu sighed inwardly, realizing that further words were futile. She had no choice but to fight alongside Wang Tong. Chapter 1937 Fight. Who are you? 2. She could only hope that they would safely pass through this ordeal. If necessary, she would have to do everything in her power to take little Qing'er and this zeal away. At this moment, Wang Tong waved his hand. In an instant, in the sky, several immense figures appeared out of nowhere. A dark red blood crow, a fierce giant scorpion covered in iron armor, a peculiar beast as white as jade. Caw! The dark red blood crow spread its wings, unleashing waves of endless flames and propelling itself forward with feathers as hard as gold and iron. Roar! The ferocious giant scorpion roared, and a green flame erupted, forming an attack to meet the enemy. The strange and snow-white giant beast, despite its innocent appearance, was the most terrifying of them all. A majestic aura at the domain stage enveloped it, and a radiant yellow light condensed into a formidable beam atop its 2 pointed horns, shooting straight out. The hideous expressions on the members of the Swift-Wing team froze. What in the world was all this? In an instant, they felt that things were not going well. However, the attacks were already launched, and they couldn't retract them. They had no choice but to face the enemy head-on. Boom! In the sky, the collisions of these attacks erupted with terrifying roars of force energy, sweeping in all directions and stirring up the sand and dust below. Boom! A humming sound reverberated in the air, and it seemed like the entire space was momentarily locked in place. Dust hung in the air, and the clashes froze for a moment, halting the spread of the residual force. But soon, everything returned to normal. The explosions from the collisions burst out completely. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion blocked their attacks, blocked the attacks of the 2 opponents. Although they were only mid-tier Imperial-level star beasts, their strength was formidable enough to withstand attacks from Heaven Stage martial warriors. Elizabeth, on the other hand, sent one of the Heaven Stage martial warriors reeling, leaving him in a sorry state and on the verge of injury. This man was none other than the Divine Spirit Master, Tang Chung. He was one of the most powerful martial warriors in the Swift-Wing team. His spiritual abilities were extremely adept. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Elizabeth's attacks. Now, having been forced back several kilometers, Tang Chung wore a gloomy expression. He fixed his gaze firmly on Elizabeth, revealing a deep sense of wariness. Meanwhile, Wang Tong also took action, using his 5-element fist to confront the attacks of the Silverhorn man. Even Songyu was taken aback by what she witnessed. She hadn't expected Zeal to have so many hidden tricks up his sleeve. Were these three enormous creatures his spiritual pets? With such formidable spiritual pets, Zeal had certainly concealed his true might quite well. No wonder he had been so confident in insisting on keeping the enemy here. It turned out he had such powerful hidden cards. Various thoughts raced through her mind, but with the attacks of the two Heaven Stage opponents closing in, she had no time for further contemplation. Boom! At this moment, Songyu relaxed a bit. She looked at the approaching assaults, and a cold sparkle flashed in her eyes. She swiftly took action. A battle sword appeared in her hand. With the strength of poison coursing within her, it transformed into streaks of emerald green sword lights. Sizzle! The sword lights were terrifying, and they were imbued with a potent venomous power, causing a sizzling sound upon contact. The assaults from the two Universe Stage opponents began to show signs of dispersing. Their expressions turned solemn, as they hadn't expected this snake woman to possess such strength. It seemed they had underestimated her earlier. In the blink of an eye, the members of the Swift-Wing team seemed completely bewildered by the swift turnaround. No one expected the tables to turn so quickly. They had just appeared confident in their victory, but now it seemed uncertain whether they could prevail against their opponents. These three snake men were outrageously powerful. What's more, this Cosmo Stage snake man had three extremely powerful spiritual beasts. One of them was at the peak of the Imperial level, which was equivalent to the Universe Stage. This was cheating, right? Was this something a native could have? Even the talented students of their stellar academies might not possess three spiritual pets of such immense power. Who are you? The Silverhorn man stared at Wang Tung, his voice cold. He couldn't believe this was a simple native snake man. Not many people in the stellar academies knew about Wang Tung's three spiritual pets. Only the Universe Stage martial warriors he met in the chaotic Uncharted saw Little White and the others. Naturally, those individuals wouldn't go around spreading the news. Hence, these people didn't recognize Wang Tung. I'm just a snakeman whom you all look down upon. Wang Tung replied indifferently. It's impossible. How can native possess such power? The Silverhorn man completely disbelieved his words. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. Either way, you're all going to die, Wang Tung replied. You're too arrogant. The Silverhorn man's eyes shot out a chilling light, extremely cold. Do you think you can win against us just because of three spiritual pets? We'll know after we try. Wang Ting didn't want to waste any more words and charged directly at the Silverhorn man. The Silverhorn man snorted coldly and said, I'd like to see how capable you are. He was unwilling to admit that he might be inferior to a mere Cosmo Stage martial warrior. In that instant, a cold light burst from his eyes, and he pointed his finger at Wang Tung. Fire Silk Finger. A blazing red flame suddenly bellowed out from his fingertip, turning into a pillar of fire, rushing straight towards Wang Tung. Boom! Under this one finger, the void trembled as if it were about to collapse. Wherever the fire passed, the temperature skyrocketed, and the surrounding air distorted. Chapter 1938 Fight. Who are you? 3. Wang Tang's eyes narrowed slightly. In his view, this was secondary. After all, compared to the divine flames he possessed, such temperatures were nothing. The real danger was the faint red radiance hidden within the pillar of fire, almost imperceptible unless carefully observed. Fortunately, Wang Tung had a keen sensitivity to flames, and he instantly detected the danger of this attack. My battle technique is at the Universe Stage. Can you withstand it? The Silverhorn man sneered. Wang Tung sneered in his heart. His gaze flickered and he raised his finger too. He had never lost to anyone in terms of battle techniques. This was just a Universe Stage battle technique. How dare he boast about it? Tyrant's finger. A golden glow condensed in his hand, quickly forming a small golden sphere. Then a narrow but intense golden beam shot out from it. This finger majestic, overpowering. With an unstoppable force, it shot out and collided directly with the opponent's pillar of fire. Boom! A fierce collision occurred between the two beams in midair. Suddenly, a tiny red glow shot out from the fire pillar, resembling a small fire silkworm. It emitted a sharp, piercing sound as it headed towards Wang Teng. Ha! My fire silk finger's true killing power lies in that fire silkworm. The fire silkworm is condensed from the power of the domain. Can a mere Cosmos stage native like you control domain power? The silver-horned man laughed heartily, still filled with a hint of disdain in his words. Boom! As his words fell, a loud rumble erupted from within that tiny golden light beam. A surge of domain power burst forth, transforming into countless sharp intents that swept toward the small fire silkworm. The fire silkworm seemed to emit a mournful cry and instantly disintegrated under the onslaught of these sharp intents. The fire pillar condensed by the silver-horned man also disintegrated in an instant. However, the finger-thin golden light beam shot through the layers of flames and headed straight toward the silver-horned man. How was this possible? The silver-horned man's expression changed. He hurriedly dodged and moved sideways by 3 inches to avoid the attack. Swoosh! However, it was too late. The golden light moved at an incredible speed, piercing through his left shoulder and creating a burst of blood. This was only the surface. Within the wound, countless sharp conchs erupted, ready to engulf his body as if it could destroy everything. The silver-horned man's face changed dramatically, filled with disbelief. He immediately pulled back and hurriedly used his force to push the sharp conchs out of his body. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and take out a healing pill to swallow. 3rd rank metal domain. He stared at Wang Teng with deep apprehension in his eyes. He couldn't believe that this Cosmos stage snakeman actually held such strength. Even at the Cosmos stage, he mastered a 3rd rank domain. Just now, he also used the power of a 3rd rank domain. However, it seemed that the opponent's understanding of the domain power was even more profound and comprehensive than his own. Otherwise, under the same level of domain power, the opponent wouldn't have been able to defeat his domain power so easily. Damn it, I underestimated him. The silver-horned man was filled with regret, but more than that, he was seething with anger. This native dared to harm him. He was seeking death. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he summoned a war spear, and the power of his fire force burst forth, enveloping the spear with boundless flames. Kill! A loud shout erupted from his mouth, and the silver-horned man charged fiercely at Wang Teng. The spear in his hand kept thrusting into the void, transforming countless blazes into serpent-like entities that lunged towards Wang Teng. As these fire serpents moved, the temperature soared rapidly, generating waves of scorching air that twisted the atmosphere. The ground beneath them became scorching hot as the blazes swept across the sand. Wang Teng's eyes flashed with determination. This man's strength was undoubtedly formidable. His previous display of domain power hadn't fully unleashed its potential yet, and Wang Teng couldn't gauge its true extent. He had to be cautious. The man possessed exceptional combat instincts. Even in that situation, he managed to evade crucial attacks. This was a feat not achievable by ordinary martial warriors. Wang Teng never misjudged those stronger than him. He was a heaven-stage martial warrior and a talented student of stellar academies. Wang Teng didn't think that this was all he had. Facing the man's attack, Wang Teng didn't back down. He summoned an ice-blue long spear. This was a universe-level weapon. The universe-level ice element spear was among the treasures left behind by the Flaming River Universe Lord. In the current moment, Wang Teng's ice talent had reached the immortal level, and he held the divine frost physique. He was an extraordinary ice genius. Facing a fire element warrior, he couldn't help but be eager to test the extent to which he could unleash his ice element power. In an instant, an intense chill swept out from Wang Teng, and then, with a step in the void, he morphed into an ice-blue radiance, charging towards the silver-horned man. He thrust his long spear. Universe Stage Ice Battle Technique. Ice Devil Spear. The spear radiance fragmented into countless icy rays, shrouding the entire sky, colliding with the fiery snakes formed by the man's spear in a dazzling display of power. Boom, boom, boom. A violent roar echoed through the sky, resonating endlessly. His ice force, enhanced by his two talents, was exceptionally freezing, surpassing the typical ice element warriors. It swept in all directions, even freezing the silver-horned man's attack. Such intense cold. Song Yu looked at Wang Tong, her eyes filled with amazement. This guy held those unusual flames, and now he displayed such formidable ice element attributes. Coupled with the dominance and sharpness demonstrated earlier, he already wielded 3 different types of elemental forces. Chapter 1939 Fight. Who are you? 4. Was he really from the Snakeman race? This question appeared in her mind again. The members of the Swift-Wing team were astounded too. This Snakeman was a little heaven-defying. Even talented students of the stellar academies like them might not be able to master this kind of ice attribute. Little Qing'er, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. When she heard explanations from Song Yu earlier, she didn't have such deep feelings. Now, seeing Wang Tong in combat, she finally realized how powerful her father truly was. Her eyes showed a mix of confusion and deep amazement. Was this really his daddy? When a person behaves too differently from their usual self, even the closest people could start to doubt if they are the same person. She suddenly remembered Wang Tong's recent behavior, which did seem somewhat different from before. Unless, little Qing'er's face turned pale as if she had realized something but was unwilling to accept that fact. No, she tightly clenched her fist, her gaze fixed firmly on Wang Tong. At this moment, all those fire serpents had been frozen, forming ice sculptures in the sky. A figure surrounded by ice approached slowly. His clothes fluttered without any wind. Wang Tong held his long spear pointing downward. It shimmered with an icy light as if he were preparing a powerful move. It made others uneasy. Is this all the strength you have? Wang Tong spoke calmly. The last time, the circumstances were special, and he got tricked by the other party. But now, from the time of that encounter until the present, his strength had undergone significant changes in a short period. Also, he could release Little White, Elizabeth, and the metal armor flaming scorpion to restrain the other heaven stage martial warriors. He even had the help of Song Yu, a martial warrior at the peak of the heaven stage. In a one-on-one battle, he had no fear of heaven stage martial warriors. This guy, the silver-horned man, hastily retreated, avoiding the chilling cold. His expression fluctuated as he looked at Wang Tong. The extreme cold discomforted him greatly, and he felt a deep sense of apprehension. Wang Tong's words only fueled his frustration and anger. A bitter resentment flashed in his eyes. As a heaven stage martial warrior, being pushed to such an extent by a Cosmo stage native was a great humiliation. Let's see how long your force can hold out. I don't believe that a Cosmo stage martial warrior like you can outlast me. A heaven stage martial warrior. The silver-horned man gritted his teeth. His gaze turned cold. Wang Tong suddenly chuckled. There was an ambiguous smile on his face. When was he ever afraid of having a force showdown? This guy was just too naive. Without further ado, the silver-horned man didn't waste words. His spear erupted once again with flames and the power of domains swirling around it. Wang Tong's expression didn't change. Ice force erupted from his body, and the spear cut through the sky like a dragon. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. The ice-blue power of the ice force clashed continuously with the fiery red power of the fire force. The entire sky seemed to be divided into 2 halves, with ice and fire each occupying one half, creating a spectacular scene. Even the desert on the ground now seemed half charred and half ice encased, giving it an exceptionally strange appearance. The destructive power of their battle was astonishing. The members of the Swift-Wing team were completely stunned by the intensity of their battle. They stared at Wang Tong grimly. They no longer dared to underestimate this so-called native of the Snake Clan. Even those few spiritual pets presented a formidable challenge. With those 3 spiritual pets entangling them, the team members couldn't break free. Otherwise, they could have assisted the Silverhorn Man. Among the three spirit beasts, while two of them were only mid-tier Imperial level, they proved to be quite troublesome, refusing to engage the team members directly, but rather attempting to stall them. Alongside them was an ultimate stage Imperial level spiritual pet that would come to their aid when the mid-tier Imperial level spiritual pets couldn't hold out, making it difficult for the team members to eliminate them. The Snake Woman was powerful too. She managed to hold back two Heaven Stage martial warriors. The sky erupted into a chaotic battle, with intense clashes resonating continuously. The terrifying energy caused the surrounding void to shatter, creating rifts in space. The Silverhorn Man's expression turned ugly when he saw this scene. "It's time to end this," he coldly spoke, releasing an immensely powerful domain energy that emanated in all directions. This unique energy formed into a massive crimson domain, pulling Wang Tung into its midst. "Oh no!" Song Yu looked at the battle between Wang Tung and the Silverhorn Man, her countenance filled with worry. The opponent's domain was extremely powerful. Zeal was indeed strong, but he was only at the Cosmos stage and was likely inferior in terms of domain power compared to the extraterrestrial human. "Haha, that Snakeman native is dead. He actually forced our boss to release his domain," Wright sneered. The other members of the Swiftwing team also wore smirks, seemingly convinced that Wang Tung was bound to lose. Seeing their expressions, Song Ye's countenance grew even more solemn. She became increasingly worried about Wang Tung. Lil Qingyer's face turned slightly pale. She was torn between worrying about her father and the complex feelings of question that had arisen within her. Inside the domain, the Silverhorn Man looked at Wang Tung with boiling murderous intent in his eyes. He spoke slowly. "I have to admit, your power is indeed impressive, but I don't have the patience to wait for you to deplete your energy. So, I will now invite you to your death." Chapter 1940 Fight. "Who are you?" 5 Boom. As his words fell, he waved his spear, and the endless power of flames converged around him, morphing into a terrifying fire behemoth. This fire behemoth was covered in scales and had a single horn on its forehead. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the horn on its forehead was strikingly similar to the silver horn on the Silverhorn Man's forehead. The only difference was that one was made of condensed flames, while the other was a natural feature. 6th rank domain. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. He glanced around him and immediately sensed that his opponent's domain had reached the 6th rank. Roar! The fire behemoth roared, releasing a terrifying pressure. Its cold gaze was fixed on Wang Tung as it rushed straight at him. Wang Tung turned serious. The power of his domain surged forth, morphing into a massive frost domain. An endless force of ice and snow swept across the area, forming a frozen landscape that pushed aside the crimson domain. In an instant, within a radius of several kilometers, everything turned into a world of ice and snow. The scope displayed by this ice domain seemed to be on par with the opponent's crimson domain. The people outside saw this scene and were astounded. This domain, the members of the Swiftwing team were wide-eyed and filled with doubt, as if they saw a ghost. Even Song Yu was appalled. She hadn't expected that Zeal could create an ice domain that could rival the opponent's. In the frost domain, within the ice domain, Wang Tung stood atop the frozen landscape, his appearance returning to its original state. Countless ice and snow surrounded him, making him seem like a king within this frozen realm. Roar! The power of the domain coalesced within the icy landscape, forming a colossal hornless dragon. This wasn't the real ice domain, but a manifestation created through Wang Tung's domain power. The ice hornless dragon was one of the most powerful universe behemoths within the ice element, possessing extraordinary natural talents and a deep connection with the laws of origin in the universe. Transforming his domain power into the appearance of an ice hornless dragon was the most fitting choice. Moreover, he had encountered a real ice hornless dragon before, so he was very familiar with their characteristics. Simulating one was an effortless task for him. The massive ice hornless dragon coiled behind Wang Tong, its colossal icy head slowly emerging and casting a looming presence over him. It was lifelike and appeared majestic. When the opposing fire behemoth saw this colossal dragon, it hesitated for a moment, and its eyes seemed to reveal a trace of human-like fear. However, Wang Tong did not give it the chance to react. "Go!" A cold, resolute voice suddenly resounded throughout the icy world, as if the entire frozen landscape was filled with an aura of chilling determination. "Roar!" The ice hornless dragon roared, and its colossal form turned into a streak of icy blue lightning, swiftly charging towards the fiery behemoth. It carried with it an overwhelming force of ice and snow, ready to confront the fiery behemoth. "Roar!" The fire behemoth, realizing that there was no room for retreat, responded with a resounding roar. Its domain power erupted to its fullest, and within that domain, a mysterious energy seemed to emerge. The power of origin. This was the power of origin of fire. As this terrifying power of origin emanated from the fire behemoth, a hint of tricky appeared in its eyes. It then surged forward once more, meeting the ice hornless dragon head-on. "Oomph!" Wang Tong let out a cold snort, and a peculiar ice-blue pattern flashed in his eyes. Without any visible action, a trace of power of origin surged within the ice hornless dragon. Even before summoning the ice hornless dragon, he had prepared to hide a trace of ice origin power within it. If the opponent only used their domain power, this power of origin wouldn't come into play. However, if the opponent genuinely comprehended the power of origin, this ice origin power would be his ultimate move. Fortunately, he guessed correctly. The Silverhorn Man had indeed comprehended the power of the origin of flame. As expected, the Stellar Academy's students mustn't be underestimated. Unfortunately, just as the other party was planning to catch Wang Tong off his guard, when Wang Tong released his power of origin, the other party had no time to react. Boom! In the next moment, the two colossal creatures collided with a thunderous roar. The power of domains collided. The power of origins collided. All the power at this moment erupted at that focal point, but the struggle between the two forces compressed everything within it. As a result, at the center, a spherical energy field was formed where the conflicting ice and fire energy fiercely eroded and battled against each other, forming a terrifying energy vortex. If it were to explode, it would be extremely horrifying. Fortunately, one of the energies gradually gained the upper hand, overpowering the other. From the outside, it was visible that within the central sphere, the fiery red was being gradually consumed by the icy blue, retreating to one corner. The opposing fire behemoth was also crumbling as the flames on its body were frozen, and its scorching heat was dispersed. Roar! The fire behemoth gave an earth-shattering roar. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying explosion echoed as the energy sphere at the center finally burst open. The power of ice overwhelmed everything as it surged forth, instantly engulfing the fire behemoth. Roar! The fire behemoth let out a final mournful cry, and its colossal form gradually dissipated. From the perspective of onlookers, the fiery domain was also crumbling bit by bit. The power of ice and snow swept over like an unstoppable winter, freezing everything in its path. Chapter 1941, it's debt collection time. One silence. A profound silence fell over the land. The members of the Swiftwing team were left in awe, ceasing their battles and turning their gazes towards the frozen area on the other side. The situation spoke for itself. The Snakeman's domain suppressed their leader's domain. The members of the Swiftwing team were stunned, their scalps tingling, unable to believe what had just transpired. How was this possible? Their leader was a heaven-stage martial warrior, a talented student of stellar academies. How could a Cosmos-stage native like him have a domain stronger than their leaders? Also, they knew that their leader was a genius who grasped the power of origin. The power of origin was the hallmark of a universe-stage martial warrior. Thus, A martial warrior who grasped the power of origin was many times stronger than a martial warrior who didn't. How could this indigenous snakeman surpass their leader, who had mastered the power of origin? The members of the Swiftwing team would never have thought that a snakeman would possess such a powerful power of origin. Even Song Yu, her face concealed behind her veil, couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. She looked toward the frozen area with a shaken heart. Was zeal so powerful? Little Qing clenched her fists tightly. Although she didn't want to see her father in trouble, the more powerful Wang Tung demonstrated himself to be, the more uncertain she felt. A sense of impending doom grew stronger within her. Amidst the stares of everyone, the domain in the sky gradually dissipated, and a figure finally emerged. This figure was dressed in ancient attire, with long black hair flowing freely. From the waist down, his serpentine lower body wrapped and slithered, giving him an otherworldly, godlike appearance. It was Wang Tung, who had reinstated his snakeman's body. At this moment, he still didn't want to reveal his true identity in front of little Qing and the others. The expressions of the members of the Swift Wing team changed again. Their pupils constricted. Wang Tung's appearance shattered their last hope. As expected, the one who lost was their leader. At this moment, they didn't dare to underestimate this snakeman. They treated him as a terrifying presence. There was a frightening ability hidden below his cosmos stage. Wang Tung didn't pay attention to their thoughts. His gaze landed on the frozen sculpture in front of him, and a faint smile curled on his lips. He raised one hand and clenched it tightly. Boom! An explosion occurred. The ice statue exploded abruptly, shattering into countless ice shards that scattered in all directions. Amidst the countless ice fragments, a figure was sent flying. On his body, a set of armor was in tatters, and his body underneath the armor was covered in wounds and blood. Splurt! Under the intense impact of the explosion, the man spurted out several mouthfuls of blood, and his face turned extremely pale. The silver-horned man widened his eyes in astonishment, full of disbelief, as if he was still in shock from the impact of the previous blow. His gaze fixed on Wang Tung in the distance, and his pupils contracted dramatically. In the domain just now, he saw Wang Tung returning to his true form. Now, he had transformed into a snakeman again. This bastard deceived everyone. At this moment, he finally understood why he lost. He recognized Wang Tung. 7th Stellar Academy, Star Rankings Talent, Wang Tung. However, he couldn't understand why this Wang Tung would disguise himself as a snakeman and even be with 2 snake women. Even more puzzling was how this Star Rankings genius could be so incredibly powerful. Didn't he just enter the Stellar Academy? Yet, he was able to defeat an older student like him. This was a little outrageous. Could this be the true strength of a Star Ranking genius? A sense of inexpressible frustration welled up within him, shattering all of his pride into pieces. He had looked down on the natives, but in the face of a genius from the Star Rankings, his arrogance seemed so laughable. This was an enormous blow. At this moment, Wang Tung sneered and suddenly disappeared on the spot. The silver-horned man's face turned pale, and his heart skipped a beat. He knew without a doubt that his opponent wouldn't let him go so easily. But at this moment, he was still being shaken by the violent explosion, and his body was unable to move, let alone dodge. "Leader, be careful!" The members of the Swift Wing team in the distance shouted when they saw this scene. They wanted to rush across to rescue the silver-horned man, but there was no way that Elizabeth and the others would allow them to do so. "Stop them!" Elizabeth, being the most powerful in the small group, naturally took command. Little white and metal armor Flaming Scorpion immediately released their most powerful attacks at the Swift Wing team martial warriors opposite them. Boom! Little White formed 3,000 Blood Crow clones and surrounded the pig-human race martial warrior. Flaming feathers shot out from the Blood Crow clones. The pig-human race martial fighter didn't expect this mid-tier Imperial-level spiritual pet to have such a powerful skill. He had nowhere to hide in front of the flaming feathers. He let out a strange cry, and force surged out of his body, forming a defense shield. Boom, boom, boom. Countless flaming feathers struck the defensive shield, causing it to vibrate and crack. The pig-human race martial fighter was preoccupied and couldn't spare any attention to help his leader. On the other side, the metal armor flaming scorpion erupted, releasing endless green flames and entrapping a member of the Swift-Wing team. Chapter 1942, it's debt collection time. 2. Elizabeth once again condensed a beam of light, locking onto Tang Chung, making him hesitant to make any rash moves. Song Yu managed to hold back the other 2 Heaven Stage martial warriors. The Silverhorn man saw this and fell into despair. Just then, a sonic boom came from behind him. He forcibly turned his head to look and saw that Wang Tung was holding a purple square brick, radiating purple lightning. Its appearance was unclear to those outside, but it was flying straight toward his head. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the Silverhorn man felt a sharp pain in his head, causing him to become dizzy and his vision darkened. Then, a series of crackling sounds followed, and before he could recover from the pain, he experienced the sensation of lightning surging through his brain. One exhilarating feeling. The Silverhorn man rolled his eyes. He shuddered and gradually lost the ability to resist. Wang Tung's movements did not pause as he continued to strike with a lightning slap, venting his pent-up frustration. Bang, 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 swoop. Boom. How dare you sneak an attack on me? Bang, 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 swoop. Boom. How dare you sneak an attack on me? Bang, 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 swoop. Boom. You thought you could use me as a stepping stone and almost killed me by pushing me into the vortex of the airflow. Today, you'll return the favor to all of you. The dull sounds and lightning crackling continued to reverberate in the sky. The voice of Wang Tung echoed in the ears of the Silverhorn man. The Silverhorn man was dizzy, but when he heard Wang Tung's words, he was appalled. It was him. It was that person. The person who was supposed to be dead. The Silverhorn man finally understood why Wang Tung hated them so much. The person whom they used as a stepping stone and pushed into the vortex of the airflow was none other than Wang Tung himself. What kind of luck was this? They had randomly chosen an unlucky person to be their stepping stone, and it turned out to be such a difficult person. If the other party had died in the vortex, it would have been acceptable. A deceased star rankings genius wouldn't pose much of a threat. However, the fact that he didn't die and had come seeking revenge was a completely different story. Now, he finally understood what it felt like to run into a formidable opponent. Wang Tung was an absolute powerhouse. Even if they were Heaven Stage martial warriors, they stood no chance against him. The Silverhorn man wanted to inform his teammates and urge them to flee. Wang Tung's strength was beyond extraordinary. In the previous encounter, Wang Tung had only used one type of force and still managed to defeat him. Rumors had it that Wang Tung possessed not just one, but even more powerful types of forces. Moreover, he had displayed his power of origin earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated. A martial warrior with the power of origin was not someone most of his teammates could contend with. What's more, Wang Tung had 3 powerful spiritual pets and a snake woman at the peak of the Heaven Stage. Hence, he no longer had the confidence to continue fighting. His confidence was completely shattered. Suddenly, he realized that he couldn't speak. His surroundings were locked down by spiritual power, and his voice couldn't escape. Wang Tung's lips curled into a cold smile. He intended to take down each of these individuals, both physically and mentally. It was time to collect his debt. There was no possibility of reconciliation between them. Their enmity was unresolvable. Today, this place would become the burial ground for the members of the Swift-Wing team. The Silverhorn man's eyes finally showed a hint of fear. He saw the murderous intent in Wang Tung's eyes and was further shaken by his helpless situation. Help! He opened his mouth and wanted to plead for help. However, Wang Tung's lightning slap struck down once more, denying him the chance to speak. The members of the Swift-Wing team suddenly found this scene a little familiar. Or had they seen it before? But they couldn't remember. In this chaotic moment, their minds were preoccupied with more pressing matters. Thus, this thought only flashed through their minds, and they didn't pay attention to it anymore. It's time to end this, Wang Tung muttered under his breath, his voice reaching the ears of the silver-horned man and provoking panic to grip him completely. No! A scream erupted from the silver-horned man's mouth. It became his final sound in this world. With his other hand, Wang Tung thrust the ice-blue spear forward, piercing through the silver-horned man's heart. Endless coldness flowed into his body, freezing his vitality and soul. The silver-horned man dead? He stared with wide eyes, filled with unwillingness and regret. All of this was frozen in ice. Wang Tung lifted the silver-horned man's body into the air with a single thrust of his spear, his gaze sweeping over the stunned members of the swift-wing team. The expressions on all their faces froze, replaced by horror. Leader! The few remaining members of the swift-wing team roared in anger, their eyes filled with hatred as they looked at Wang Tung. It's your turn now. Wang Tung's expression turned ice-cold, and he swung his long spear, throwing the silver-horned man's body to the ground with an echoing boom. The body shattered into a pile of ice shards. Then, he rushed forward once more. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as Wang Tung's long spear thrust towards the female martial warrior named Jiangyu. The metal armor, Flaming Scorpion's ability, was still a little weaker. It couldn't hold the other party back anymore. Moreover, the words spoken by this woman earlier had made him extremely disgusted. What did she mean by seductive and cheap goods? Our little Chinger is so pure. How can she be the same as the B** cheese outside? No, that's not the point. The point is, can she insult little Chinger like this? Anger burned in Wang Tung's heart, and he showed no mercy in his attack. His domain power erupted, crashing down on the opponent. Jiang Ye's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect that after dealing with their leader, the first person the opponent would target would be her. However, she quickly sensed that the Snakeman's domain wasn't too powerful. 5th rank domain. Jiang Yu was puzzled. However, she didn't let down her guard. After all, their captain had been defeated by this Snakeman. She composed herself, tightly gripping a war sword in her hand, and unleashed her domain power. Water domain, 6th rank. Ripples that resembled waves spread in all directions, creating a world of water within a radius of hundreds of miles. At this moment, Jiang Yu unleashed her full power without holding back. She comprehended that when a lion hunts a rabbit, it must go all out. Moreover, she felt that she was in a weaker position. There was no doubt about the Snakeman's ability, since he was able to defeat their leader. She might not be his match. Boom! Her sword swung, transforming into countless blue sword lights that surged out from her domain. It was like a curtain of sword rain descending upon Wang Tung. This scene was undoubtedly spectacular, with countless blue sword lights converging together, densely packed like a curtain falling from the sky. They sealed off all directions, making it impossible to avoid. Wang Tung squinted. He activated his 5th rank frost domain to its maximum, and the ice domain appeared again. It circled above his head. Roar! The ice hornless dragon roared, and its massive body swept through the heavens and earth. The countless blue sword lights were instantly frozen in midair, unable to descend any further. How was this possible? Jiang Yu was flabbergasted. She exclaimed, "How can a 5th rank domain be so powerful?" Wang Tung coldly smiled, paying no attention to her. He persisted to unleash the power of ice, and the ice hornless dragon bellowed as it surged towards Jiang Yu. His frost domain had reached the 5th level of the actualization phase. It was many times more powerful than a normal 5th level domain. If not, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the Silverhorn Man's 6th level domain. The higher the level of the domain, the greater the gap. The difference between the 6th rank and the 5th rank was enormous. Fortunately, Wang Tung's frost domain had reached the actualization phase, so he was able to offset this difference. This was why Jiang Yu experienced that his domain was so powerful. At this moment, facing the howling ice hornless dragon, Jiang Ye's expression instantly became extremely solemn, but it seemed she hadn't given up yet. Boom! She suddenly emitted an extremely brilliant green light, and when the power of the ice enveloped her, it suddenly burst forth. Wang Tung squinted. He was surprised. In the frozen area ahead, a dazzling green radiance burst out, and thick branches quickly grew out, breaking through the ice and even entwining around it, provoking the power of the ice to rapidly diminish. Chapter 1943, Ruthless. One after another. 1. Above the icy expanse, numerous thick branches sprouted and entwined over the ice. This scene was truly magnificent. It was as if in the endless world of ice and snow, a sudden burst of green vitality had emerged. It was incredibly strange. Crack. Numerous cracking sounds were heard. The ice entangled by those branches immediately displayed cracks, as if the coldness within had been absorbed, losing its supporting force, and eventually shattered with a resounding crash. It absorbed it. Wang Tung's expression slightly froze, finding it somewhat unbelievable. At this moment, as the ice shattered, surrounded by countless emerald green branches, a figure slowly stepped out from the rear. It was none other than Jiangyu. However, she was vastly different from before at this moment. With branches surrounding her, she appeared like a forest maiden, as if she could control all plant life. This peculiar sensation was incredibly intense. The martial warriors from the Swift-Wing team were stunned. Jiangyu, Wright looked at the sudden emergence of this woman in astonishment, feeling a mixture of familiarity and strangeness. The others felt the same way. This Jiang Yu was completely different from the person they knew normally. Jiang Yu's long, wavy hair swayed as if by an invisible breeze, and she stared at Wang Tung with an icy expression. She spoke, saying, "You can't kill me. Master, this lady is a little troublesome." The metal armor flaming scorpion flew over and lifted Wang Tung, placing him on its head. It stared intently at Jiang Yu as it spoke in a serious tone. "Can't kill you." Wang Tung merely smiled faintly, his face revealing little emotion as he slowly articulated his speculation. "Your ability seems to be some form of wood element power, right? Can you manipulate plants? Do these plants also absorb various forms of energy? Let me guess, your absorption isn't unconditional. Instead, you transfer various forms of energy into the plant bodies, and I assume these plant bodies aren't entirely unaffected." Wang Tung's gaze fell on the plants behind Jiang Yu, the ones that had absorbed the power of the ice earlier. They were slowly wriggling and burrowing beneath the desert. Jiang Yu's expression changed slightly. She had intended to attract the attention of this snakeman and quietly move those ice-absorbing plants underground, allowing them to wither and die on their own. She hadn't expected her plan to be uncovered so quickly. This man had remarkably keen observational skills. If you want to fight, then let's fight. You're only at the Cosmos stage. I don't assume that your force will still support you after experiencing a battle. Jiang Yu didn't respond to Wang Tung's words, and her gaze turned cold suddenly. Boom! Without making any visible movements, the branches abruptly surged towards Wang Tung from all directions. Wang Tung's expression remained unchanged as he stood on the back of the metal armor flaming scorpion, calmly watching the sweeping branches. The ice-blue long spear in his hand had already disappeared. "Daddy!" Little Qinger's expression changed slightly when she saw this scene. She couldn't help but worry for him. Until his true identity was confirmed, she still regarded him as her father, and she was always concerned. Song Yu, on the other hand, had a subtle change in expression, seemingly thinking of something. Her gaze turned toward the woman. There was a mocking grin at the corner of her mouth. "Die!" Jiang Yu shouted loudly, and her beautiful face was now filled with chilling, murderous intent. Her hidden strength had been completely forced out by this snakeman, so he must die today. Boom! Suddenly, on the ground, numerous twigs broke through the sand and shot up like they were growing from beneath the earth. In an instant, the area around Wang Tung was completely sealed off. All eyes were drawn to this situation, and everyone closely monitored what was happening. The members of the Swift-Wing team could not help but feel nervous. Jiang Yu's sudden outburst gave them a glimmer of hope. If Jiang Yu could defeat the enigmatic and formidable snakeman, their current impasse might be broken, and they might even have a chance to escape. But if Jiangyu were to lose, they would be in an even worse situation, as they had lost another Heaven Stage martial warrior. It could be said that Jiangyu was now their only hope. In an instant, countless twigs arrived near Wang Teng, converging into a massive sphere that enveloped both Wang Teng and the enormous physique of his metal armor, Flaming Scorpion. Boom! Countless twigs tightened inwards, releasing a terrifying force, as if they were trying to crush everything inside into oblivion. Jiang Ye's eyes flickered with joy, as if she could already see Wang Teng's impending demise. The martial warriors from the Swift Wing team were elated too. Even Tang Cheng, the divine spirit master who had always been composed, had a slight glint in his eyes and a subtle change in his expression. Song Ye's expression grew more solemn as she closely watched the spherical mass formed by the plant matter. The sphere wasn't just an ordinary physical attack. What was more terrifying was the power of domain contained within it. Everyone present could feel an extremely powerful domain power emanating from the round ball. Jiangyu had thoroughly compressed her domain power within the sphere. Judging from the fluctuations, it was at least a 6th-rank domain. Chapter 1944 Ruthless. One after another. 2. The power of an attack compressed in such a manner was absolutely terrifying. What was even more astonishing was that this domain was different from the water element domain she had used earlier. It was a completely different type of domain. Jiang Yu astonishingly wielded 2 incredibly powerful domains. From this perspective, her strength was no less than the Silverhorn Man from earlier. However, the Silverhorn Man grasped the power of origin, making him a formidable opponent. At this moment, Jiang Yu only had one advantage. She was betting that Wang Teng had already expended too much of his strength in his previous battle against the Silverhorn Man. She was taking a gamble. She bet that Wang Teng would not be able to unleash the same level of power that had defeated the Silverhorn Man. After all, he was only a Cosmo Stage martial warrior, and Jiang Yu did not believe that a Cosmo Stage martial warrior could compete in a battle of endurance with a Heaven Stage martial warrior. But before she could revel in her anticipation, Jiang Ye's expression changed dramatically. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Boom! A thunderous, earth-shaking explosion suddenly erupted. In the massive spherical mass ahead, dazzling streaks of green light burst forth, as if a green sun had been trapped within and was now finally about to explode. As the green light radiated out, clumps of green flames also burst forth from the cracks in the spherical mass, violently igniting on the surface of the branches. Plant-based organisms were highly flammable, and when they encountered celestial flames, they turned into fuel impossible to control. Jiang Ye's expression changed rapidly as she attempted to control her power of domain to extinguish the green flames. But it seemed to be in vain. Boom! In the next moment, a frightening explosion resounded through the sky, drowning out all other sounds in the vicinity. Startled, everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the noise, their expressions filled with profound shock. A column of green fire abruptly shot up from the spherical mass formed by the plant matter, reaching nearly to the heavens, a truly spectacular sight, as if connecting heaven and earth. Simultaneously, an incredibly scorching heat swept out, distorting the surrounding air. Viewed from a distance, it gave rise to a surreal and unreal sensation. The members of the Swift Wing team stared with wide eyes, speechless, as they watched the column of green fire, completely at a loss for words. Jiang Ye's domain shattered, and she abruptly spat out a large mouthful of blood, her complexion rapidly paling. Impossible! A piercing and sharp scream escaped her lips, even more hysterical and incredulous than when her water element domain was broken. However, she wasn't foolish. Faced with this situation, she had no intention of continuing the fight. She quickly retreated. Boom! A figure carrying an endless sea of green blaze surged forward. The flames coalesced into a fist imprint, striking towards Jiang Yu. 5-element fist. Fire, fist imprint. Jiang Ye's pupils constricted. She gritted her teeth and activated all the forces in her body. They congregated into multiple blue palm prints and shot out. Confronted with the scorching and relentless flames, her wood element attacks were completely ineffective. Only water element attacks had any hope of resisting. However, she was now exceedingly weakened, and even her water element palm imprints were not a match for the fiery assault. Furthermore, her combat techniques were only at the heaven stage, a substantial gap compared to Wang Tang's five elements fist. Boom! In an instant, several palm imprints shattered, collapsing into numerous blue specks of light that dissipated into the air. Meanwhile, Wang Tang had simply thrown a punch. The fire fist imprint was like a bulldozer, smashing through the broken water element palm imprints and striking fiercely at Jiang Yu. Bang! Jiang Yu's delicate form was instantly sent flying by the punch, crashing heavily onto the ground. Wang Tang showed no mercy. Ah! A piercing, wailing scream echoed as Jiang Yu's body created a deep crater in the desert when it slammed into the ground. She sprang out violently, disheveled. She looked at Wang Tang with eyes that resembled the gaze of a vengeful spirit. "Why are you shouting? You sound so horrible." Wang Tang snorted. With a swift movement, he appeared right above Jiang Yu's head and released his fist imprint again. Jiang Yu was completely caught off guard by his ruthless aggression, and before she could react, the green fist imprint descended from above her. The bitterness in her eyes turned into pure terror, but her current state left her incapable of evading such a powerful attack. She could only watch helplessly as the fist imprint bore down on her. Boom! Jiang Yu was once again smashed into the sandy soil, her entire body sprawling unceremoniously in the massive sand pit, struggling to get back on her feet. The members of the Swift-Wing team. This snakeman was ruthless. Jiang Yu was the only lady on their team. How could the opponent hit her so ruthlessly? Song Yu, Little Qing. Even Song Yu and Little Qing found Wang Tang's actions rather brutal. How could he be so ruthless toward a lady? Despite the woman's previous disdainful remarks towards the two of them, even calling them seductive and cheap, seeing her beaten to such an extent made their mouths twitch involuntarily. They didn't know that Zeal was someone willing to be so ruthless against a woman. As for Little Qing, she had even more reason to believe that Wang Tang was not her father. This father must be a fake. Inside the sand pit, Jiang Yu struggled to climb to her feet, but she was in intense pain. Her battle armor had already shattered, exposing a lot of exposed flesh. However, her flesh had nothing enticing about it. Under the searing green flames, it had turned black, resembling a charred pork belly. Chapter 1945 Ruthless. One after another. 3. Wang Tang descended from the sky. The lightning slap appeared in his hand. It was enveloped in crackling lightning, and he directed it towards Jiang Yu's forehead. Bang, 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 swoop. Boom! A dull thud accompanied by electric crackles reverberated throughout the area. The muscles on the faces of the members of the Swift-Wing team twitched uncontrollably. They couldn't bear to look at them anymore. The familiar sensation was growing stronger. They just couldn't make the immediate connection between the snakeman and the prodigy from the Stellar Academies. Swoosh! At this moment, a faint sonic boom was heard. No one noticed the sudden threat, as they were still absorbed in Wang Tang's relentless assault on Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, the divine spirit master Tang Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile. His eyes sparkled with a glaring light. Wang Tang immediately felt a sense of impending danger, his scalp prickling as if something terrifying was attacking from behind. His gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he activated the space flash. The space in front of him immediately rippled, almost simultaneously. A golden light flashed from the spot where he had been standing, piercing through Wang Tang's heart. The icy gleam in Tang Cheng's eyes became obvious, and the curve of his lips became even more pronounced. He had fully revealed his sinister fangs. Elizabeth, who was opposite him, finally noticed something amiss. Her expression changed entirely. "You have a death wish." Elizabeth was furious. She hadn't expected this divine spirit master to launch a sneak attack on her master right under her nose. Her heart was filled with both shock and anger, and her eyes blazed with killing intent. She couldn't help but blame herself for being too careless, allowing such a mistake to occur and putting her master in a dire situation. "Ha ha! Your master is dead." Tang Qing couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. From the beginning, he had been looking for an opportunity to strike and eliminate the snakemen through a sneak attack. The opponent's strength far exceeded their expectations, and he had no choice but to find a breakthrough using such methods. They had already lost two powerful Heaven Stage martial warriors. They weren't the other party's match. Seeing the endless array of the opponent's abilities, he didn't dare to entertain even the slightest glimmer of hope that the opponent would exhaust his force and become powerless to fight. Judging from the opponent's appearance, that was an almost impossible scenario. Fortunately, such an opportunity had finally presented itself. Just as their opponent was savoring the fruits of victory, he seized the chance to unleash his long-concealed killing move. He believed that no matter how powerful the snakeman was, he would definitely die under his attack. He had used this move many times in the past and had never failed. No matter what, this snakeman man was just a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. He had observed earlier that the opponent's strength was indeed significant, but defeating a Heaven Stage martial warrior was not as effortless as it might have appeared. When he defeated their captain in Jiangyu, the snakeman exerted his full power without holding back. His killing technique, when used against Heaven Stage martial warriors who were unprepared, could effortlessly slay them. Thus, this snakeman had no chance of escaping. However, "You're celebrating too early." At that moment, a mocking voice entered Tang Cheng's ears. Tang Cheng's expression slightly changed as he realized something was amiss. His strike hadn't landed on anything real, but had passed through something illusory. The emptiness caused his expression to freeze. A sinister premonition crept into his heart. Elizabeth gazed at him with a trace of scorn. She knew her master's methods too well. Such an attack might work against ordinary warriors, but against her master, it was nothing more than a futile endeavor. As expected, Wang Tung's shape vanished from its original location, and the golden light only pierced through a fleeting afterimage. In the next moment, Wang Tung's figure reappeared 3 meters away, his gaze fixed on Tang Cheng. A cold expression appeared on his face. He originally planned to deal with this divine spirit master last, but since he was seeking death, he would fulfill his wish. When Tang Cheng saw the look in Wang Tung's eyes, his heart sank. He felt as though he were being hunted by a terrifying beast. The two men locked eyes. Wang Tung extended his palm and suddenly made a throat-slashing gesture. Tang Cheng's expression darkened. He was threatened. But he had to admit that the threat from the snakeman made him feel uneasy. A sense of panic had taken root in his heart. This feeling left him frustrated and ashamed. He was a Heaven Realm Divine Spirit mentor, but he was feeling anxious because of a threatening gesture from the Cosmos Stage snakeman. This was absurd. Wang Tung approached Jiangyu step by step. She was not completely unconscious yet, trying to get up, but the intense pain all over her body made her collapse. She saw Wang Tung approaching, his expression devoid of emotion. It sent a chill of fear through her. "Don't kill me," Jiangyu pleaded, using both her hands to move backward. "Safe journey," Wang Tung stated indifferently. He produced a sword in his palm and made a gentle swipe. Swoosh! A spray of blood blossomed at Jiangyu's neck. This Heaven Stage genius with 2 talents met her end in an instant. In her eyes, there was profound unwillingness and resentment as she stared fiercely at Wang Tung. Eventually, her gaze dissipated. Chapter 1946, Ruthless. One after another. 4. Tang Cheng gripped his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot. This snakeman did this on purpose. It must be on purpose. The opponent was clearly mocking him. He was using his teammate's life to taunt him. Tang Cheng felt a shiver down his spine, and he couldn't control the cold sweat oozing from his palms. Heaven Stage martial warriors rarely experienced such physical reactions as sweating in response to stress, But at this moment, he couldn't help it. Damn it! Right, and the other 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors saw this scene, and their expressions turned even uglier. Elizabeth, you go help them deal with the others. Don't spare anyone. Wang Tung spoke, instructing Elizabeth. Yes. Elizabeth gave a sympathetic look to the human in front of her. Once her master set his sights on someone, that person's fate wouldn't be any better than the previous 2. She didn't waste any more time on this person and turned around, flying toward the battle involving Little White. With Elizabeth's involvement, the pig-human race martial warrior, who was already overwrought by Little White, turned paler. He was already having a hard time dealing with one spiritual pet. He cursed it many times in his heart just now. Now, another ultimate stage Imperial-level star beast was joining in. They were determined to push him into a desperate situation. He had already contemplated retreat, but his opponent didn't give him a chance to escape. The Swift-Wing team, except for Tang Cheng, had only 3 people left. Their formation had no advantage, and they were already in a losing position. The remaining team members had lost their will to fight and were focused solely on escaping the battlefield and leaving this place of despair and impending death. Now, it's time to settle our score properly. Wang Tung's figure floated up and stopped in front of Tang Cheng, saying calmly. Tang Cheng furrowed his brows. He thought that Wang Tung was referring to the sneak attack earlier, so he didn't pay it much attention. His gaze stayed fixed on Wang Tung, and he replied, Do you think you can kill me? Let me see how strong a Heaven Realm Divine Spirit Master is today. Wang Tung said. He had been curious about the extent of his spiritual power all along. While it was confirmed that his spiritual power had reached the cosmos realm, when he was at the celestial stage, he had accumulated an immense amount of spiritual power. His spiritual power had become many times denser compared to the average person. Among cosmos realm divine spirit masters, he was undoubtedly able to dominate, with no real contenders. Therefore, it was only a heaven realm divine spirit master could be used to gauge his strength in the realm of spiritual power. Arrogant, Tang Cheng snorted and said, There is an insurmountable gap between divine spirit masters and martial warriors. Boom! With those words, a powerful surge of spiritual power erupted from within him, forming waves that seemed to crash like tides, roaring and surging toward Wang Tung. Wang Tung hovered in place, making no attempt to evade the incoming assault. Tang Cheng's eyes flickered with satisfaction. This snakeman was acting overly arrogant, choosing to confront him, a divine spirit master, head-on. He saw a chance in this. However, at this moment, boom! A 9-level pagoda flew out from Wang Tung's body and floated above his head. The pagoda appeared to be only palm-sized at first, but it instantly expanded countless times, transforming into a massive structure that floated above Wang Tung's head. Boom! The pagoda radiated a dazzling golden light, dazzlingly bright, and an overwhelmingly majestic spiritual power surged from it. Tang Cheng's expression changed suddenly, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. Boom! The 2 invisible spiritual powers collided in the void, erupting with a terrifying explosion. Spiritual energy rippled through the space, forming waves that expanded in all directions. Chapter 1947 Phoenix Golden Featherblade. 1 in the sky. The invisible clash of spiritual power surged forth, and even the onlookers felt the intense waves it generated. The shock waves produced by the collision of these 2 spiritual forces continued to ripple through the surrounding space. The space couldn't withstand the pressure and finally cracked. Boom! Finally, at the epicenter of their spiritual power clash, it seemed that the spiritual forces had reached a certain limit. With a deafening roar, they erupted into an explosion. 2 figures were sent hurtling through the air, propelled by the impact of their spiritual power confrontation, traveling several thousand meters before they could manage to halt their momentum. Tang Cheng stared at Wang Tung grimly. A look of disbelief still lingered in his eyes as they remained firmly fixed on the golden 9-level pagoda floating above Wang Tung's head. A thought flashed through his mind. Buddha's Sutra. He squeezed the words out of his mouth in disbelief. As a divine spirit master, he was familiar with the renowned Buddhist Sutra. The mystique of the Buddha's sutra lies in its origin and cultivation techniques, and its reputation is quite remarkable. Especially among divine spirit masters, it held an even more exalted status that was hard to imagine. Many divine spirit masters were aware of the existence of the Buddhist Sutra, and even self-proclaimed talents who considered themselves powerful were eager to try and practice it. Everyone knew how powerful the Buddhist Sutra was. It was said that by cultivating it, one could refine their spiritual power to an extraordinary level. Furthermore, it offers immense potential. The only problem was that the Buddhist Sutra was a little mysterious. Ordinary people cannot easily find this extraordinary scripture. But at this moment, the legendary Nine Treasures Pagoda appeared right in front of Tang Chung. He suppressed the tempest of emotions inside and observed carefully. Finally, he confirmed that the appearance of this golden pagoda matched the legendary description precisely. How could he not be astounded? It was even more astonishing than discovering that Wang Tong was a divine spirit master. Who was this snakeman? This snakeman wasn't just a formidable martial warrior, but also a divine spirit master who had practiced the legendary Buddha Sutra. All of this had shrouded him in a layer of profound mystery, making it difficult for anyone to see the complete picture. Behind this shroud of uncertainty, what kind of being was he? At this moment, Tang Cheng's mind was filled with countless questions, and his expression was one of incredulity. The members of the Swift-Wing team in the distance were equally astounded. This snakeman was also a divine spirit master. Frightening. This was horrifying. How many more hidden abilities did this snakeman have? They felt a sense of despair. They were already at a disadvantage. So when they saw Wang Tong releasing such powerful spiritual power, they felt even more hopeless. Sang Yu and little Qing'er swapped glances with each other, growing more suspicious by the moment. How could Zeal possess such powerful spiritual power? While rare, the Snake Hurry did have divine spirit masters, so they knew about them. Hence, they were well conscious of what being a divine spirit master entailed. Each divine spirit master was exceptionally strong, and if a divine spirit master appeared among the snake men, they would receive special training and a high position. However, Zeal had never displayed this talent. It was almost inconceivable. How could someone who has lived among them for so many years hide so deeply? Wang Tong stood in the air with the Nine Treasures Pagoda floating above his head. He looked at Tang Chung with a serious expression. He looked at Tang Chung in the distance, his expression growing slightly serious. Heaven Realm Divine Spirit Masters were indeed incredibly powerful. If he hadn't directly utilized the Nine Treasures Pagoda earlier, he probably wouldn't have been able to easily withstand the spiritual pressure from Tang Chung. The Nine Treasures Pagoda had condensed his spiritual power to an extreme level, and combined with Wang Tong's already robust spiritual power, it barely allowed him to withstand the spiritual pressure of a Heaven Realm Divine Spirit Master. What Buddhist Sutra? Why don't I know what you're saying? Wang Tong looked at the other party and asked curiously, Actually, to be honest, I cultivate the Pagoda Demon Suppression Scripture. Tang Chung was evidently stupefied. To hell with the Pagoda Demon Suppression skill. Did he think he was blind? How could he not know what the Nine Treasures Pagoda formed from the Buddhist Sutra looked like? Wait, could it be that this snakeman didn't know about the Buddha's Sutra and mistook it for some kind of Pagoda Demon Suppression skill? In an instant, Tang Cheng's mind raced with assumptions, and a trace of disdain curled his lips. As expected of a native, they didn't even know what the Buddha's Sutra was. He had a treasure, but he didn't know it. What a joke. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed past his eyes. The other party didn't know what Buddha's Sutra was. Did that mean that he didn't know how substantial this scripture was? If that were the case, Tang Chung saw an opportunity to manipulate the situation and make the Buddha's Sutra his own. Greed flickered in Tang Cheng's eyes. His covetousness overshadowed even the life-threatening situation he was in. At a subconscious level, he might believe that he was still more substantial than this snakeman divine spirit master, and he wouldn't lose. In the next moment, the fire of determination blazed in Tang Cheng's eyes, and his spiritual power began to permeate the surrounding sky. Swoosh! Simultaneously, a subtle sonic boom resonated in the void. Wang Tang's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly evaded. Chapter 1948 Phoenix Golden Featherblade 2. A golden ray of light pierced through the space where he was originally standing. It was the same one that had previously ambushed him. Wang Tang immediately activated his real eye to identify the source of the golden light. He finally saw its true form. This was a weapon resembling the feathers of a bird. The weapon was entirely golden, with a sharp pointed head and surrounded by bird-like barbs. This spiritual kinesis weapon was quite special. Before he could think further, the golden ray of light made a sharp turn in midair and swiftly followed Wang Tang, closing in at lightning speed. Wang Tang's eyes flickered, and with a wave of his hand, spiritual power surged forth, emitting a series of icy flashes. Clang, clang, clang. In a few crisp sounds, Wang Tang's flying daggers were directly severed by the golden ray of light, which left him quite surprised. While his flying daggers were not particularly special spiritual weapons, their quality reached the heaven level, yet they were destroyed so easily. This was beyond his expectations. Spiritual weapons were generally quite rare, especially those that weren't mass-produced. Otherwise, Anlan wouldn't have gone to great lengths to employ him, a Grandmaster blacksmith, to forge the Thousand Armaments Vessel. The Thousand Armaments Vessel was a powerful heaven-level spiritual weapon. Conventional and mass-produced heaven-level spiritual weapons wouldn't possess the same level of power as the Thousand Armaments Vessel. What is that weapon? Wang Tang was astounded. Suddenly, he remembered that the golden crescent blade was destroyed by a golden light. Could this be the same item? An ordinary spiritual weapon can't stand against my Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. Tang Cheng, seeing Wang Tang's astonishment, gloated. Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. Wang Tang's eyes lit up. He muttered to himself, so this weapon is called the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. Quite an imposing name, I must say. Swoosh! The sound of breaking air echoed again. Guided by Tang Cheng, the golden light shot towards Wang Tang's vital points with a cunning angle. As a heaven-realm divine spirit master, he had impeccable control over spiritual weapons. Wang Tang squinted when he saw the power of the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. He didn't dare to confront it head-on and immediately activated his light bolt skill. His body transformed into a white light as he evaded the golden light's pursuit. However, under Tang Cheng's control, even though Wang Tang used light bolt to move at a tremendous speed, the golden light closely followed him, not giving up. This won't work. Wang Tang's expression became more serious. He hadn't expected that his opponent possessed such a powerful weapon, and it put him in a difficult situation. But he wasn't one to passively accept his fate. His eyes gleamed with determination as he considered a counter-strategy. All right, Void Mayflies. He couldn't get close to the other party, so he could only use his Void Mayflies. In an instant, numerous dots of light floated out from his forehead, accompanied by his spiritual power. Amid Tang Cheng's golden spiritual energy, they remained incredibly concealed. These dots of light silently dispersed into the sky. They appeared briefly and then vanished. Wang Tang had imbued them with space force, and they instantly disappeared into the spaces between dimensions, stealthily moving closer to Tang Cheng. Tang Cheng's spiritual power was spread all around, forming something akin to absolute perception in the space surrounding him. However, Wang Tang's void had completely slipped into the crevices of space, so they were beyond his detection. That was why the other party didn't notice anything amiss. At this moment, Tang Cheng seemed to be growing impatient. Wang Tang's speed had taken him by surprise. His Phoenix Golden Feather Blade was extremely fast. The average warrior wouldn't be able to keep up with its speed. However, Wang Tang's speed was so fast that even the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. This was unbelievable. Oomph. A snort came out of his mouth. Suddenly, two more streaks of golden light shot out from the right and left of Wang Tang, aiming for his head and heart. The three golden streaks formed a triangular pattern, blocking the three most critical points on Wang Tung's body. Getting hit by these golden streaks would, at the very least, result in severe injury, if not death. Wang Tung was shocked. He didn't think that there would be more than one Phoenix golden feather blade. However, he reacted quickly and released his spiritual power, forming two spiritual shields in front of him. Spiritual shield. He had already become highly proficient in this skill and was capable of invoking it instantly. In the next moment, those two streaks of golden light fiercely struck the spiritual shields, causing them to ripple and crack. The Phoenix golden feather blade was so sharp that even a shield formed from supernatural power couldn't block it. Wang Tung, however, remained unfazed and simply passed through the gap between the two shields. Bang! Bang! The two shields behind him shattered instantly. As it turned out, Wang Tung had not used too much spiritual power to condense the two shields. He only needed to block the two golden lights for a moment. This way, he could conserve his supernatural power to the maximum extent. Tang Qing's expression changed. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to kill the snakeman even after using 3 of his Phoenix golden feather blades. Moreover, 2 of his attacks were blocked. The opponent's tenacity far exceeded his imagination. At this moment, the third streak of golden glow was still closely following behind. Wang Tung's eyes flashed, and a purple light flew from his hand to intercept the third streak of gilded light. Clang! A metallic vibration resounded. The streak of gilded glow solidly landed on the purple light, and surprisingly did not slash through it, but was intercepted and stopped. Chapter 1949 Phoenix Golden Featherblade 3. Oh my God! Tang Qing's eyes filled with an incredulous look as if he had realized something extraordinary. The familiar feeling of that purple light finally clicked. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Tang Qing finally remembered where this sense of familiarity came from. He recalled when they had just arrived on this planet and encountered a terrifying atmospheric disturbance. Back then, he was forced to drag someone down with him into the predicament. At that time, the other party used a purple light to block his Phoenix golden feather blade. During that peculiar situation, he didn't have the luxury to think much, but afterward he still found it incredibly puzzling. The fact that the purple light could block his Phoenix golden feather blade meant it was definitely no ordinary weapon. He even secretly investigated the surroundings later, but didn't find any matching purple light. Eventually, he gave up. Now, in this very place, he saw a highly similar streak of purple light. At this moment, Tang Qing couldn't help but widen his eyes as he gazed at the snakeman in front of him. What was going on? Could it be that this person is the unfortunate individual they had pulled into that predicament? But wait, he was a native snakeman. How could he be the same person? Countless questions swirled in his mind, making him utterly perplexed. Just then, Wang Tung turned his gaze toward Tang Qing, his eyes icy and a golden gleam flashing in his eyes. Experience the anger of the void mayflies. Tang Qing's expression changed slightly as he felt the looming crisis. He didn't know what the anger of the void mayflies was, but he knew that it wasn't a good thing. In a hurry, he attempted to retreat, but was already too late. Countless tiny dots of light suddenly appeared all around him, then exploded with a deafening roar. Boom! 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 An intense spiritual power surged forth. The spiritual attacks hidden in the void mayflies exploded. They included spiritual spikes, the spiritual illusion skill, and the spiritual missile skill. All of them swept towards Tang Qing. This complex and numerous array of attack methods left Tang Qing in a state of panic. He had to continuously mobilize his spiritual power to create protective barriers around him to defend against the countless spiritual assaults. However, ordinary spiritual defenses could block spiritual spikes and spiritual missiles, but were ineffective against spiritual illusion. Spiritual illusion directly affected his mind, creating illusions that were indistinguishable from reality. What's more, this illusion was too interesting. Numerous naked beauties appeared in front of him, enticing and beguiling. However, every one of them had their backs turned to him. They were covered in semi-transparent garments that added an aura of mystery, making them utterly irresistible. It was a well-known fact that the more elusive something appeared, the more difficult it was to resist. This scene was enough to make even someone as strong-willed as Tang Cheng's blood boil. It wasn't a matter of his willpower. His body reacted naturally. However, in the next moment, all those alluring women turned around, revealing unattractive and muscular men with distinct male features. The contrast between the front and back was stark. In reality, this might be impossible, but within the illusion, everything was possible. So what if it was beautiful women from behind and burly men in the front? Even if they're monsters in the front, it shouldn't be an issue. Anything could happen. Tang Cheng, upon seeing this, widened his eyes and almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. He was left utterly flabbergasted. Oh no! Finally, he realized that he was in an illusion. With a sense of urgency, he immediately activated his spiritual power, forcefully breaking through the illusion. But when he regained his senses, Wang Tung's attack was already upon him. Tang Cheng gazed up, and his pupils constricted intensely. He saw the 9-level pagoda pressing down from above his head, and his expression turned extremely horrified. At this moment, he had no time to evade and could only watch as the 9-story pagoda came crashing down. Overwhelmed with shock, Tang Cheng unleashed his spiritual power with all his might, surging toward the sky. Boom! The spiritual power turned into a beam of golden light and fired towards the pagoda. The two of them collided violently in midair. The golden pillar of light trembled continuously as if it couldn't withstand the impact of the 9 Treasures Pagoda. Wang Tung's 9 Treasures Pagoda was forged with 2 divine hammers and refined hundreds of times, and it contained spiritual power far beyond what an ordinary cosmos-real divine spirit master could wield. Thus, even if he was facing a heaven realm divine spirit master, he still had the ability to fight with him. However, under Tang Cheng's intense control, his spiritual power surged continuously from within, merging into the golden pillar, supporting it in its battle against the 9 Treasures Pagoda. The strength of heaven realm spiritual power became evident in its exceptional endurance. The two of them found themselves at a standstill. One continued to control the descending pagoda, while the other guided the golden pillar of spiritual power, forcefully pushing it into the sky. Wang Tung had anticipated this situation, and his body had already vanished into the void. He used his skill ability. Space ripples spread, and he reappeared instantly behind Tang Cheng, letting out a furious roar. Divine Sonic Wave. Soundwave Spirit Battle Technique. The spiritual power shockwaves entered Tang Cheng's ears, inducing his expression to change drastically. Under the influence of the divine sonic wave, his consciousness instantly entered a slow state, and the spiritual power he had been gathering into a pillar became instantly unstable. Chapter 1950 Phoenix Golden Featherblade. 4 Boom. The next moment, the golden light pillar collapsed and shattered into countless golden specks. The 9 Treasures Pagoda descended without giving the other party a chance to react. Boom! The massive pagoda pressed down fiercely on top of Tang Cheng's head, resulting in a resounding crash. In the presence of the enormous 9 Treasures Pagoda, Tang Cheng's body appeared exceedingly feeble and crashed into the sandy ground below. The sand around them soared into the sky, obscuring everything at the center. Only the colossal golden pagoda remained standing within, with its top still visible. Far away, the remaining 3 members of the Swift-Wing team gazed in shock at the scene. This snakeman possessed such powerful divine spirit master skills. Even Tang Cheng was suppressed. In 3 different battles, this snakeman displayed various incredible abilities, eliminating one powerful member of their team after another. He seemed like an endless well of power, constantly surprising and surpassing their expectations. Song Yu and Little Qing had incredibly complex expressions on their faces, unsure of how to describe their emotions. They couldn't be certain if the person before them was truly Zeal. There were too many mysteries surrounding this individual. Wang Tung descended from the sky. The metal armor flaming scorpion flew over, allowing Wang Tung to land on it. It smiled and flattered him. Master, you're so impressive. This Heaven Realm Divine Spirit Master is no match for you. You're amazing. Wang Tung paid no heed to this flattery and instead looked at the suppressed Tang Chung in front of him, his brows furrowing deeply. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. All the dust in the surroundings was forcefully pushed aside, and from the center of it all, a golden sphere burst out from beneath the tower. The Nine Treasures Pagoda was pushed up continuously. The golden sphere grew larger and gradually transformed into a massive sphere, completely lifting the Nine Treasures Pagoda. In fact, the size of this golden sphere surpassed that of the Nine Treasures Pagoda, covering an area of tens of thousands of meters. Oh no! The metal armor flaming scorpion cried out. Wang Tung's expression also changed slightly, and without much thought, he immediately retracted the Nine Treasures Pagoda. With a flash of golden light, the Nine Treasures Pagoda shrank to a much smaller size and penetrated his forehead. Boom! Meanwhile, an explosion occurred as a terrifying energy exploded out from the golden sphere, radiating in all directions. Within that energy, there was a formidable domain power spreading. This golden sphere was the domain created by Tang Chung, and it was a spiritual domain. Wang Tung's expression became grave. He hadn't anticipated that Tang Chung would be this formidable and tricky to deal with. Even his Nine Treasures Pagoda couldn't completely suppress him. The power of the Nine Treasures Pagoda shouldn't be underestimated, but the vast difference in their strengths might be the reason he couldn't fully suppress Tang Chung. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the golden domain expanded rapidly, pulling Wang Tung and the metal armor, flaming scorpion inside. Wang Tung didn't resist. He wanted to see what Tang Cheng's spiritual domain looked like. If he could gain something from it, that would be the best outcome. It had been a while since Wang Tung had improved his spiritual domain. His black metal domain was only at the 4th rank. If he didn't raise it, it wouldn't be able to catch up with the other domains. He was not concerned about his safety. No matter how strong Tang Cheng's domain was, he could easily break through it using his most powerful techniques to ensure his safety. As they penetrated the golden domain, the environment changed dramatically. Inside the sphere, golden light filled the area, and golden mist wafted about, creating a peculiar and mystical atmosphere. You are very confident. You penetrated my domain voluntarily. A cold voice came from within the mist. Wang Tung turned toward the source of the voice and saw Tang Chung slowly materializing before him, gazing down at him from a higher vantage point. It's just a domain. Why won't I dare to enter? Wang Tung replied calmly. Arrogant. Tang Chung snorted. Whether it's arrogance or not, you'll find out soon enough, Wang Tung said calmly. Tang Chung was confused. He stared at Wang Tung intently and asked the biggest question in his heart. Tell me, who are you? Why don't you take a guess? Wang Tung suddenly wore a somewhat mischievous smile and chuckled at his opponent. Tang Chung, guess your head. He never expected that in such a tense and serious situation, his opponent would still have the spirit to joke around. However, his expression seemed a little out of place when compared to his snakeman appearance. This snakeman wasn't who he seemed to be. It was as though there was another person hidden beneath that exterior. Tang Chung coldly stared at Wang Tung and finally voiced his speculation. You're the unlucky guy we dragged into this mess. Unlucky guy? Wang Tung couldn't help but exploded into hearty laughter. But as he laughed, his expression turned cold. You guys are quite audacious, but soon enough, it'll make you realize who the real unlucky one is. It's really you. Tang Chung, upon hearing Wang Tung's words, was now certain of his suspicion and exclaimed in astonishment. Whether it's me or not, what does it matter? In the end, all of you will die, Wang Tung replied with his usual calm demeanor. Chapter 1951 Phoenix Golden Featherblade. 5 You. Tang Cheng's inner turmoil continued. Now he finally understood why this snakeman wanted them to die. He realized that their leader must have known this astonishing information, which was why he had shown that peculiar look in the end, as if he had something to say but couldn't. Gasp! As these memories rushed through his mind, Tang Cheng's scalp went numb, and he couldn't help but draw in a cold breath. Everything suddenly made sense. He didn't know what kind of person they provoked. The snakeman in front of him was utterly terrifying. He had gradually driven his team to this point, and now their entire Swiftwing team was on the verge of destruction. The three martial warriors outside couldn't possibly stand against this snakeman. If anyone had a chance, it was likely only himself. If he could capture the snakeman, perhaps they might have a slim chance of escape. However, he had his doubts. His earlier speculations had poured cold water on his desires. He didn't have the time to think about the Buddha's sutra anymore. At this moment, his sole focus was on escaping the clutches of this snakeman. Knowing that he had concealed his identity and pushed him into this dire situation, he had no doubt this snakeman wouldn't let him escape easily. Therefore, he needed to prepare for the worst. Tang Cheng took a deep breath and made a concerted effort to calm himself. He looked intently at Wang Tong. "Oh, it seems you've already accepted reality," Wang Tong uttered in surprise. Just a moment ago, this guy had seemed overwhelmed by the Buddha's sutra, but now he appeared to be back to his senses. It was quite interesting. It appeared that underestimating any genius martial warrior from the Stellar Academies was a mistake. They might be arrogant and even blinded by their self-interest, but they weren't foolish. Tang Cheng didn't say anything else. His expression was extremely grave. His spiritual power surged furiously as he activated his domain power to its maximum. He would no longer underestimate the snakeman in front of him. There was only one thought in his mind: kill this guy at all costs. Boom! The golden mist around them churned vigorously, and streaks of golden lights darted rapidly within a mist. Only their afterimages were visible. However, when Wang Tong activated his real I-Am, he discovered that those golden streaks were actually the Phoenix Golden Featherblade. He couldn't help but be amazed. At one glance, he saw a few hundred Phoenix Golden Featherblades. Before activating his domain, Wang Tong found it challenging to deal with 3 Phoenix Golden Featherblades. Yet, there were a few hundred of them now. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and his mouth felt slightly dry. Good Lord, there were so many Phoenix Golden Featherblades. He couldn't help but wonder where Tang Cheng had obtained these powerful treasures. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his self-confidence. As Tang Cheng activated his domain, he felt the increasing pressure. This domain is at least at the 5th rank. With the Phoenix Golden Featherblade, its power will be terrifying. Regular 5th rank domains won't be able to match this combination. His thoughts raced, and he finally settled on his flaming magnetic meteor domain. Only this domain might be capable of contending with Tang Cheng's power. He had already utilized his frost domain, and the consumption was significant. He couldn't execute it again. Therefore, he had no choice but to unleash this immensely powerful mixed domain, as it was his only hope. Wang Tong's gaze sharpened, and without further hesitation, he unleashed the domain energy within him, causing it to spread in all directions. Boom! Strange ripples surged and instantly transformed into a red domain, opposing the golden domain of Tang Cheng. Tang Cheng squinted. His gaze landed on Wang Tong's domain, and he was astounded. Condense! At this moment, a resounding shout came from Wang Tong's mouth. Within the red domain, massive stone spheres congregated towards the center, forming a colossal sphere resembling a small asteroid. Boom! Flames erupted from the sphere, and an intense heat spread throughout the domain. Tang Cheng was increasingly horrified. With a determined look, he bit his lip and slammed his palm onto his forehead, releasing the last of his spiritual power. It merged with the golden mist around him. Clang! Suddenly, a clear and resonant chirping sound echoed within the golden mist. The hundreds of Phoenix Golden Featherblade had merged into a magnificent and mystical golden phoenix, soaring high within the golden mist. As the divine golden phoenix appeared, blood commenced to flow from Tang Cheng's 7 orifices on his face. His face contorted with anger as he locked his gaze on Wang Teng. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. He immediately pointed a finger toward the massive sphere above him, infusing it with a thread of energy of laws of origin. Die! Tang Qing no longer hesitated and shouted madly. Clang! The divine golden phoenix behind Tang Qing let out a resounding cry and flapped its enormous wings, charging straight toward Wang Teng. Go! Wang Teng shouted and extended his hand, pointing downwards. Boom! The massive sphere, like a shooting star with a long trail of flames, plummeted down. Chapter 1952 Complete Victory. Gains. 1. In the domain. A spectacular scene unfolded. On one side, a massive fireball resembling an asteroid descended from the heavens with a terrifying momentum. On the other side, a gigantic divine golden phoenix, surrounded by an endless shower of golden mist, created long, feathery tails behind it. Clang! Amidst a clear and melodious chirping, the two finally collided in midair. Boom! The divine golden phoenix seemed to transform into a golden arrow, colliding with the massive fireball. Golden light continuously radiated from it, attempting to disintegrate the enormous fireball bit by bit. However, the flames on the stone sphere were no ordinary flames. They were the condensation of Wang Teng's unique divine flames. Suddenly, they transformed into an endless sea of fire, almost filling the entire sky of the domain. Due to the flames, the golden mist couldn't harm the core of the stone sphere at all. At the same time, the power of magnetic force erupted, causing the massive fireball to carry an unparalleled force of descent, relentlessly pressing down on the divine golden phoenix. Clang! The giant divine golden phoenix emitted a mournful cry from its mouth, flapping its wings continuously, trying to halt its downward momentum. Batches of golden light scattered down as if it was struggling in its dying moment. Tang Qing bellowed, and from his 7 orifices, more and more blood flowed, making him appear extremely fierce and terrifying. The divine golden phoenix soared into the sky, but its efforts were in vain. Boom! 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 The asteroid-like fireball continued to press down, meter by meter, slowly descending. If it weren't within the domain, the space would likely have been crushed by this terrifying force. Such a terrifying attack, if directed at a true celestial body in space, would be enough to destroy it outright. Even a supergiant star would be unable to withstand such an assault. Fortunately, the Scorpion King star was created by a powerful being, so it was sturdy and extraordinary. The inner structure of the planet was even engraved with the patterns of heaven and earth, making it resilient and resistant to collapse. Of course, this was not information accessible to outsiders. Most martial artists only knew that this planet could withstand attack from Heaven Stage and even Universe Stage martial warriors, but the specific details remained unknown. At this moment, the divine golden phoenix could no longer hold on, emitting a series of mournful cries from its mouth as its body began to disintegrate. Streaks of golden light burst from the divine golden phoenix, transforming into the true form of the phoenix golden featherblade. Tang Qing spewed a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening with an expression of unwillingness. He was unwilling to accept this reality, and his eyes brimmed with determination. With a furious roar, he shouted, "Phoenix Golden Featherblade!" As his roar echoed, the massive divine golden phoenix instantly exploded into countless golden lights. These lights interwove in midair, forming what seemed like a golden web that enveloped the enormous fireball. Boom! 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 A deafening roar filled the air, and this time, it was the massive fireball that couldn't hold on any longer. Under the relentless assault of the golden web, explosions erupted around the fireball, and its enormous core began to disintegrate. Large chunks of rock with flames fell from the sky. Wang Teng's expression couldn't help but tighten. He hadn't expected that this person's final outburst would have such terrifying power. Without further hesitation, He directly triggered the power of origin within the enormous fireball. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying force of the law erupted from inside the fireball, creating an unimaginable impact. Boom! 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 The golden web instantly shattered, and streaks of golden light shot out, landing on the sandy ground below. Splat! Tang Chung ejected out a mouthful of blood once again, his face turning ashen. His spirit had completely withered, and a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. He could only watch in horror as the massive fireball thundered toward him, his entire face shrouded in fear. Boom! The fireball finally smashed into his body, exploding with a deafening roar. No! A piercing scream erupted from the center of the explosion, but it was quickly drowned out by the thunderous noise and ceased to exist. Sigh. Wang Tung, watching this scene, finally let out a long sigh. The metal armor flaming scorpion was floating below him, acting as a bystander the entire time. Its eyes filled with astonishment. Was this the true force of its master? Scary. This was too scary. It couldn't help but gulp, its heart overwhelmed with shock. It was unable to utter a word and could only stare blankly at everything. People outside the domain couldn't see what was happening inside, but they quickly realized that the golden domain was crumbling inch by inch, eventually disintegrating into numerous golden particles that scattered into the air. On the contrary, the crimson domain still stood high above the desert, radiating scorching heat. The domain floated in the sky and, from a distance, resembled a small sun. The result was obvious. As the crimson domain dissipated on its own, an enormous figure emerged, and it was none other than the metal armor flaming scorpion. A figure stood on the back of the metal armor flaming scorpion. It was Wang Tung. He was holding someone in his hand. That individual hung lifelessly, with his head drooping and his body devoid of vitality, as if he had lost all life. Song Yu and little Qing'er were astounded. He won. He really won. One individual single-handedly defeated 3 heaven-stage martial warriors. It was unbelievable. In their eyes, each of those 3 extraterrestrial humans was extremely formidable, but not one of them could lose zeal. In the beginning, they had feared the worst. Song Yu was even prepared to sacrifice herself to hold back the 6 heaven-stage martial warriors so that little Qing'er and Zeal could leave first. Chapter 1953, Complete Victory. Gains. 2. While she claimed she could eventually break free from the 6 extraterrestrial humans, she had her doubts. The strength of the extraterrestrial heaven stage humans was simply overwhelming. Even she would find it extremely difficult to come out unscathed when facing 6 of them simultaneously. With the slightest misstep, she might fall here. But then, unexpectedly, Zeal unleashed a burst of power and single-handedly dealt with 3 of them. The situation was suddenly reversed. They who were supposed to be in a disadvantaged position had become the ultimate winners. Little Qing'er was even more stunned than Song Yu. Although her awakening had endowed her with unparalleled talent, surpassing most individuals even within the 7 stellar academies. But her power was still at the planetary stage, and she had only recently reached that level. Her horizons had yet to expand fully. Heaven stage martial warriors were still beyond her reach. So in her eyes, those 6 extraterrestrial heaven stage humans were truly terrifying, akin to gods. That's right, gods. In the eyes of many native martial warriors, heaven stage martial warriors were considered godlike beings of a planet. Yet, her daddy had the power to defeat the gods. This was something she found hard to accept, no matter whether she doubted Wang Tung's true identity. At this moment, he was fighting in the guise of Zeal, and this was the reason for her profound shock. The remaining 3 heaven stage martial warriors from the Swift Wing team had fallen silent. They were filled with despair. They were in dire straits by now and had taken quite a beating even under the combined assault of Elizabeth, Song Yu, and the others. If not for the last glimmer of hope in their hearts, they would have given up long ago. But now, Even that last glimmer of hope had been completely extinguished. Run! We must escape. The three of them exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination as if they had made a very difficult decision. They had already attempted to escape multiple times, but under the siege of Elizabeth, Song-yu, and the others, they couldn't break free. With the last glimmer of hope in mind, they had decided to continue fighting. However, at this moment, they had lost all wish to fight. The snakeman holding Tang Chung was looking at them serenely from afar. They couldn't help but feel a chill, wanting nothing more than to leave this place. At any cost. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the three of them exploded simultaneously. They were making a final, desperate effort, willing to deplete their origin of life, if necessary. Otherwise, they were doomed to die today. They unleashed their respective domains at the cost of their origin of life, forcibly increasing their power. They aimed to break through the siege of Elizabeth and Song-yu using this last-ditch effort. Trying to escape, Elizabeth's lips curled into a faint smile. Seeing that Wang Tung had decisively emerged victorious, she no longer needed to hold back. She could finally act without restraint. A brilliant yellow light converged on her body, forming layers of yellow dragon scale-like armor that covered her form, creating a frightening defense. Simultaneously, an even more formidable yellow light pillar coalesced atop her two massive dragon horns, gathering the power of the origin and then fiercely struck forward. Boom! The yellow light pillar swept through, exploding upon the domains of the three men. Intense reverberations echoed all around, and their domains were instantly shattered, with the yellow light pillar ruthlessly striking their bodies. Screams of torment filled the air, and the three men widened their eyes in disbelief, instantly engulfed by the yellow light pillar. Oh! Song-yu, who was standing nearby, also widened her eyes, her face filled with confusion. After fighting for a long time, she thought that this ultimate stage, Imperial-level spiritual pet only had this little ability and couldn't deal with the three heaven-stage martial warriors. However, she had underestimated it. This ultimate stage, Imperial-level star beast, hadn't even used its full strength. It was merely restraining the three of them and had no intention of defeating them. Even his spiritual pets are so powerful. Song-yu looked at Zeal in the distance and sighed. As a peak heaven-stage martial warrior, she felt that she was too weak. At this moment, Wang Tung flew over from a distance, and upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but complain. Elizabeth, I haven't had enough fun yet, and you've resolved them all in one swoop. Master, I thought you didn't want to play anymore. Elizabeth hesitated for a moment and said sheepishly, They have a breath left. Would you like to continue? Wang Tung, Song-yu, Little Qing, what kind of words was this? Continuing when they have only a breath left? This spiritual pet was a devil. Song-yu and Little Qinger looked at it strangely. They felt that if the heart of this spiritual pet with a young lattice face was cut open, it would probably be black. Elizabeth, you seem to have turned evil. Wang Tung was speechless too. Cough, Master, you're complimenting me. I learned all from you. Elizabeth coughed and said. Wang Tung gave her an exasperated look, indicating that he wouldn't take the blame for this. Who praised you anyway? You're accusing me without reason. Song-yu and Little Qinger's expressions turned strange. There was something off about this master and servant. While they were speaking, the yellow light pillars slowly dissipated, and the three heaven-stage martial warriors reappeared, falling to the ground with their battle armor shattered and drenched in blood. They struggled to stand up, their bodies swaying, almost unable to support themselves. They coughed up blood in large amounts, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Elizabeth. Chapter 1954, Complete Victory. Gains. 3. The three of them didn't expect the ultimate stage Imperial-level spiritual pet to be so terrifying. Wang Tung slowly descended from the sky and then floated over to the three of them. Honestly, it was hard to get used to this snakeman body in a short time. Fortunately, he could just hover in the air without needing to touch the ground. Song-yu and the others didn't know what he was planning, so they flew over as well. What do you want? The young man named Wright looked at Wang Tung in fear, wanting to step back, but stumbled and fell to the ground. Hey, weren't you just raving about how much you liked the snake women beauties? Why are you acting so weak now? Can't you even stand up? Wang Tung teased, looking at him with a smile. Wright's face turned green, and he wished he could give himself a couple of slaps. B0XO. Calm, if he had known from the start that these snake men were so tough, he would never have said those things. It was too late now. Words spoken cannot be taken back. It was clear that this snakeman held grudges. He remembered what was said. On the other hand, Song Yu and Little Chinger were surprised. Was he seeking revenge for them? Was this fellow really Zeal? If he was, how could he be so powerful? But if he wasn't, why would he seek revenge for them? At this moment, the two women found themselves caught in the whirlpool of doubt. Brother, I actually don't like snake men. Do you believe me? I was just making a joke. Wright made a final struggle, speaking somewhat sheepishly. Oh, Wang Ting looked at him with a somewhat amused expression. You don't like such beautiful snake women? Are your eyes blind? Or do you think mine are? Right. It seemed like there was no right answer. Saying that he didn't like them wasn't right, but saying that he liked them was wrong too. What should he do? He was filled with bitterness, his gaze trembling, and the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched. Song Yu and Little Chinger looked at each other's expression as if they had eaten a bitter gourd. They were having a hard time controlling the corners of their lips. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare to. After all, this wasn't a good time to laugh. Can I like them? Wright probed. What? You do have improper intentions after all. Wang Tung's face changed, his gaze becoming extremely dangerous. The lightning slap appeared in his hand. Right. Song Yu and Little Chinger were stunned too. They hadn't fully recovered from Wang Tung's antics. They felt that he was quite shameless. The extraterrestrial human was completely played with by him. However, this shamelessness didn't make them dislike him. Elizabeth and the others were long used to his antics. They knew their master better than anyone else. They were currently floating in the air, watching the spectacle. All that was left was a few plates of fruits, and they could enjoy the show. The three massive beasts surrounded the three people, emitting a subtle but potent pressure that was far from ordinary. The other two heaven-stage martial warriors glanced at the three ferocious beasts above them and swallowed their saliva. But they still tried to maintain composure. They could tell that the snakeman had no intention of letting them go. He was just toying with them now. If you want to kill or torture us, do as you wish. Don't think you can toy with us. The pig-human race martial warriors suddenly snorted. Huh, you're quite tough. Wang Ting looked at the other person in surprise, then suddenly turned and approached him. The lightning slap in his hand was now emitting dazzling lightning. Come on, let me see if your forehead is as tough as your mouth. Cold sweat appeared on the pig-human race martial warrior's forehead. The other combat warrior from the Swiftwing team wanted to speak, but seeing this scene, he immediately closed his lips and took a step back. The pig-human race martial warriors wanted to say something, but Wang Tung didn't give them any chance. The lightning slap in his hand suddenly struck down. Bang, bang, bang. Swoop. Boom. The pig-human race martial warrior was just putting on a strong front. He couldn't resist Wang Tung's attack at all. The force he had just activated was instantly shattered by the lightning slap, which then solidly landed on the warrior's head. Ah! The pig-human race combat warrior let out a horrifying scream. His pig head expanded at a visible speed, making it impossible to look at. Right, and the other combat warrior felt their hair standing. Their hair stood on their ends. When they witnessed this up close, they realized how terrifying and gruesome this method of attack was. Under the thunderous assault, the pig-human race martial warrior's body trembled uncontrollably. His gaze rolled back, and his head became charred and swollen. This torture wasn't just physical, it was psychological too. This was inhumane. In no time, the pig-human race combat warrior convulsed and dropped to the ground. He had started with a single pig head, but now he had two large ones. Song Yu and Little Chinger couldn't bear to watch. While this method was satisfying, they found it inhumane. It's your turn. Wang Tung turned to the other two and grinned. The two combat warriors shuddered. They took 3 steps back in unplanned unison and shouted, "Don't come over! Don't be nervous. It'll be over in a moment. Who wants to go first?" Wang Tung asked. Chapter 1955, Complete Victory. Gains. 4. Silence. The two of them turned silent. Then, they pointed at each other. Imp. The same tone and words came out of their mouths at the same time. Song Yu, little Ching, look at what he had done to them. B0XO. Calm, even Elizabeth and the others were speechless. They were turning against each other. Never mind, you two don't need to fight. You'll both get your turn. Wang Ting shook his head with a wry smile and swung the lightning slap at the young man named Wright, who had caught his displeasure. Another piercing scream filled the air. Bang, bang, bang. Swoop. Boom. Soon, Wright collapsed, turning into another pig-headed young man, convulsing all over. The last martial warrior couldn't help but swallow hard, trembling uncontrollably. This person was too scary. He was a devil, right? He must be. Wang Tung didn't show any mercy, striking swiftly with his lightning slap and creating a graceful purple lightning arc that landed on the other man's head. Bang, 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 swoop, boom. After a series of brutal beatings, he turned into a pig's head too. Finally, the last warrior fell as well. 3 pig heads lay on the ground, convulsing, moving in unison, as if they had fallen ill. Wang Ting looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. No, he was looking around at the attribute bubbles and nodded silently. He didn't work so hard for nothing. All these attribute bubbles were his rewards. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Tung lost interest in tormenting them and sent them on their way. A few more attribute bubbles popped up. When you shear sheep, make sure to shear it clean. Wang Tung silently swept them over with his spiritual power and picked them up. Constellation Force, Earth, asterisk 12500 Divine, Level Earth Talent, asterisk 1800 Cosmos Realm Spirit, asterisk 6400 Universe Realm Enlightenment, asterisk 5900 Earth Domain, asterisk 3500 Origin of Life, asterisk 800 Constellation Force Metal, asterisk 13800 Divine, Level Metal Talent, asterisk 2200 Cosmos Realm Spirit, asterisk 5200 Universe Realm Enlightenment, asterisk 5500 Metal Domain, asterisk 4200 Origin of Life, asterisk 950 Water Constellation Force, asterisk 15,000 Divine, Level Water Talent, asterisk 2400 Cosmos Realm Spirit, asterisk 4500 Universe Realm Enlightenment, asterisk 4800 Water Domain, asterisk 4600 Origin of Life, asterisk 760. A series of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body and mind, instantly boosting various aspects of his attributes. First, there was the Constellation Force. 3 Constellation Forces, Earth, Metal, and Water. These were the attributes of the 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly emanated from within Wang Tung, indicating that he had broken through in one of these elemental attributes. Metal. Wang Tung felt the surging constellation metal force within him, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Constellation Metal Force, 10300/50,000, Cosmos Stage 5th level. He needed more than 3,000 points of the Constellation Metal Force to break through. Now that he had 13,800 points of the Constellation Metal Force, he was able to reach the 5th level of the Cosmos Stage without any obstacles. On the other hand, the Earth and Water elements hadn't reached the requirements for a breakthrough. Constellation Earth Force, 22700/30,000, Cosmos Stage 3rd level. Constellation Water Force, 15300/40,000, Cosmos Stage 4th level. Wang Tung looked at the attributes board and was satisfied. The increase was significant. While there was no immediate breakthrough, these attribute bubbles would prepare him for future advancements. Next were the 3 talent attributes. It was undeniable that the students of the Swiftwing team were every talented individuals. Despite not being the strongest in the Swiftwing team, all 3 of these Heaven Stage martial warriors had reached the divine level for their talents, which was quite surprising. However, Wang Tung's water talent had reached an unprecedented immortal level. This divine-level water talent was useless to him. Wang Tung sighed uncontrollably. His progress had been too fast, making these divine-level talent attribute bubbles somewhat of a waste. Nonetheless, the other two talent attributes hadn't gone to waste. Fortunately, the other two talents weren't wasted. Divine level metal talent. 9500/50,000 divine level earth talent. 10500/50,000. Then there was the universe realm spirit attribute. He received 16,100 points in total. It was a sizable amount. Wang Tung suddenly felt a sense of clarity in his mind, as his greatly expended spiritual power was now showing signs of recovery. Spirit 42600/200000 Cosmos Realm. In this wave, Wang Tung's spiritual power had surged significantly. It went from more than 20,000 points to more than 40,000 points. He could only blame himself for raising the limit of his spiritual energy so much that he needed 200,000 attribute points to reach the perfected stage. If it was a normal Cosmos Realm Holy Spirit Master, his spiritual energy would have reached the 4th level of the Cosmos Realm. Now, he was only at the 2nd level of the Universe Realm. However, it was important to note that Wang Tung's 2nd level Universe Realm was stronger than an average 2nd level. Besides that, his Universe Realm Enlightenment increased too. There were 16,200 points of it, which was very close to the increase in his spirit attribute values. Of course, the level of his enlightenment was much higher. Wang Tung realized that most of these talented martial warriors had Universe Realm Enlightenment. It was impressive. At the very least, he had yet to encounter a talent from the Stellar Academies who didn't possess Universe Realm Enlightenment. Enlightenment 119400/300000 Universe Realm. After the Enlightenment attribute, there was the Domain attribute. The 3 Heaven Stage martial warriors had mastered powerful domains, and they had 3 different domains. During the final outburst, a considerable number of attributes were dropped. The domains of these 3 martial warriors had reached the 6th rank. Hence, they were of great help to Wang Tung's enlightenment. Chapter 1956 Complete Victory. Gains. 5. Wang Tung merged the Earth domain into his flaming magnetic meteor domain. His 5th rank domain rose rapidly and reached the 6th rank. It became Wang Tung's first domain to reach the 6th rank. Before this encounter, Wang Tung's domains reached a maximum of the 5th rank. They were at the actualization phase, so they were more powerful than normal 6th rank domains. However, they were still in the 5th rank. They still had some distance to cover in terms of insight compared to the 6th rank. The gradual progression of Wang Tung's domain strength was essential, and it could not be achieved all at once. Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain 200/6000, 6th rank. The metal domain used to be at the 5th rank, but now it reached the 6th rank too. B0XO, Calm Metal Domain 120/6000, 6th rank. Actually, Wang Tung's 5-element domains could all be considered to have reached the 5th stage. This was because his 5-element sword domain had already reached the 5th rank, and it contained the inside of the 5th stage for each of the 5 elements. His water domain rose too. It went from the 5th rank to the 6th rank, which was a huge leap. However, the water domain was mainly merged into the netherworld domain, so it was Wang Tung's netherworld domain that rose. Netherworld Domain 350/6000, 6th rank. While the domain has been elevated to the 6th rank, the focus has shifted, resulting in a deeper insight into the water domain within the netherworld domain. The insights of other aspects, such as the sea gravity domain, water lunar domain, and water cloud domain, may be slightly less profound. Of course, with the water domain insight reaching the 6th rank, the enhancement of other domains becomes a natural consequence. It just required some time for Wang Tung to comprehend, and he will naturally elevate them to the 6th rank. After all, his water talent had already reached the immortal level. making his insights into domains and even the power of laws much easier compared to regular warriors. After reviewing all these attribute bubbles, Wang Tung turned his attention to the last one: origin of life. The fact that those three martial warriors unexpectedly released origin of life attributes was a pleasant surprise for Wang Tung. Wang Tung suddenly thought about their final outbursts and couldn't help but peek at the three of them, his expression becoming rather strange. These three guys probably didn't expect that their outbursts would benefit him, right? Origin of life attributes were not something you would typically stumble upon. Typically, respectable individuals would not drop origin of life attributes easily. It is only when you push your origin of life to a certain extent that it might surface. Wang Tung certainly lucked out this time. It seemed that in the future when he encountered enemies, he should exert some pressure. If you don't push them a bit, how would you know if they have hidden potential? There were 2,510 points of origin of life attributes in total. It wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. For Wang Tung, increasing his origin of life was always a good thing. After absorbing these attribute bubbles, he couldn't help but close his eyes contentedly, feeling his entire body trembling. Only one word: satisfying. He looked at his attributes board. Origin of life, 102510. The last time he broke through the cosmos stage, his origin of life attribute had just reached 100,000 points. Now, it had increased further. In reality, every increase in origin of life was a tremendous stroke of luck for a martial warrior. Sometimes, 1 point of origin of life could be a matter of life or death, let alone these 2,000 or more points of origin of life. Finally, Wang Tung looked towards the distant attribute bubbles. When he defeated the Silver-Horned Man, the lady with long wavy hair, and the Divine Spirit Master, they also released numerous attribute bubbles. In his view, the attribute bubbles from these three martial warriors must be better than the ones from the previous three. That was why he saved them for last. After all, good things needed to be enjoyed slowly. The best rewards were meant to be enjoyed at the end. These attribute bubbles were like blind boxes, and nobody knew what was inside. But based on his experience, Wang Tung could make some educated guesses. This sense of anticipation only increased his excitement. Without further hesitation, he swiftly collected all the attribute bubbles with his spiritual power. The battle had just ended and the bubbles wouldn't disappear so quickly, which was why he waited until now to collect them. One by one, the attribute bubbles, under the influence of his spiritual power, soared towards Wang Tung and merged into his body. Fire Constellation Force * 18500 Divine Level Fire Talent * 5000 Cosmos Realm Spirit * 8500 Universe Realm Enlightenment * 9100 Fire Silk Finger * 5800 Crimson Snake Spear * 7000 Fire Domain * 5600 Origin of Flame * 1300. These attribute bubbles came from the Silver-Horned Man, and, as Wang Tung had guessed, they contained more attributes than the previous three warriors. Most importantly, the Silver-Horned Man was a genuine fire element warrior. Among the various attributes, one of Wang Tung's preferred attributes to use was the fire attribute. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body, they transformed into pure constellation fire force. Some circulated through his body, some entered his inner cosmos, and some entered his spiritual body, increasing his spiritual power. Some dissolved into his comprehension, boosting his understanding. 3 of the attribute bubbles gave rise to different insights in Wang Tung's mind. Almost simultaneously, in his mind, several human-shaped figures emerged. One figure was practicing a finger technique. As the figure pointed, flames condensed and turned into fiery columns bursting forth, accompanied by the presence of a mystical fire silkworm. Another figure demonstrated a spear technique, brandishing a battle spear that swirled in serpentine fire patterns, releasing incredible power. The last figure sat in a lotus position, exuding a strong fire domain power, creating a mystical and intense aura. Chapter 1957 Second Wood Spirit Body. Phoenix Blood, Crimson Gold. Departure. 1. In Wang Tung's mind, 3 human-shaped light figures appeared, and 3 different insights were integrated into his memory. Fire Silk Finger, Crimson Snake Spear. Wang Tung's eyes gleamed, and he quickly absorbed the insights related to 2 martial arts techniques. The Fire Silk Finger was a universe stage battle technique. It was on par with the Tyrant's Finger. The reason the Silverhorn Man's Fire Silk Finger seemed to be at a disadvantage when clashing with Wang Tung's Tyrant's Finger was mainly because the man underestimated Wang Tung, not because Fire Silk Finger was weak. If Wang Tung executed it, the Fire Silk Finger wouldn't be weaker than the Tyrant's Finger. B0XL. Calm obtaining another battle technique delighted Wang Tung. Fire Silk Finger, Universe Stage 4800/5000, well-versed. 5,800 points of attributes allowed Wang Tung's Fire Silk Finger to skip the Foundation stage and reach the well-versed stage. He was just 200 points short of reaching the specialized level, which left Wang Tung somewhat frustrated. Without dwelling on it, he looked at the other battle technique, the Crimson Snake Spear. Undoubtedly, this was a spear-type battle technique, and it was also at the Heaven stage. It was even slightly stronger than Fire Silk Finger, at least approaching the Eternal stage battle techniques. Spear-type battle techniques were rare. Even Wang Tung had only encountered a few of them. Those previous spear techniques didn't even reach the Universe stage, so he wasn't interested in practicing them. However, this Crimson Snake Spear had reached the pinnacle of the Universe stage, so Wang Tung reluctantly took a look, thinking it might come in handy in the future. Moreover, he had acquired a spear from the Silverhorn Man, which he had just examined and found to be a high-quality Universe-level weapon. He then looked at the attributes board. Crimson Snake Spear, Universe Stage 1000/8000, specialized, with 7,000 attribute points. Wang Tung's Crimson Snake Spear directly reached the specialized stage, which was a bit better than Fire Silk Finger. Then came the insights into the Fire Domain. The Silverhorn Man's domain power had reached the 6th level, which provided significant assistance to Wang Tung's understanding of the Fire Domain. Wang Tung's Fire Domain merged into the Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain. When he absorbed insights into the Earth Domain earlier, the Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain had already reached the 6th level, with the Earth Domain holding more weight. The Fire Domain was at most of the 5th level. Now that the Fire Domain had been elevated, the Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain also increased in rank. Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain, 3100/6000, 6th rank. Gaining 5,600 points in the Fire Domain didn't directly raise the attributes of the Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain by 5,600 points. Instead, it increased by 2,900 points. This wasn't surprising, considering that the Flaming Magnetic Meteor Domain was a fusion of multiple domains, and an increase in one aspect wasn't enough to cover the entire domain. Nonetheless, the Fire Domain's advancement to the 6th level was helpful for Wang Tung's subsequent improvement of the 5-element sword domain. With these 3 insights boosted, another type of insight emerged in Wang Tung's mind: the enlightenment of the laws of origin. Insights into the laws of origin undoubtedly held a higher position than understandings into domains. Hence, they appeared only after the previous 3 insights had been absorbed. In Wang Tung's mind, a silhouette sat cross-legged. A peculiar insight into the laws of fire origin formed a series of runic symbols around him, resembling runic chains. The power of these runic symbols swept through Wang Tung's entire mind and gradually melded into his memory. It was as though these runic symbols had been etched into his memory. Origin of Flame, 1700/20,000, 2nd rank. Wang Tung's Origin of Flame had already reached the 2nd rank. He gained 1,300 points of it, allowing his comprehension of his Origin of Flame to rise. It was worth noting that the Silverhorn Man's insight into the laws of fire origin was indeed substantial, having reached the 2nd level. Otherwise, Wang Tung's insight wouldn't have progressed. Aside from that, there were some relatively ordinary attributes. In terms of force, Wang Tung's Constellation Fire Force rose, but it wasn't enough for a breakthrough. Constellation Fire Force, 33,000/50,000, Cosmos level 5th level. his talent remained at the divine level. 5,000 points of divine level fire talent allowed Wang Teng's talent to rise. Divine level fire talent 11400/50,000. His spirit and enlightenment features increased as well. Then, he turned his attention to the attribute bubbles left behind by the woman with wavy long hair. He had his eyes on her wood element talent. Without any hesitation, he picked them up. Water Constellation Force *15500 Divine Level Water Talent *4600 Water Domain *4200 Wood Constellation Force *17600 Second Wood Spirit Body *3500 Wood Domain *60 200 Cosmos Realm Spirit *7800 Universe Realm Enlightenment *1200 Second Wood Spirit Body. Wang Teng's eyes lit up with amazement as he felt a change in his body. This transformation was rapid and incredibly peculiar. In just a short time, Wang Teng's body underwent a complete metamorphosis. Suddenly, he had a sense that he could control all plant life. His gaze swept over the surroundings, and he immediately sensed the presence of some withered plants beneath the desert's surface. It seemed that even these lifeless plants could be revived and controlled by him through the second wood spirit body. It's a physique. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was excited. What a rare find. He had collected a special body structure that he had never possessed before, and it was a wood physique. Chapter 1958 Second Wood Spirit Body. Phoenix Blood, Crimson Gold. Departure. 2. Second Wood Spirit Body. 3,500/10,000. First rank. Currently, Wang Teng's second wood spirit body was only at the first rank. When Wang Teng acquired the second wood spirit body earlier, he gained some insight into this physique. He realized that a first-rank physique could control plant life at the planetary stage. To control more powerful plant life, he would need to advance the second wood spirit body to a higher level. It seemed that the long-haired woman had a limited understanding of the second wood spirit body. Otherwise, if she could control plant life at the cosmos stage, Wang Teng would have faced a significant challenge. With the second wood spirit body, the number of plant life forms he could control wasn't limited to just a few. As long as he had enough force in his body, he could control a continuous number of plant life forms. Just thinking about being surrounded by a bunch of cosmos realm plant life forms was enough to send shivers down one's spine. B0XO. Fortunately, he had eliminated the long-haired woman, and he had obtained this unique wood physique. Even if he encountered someone with similar or identical physiques in the future, he wouldn't need to fear. He was confident that his mastery of this physique would surpass others. This second wood spirit body is a very rare physique. It seems I'm quite lucky, Wang Teng thought with a slight smile. Next, Wang Teng directed his attention to two kinds of domain power. The water domain fused into the netherworld domain, raising the domain to the 6th rank. Netherworld domain, 1350/6000, 6th rank. The increase wasn't substantial, adding only 1,000 attribute points to the netherworld domain from the opponent's 4,200 water domain attributes. Then, there was the wood domain. He received 6,200 points of it. It was quite a lot. The woman with the long wavy hair had a high level of comprehension in her wood domain, higher than her water domain. It was clear that her wood element abilities were her hidden trump card. She was forced to use them by Wang Teng. Wang Teng's wood domain had reached the 4th level actualization phase and the 5th level normal domain. Currently, the only attribute he received was the normal domain attribute. 6,200 points of attributes allowed his wood domain to reach the 6th rank of a normal domain. Wang Teng was only at the early stages of comprehending the actualization phase of domains, and he wasn't yet able to convert every type of domain into the actualized version. This would take time and practice. However, even achieving a regular 6th rank domain was rather remarkable. Most ordinary Cosmos stage martial warriors couldn't comprehend their domains to such an extent. Even prodigies found it challenging. If Wang Teng were to return to the Stellar Academies now, his strength would likely surpass most of the talents in the current cohort. The divine-level water talent he received from the long-haired lady was wasted again. Wang Tung felt helpless. Lastly, there were the attribute bubbles left behind by the divine spirit master. Wang Tung's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The previous two hadn't disappointed him, and he hoped this last one wouldn't either. Without hesitation, he immediately collected all the attribute bubbles. Metal Constellation Force *16500 Divine Level Metal Talent *4300 Cosmos Realm Spirit *14500 Universe Realm Enlightenment *21,000 Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture *3500 Phoenix Golden Feather Domain *6500 The Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. Without much thought, a scene began to play out in his mind. In an instant, his mind was filled with golden lights, weaving and converging into a mystical golden bird. This bird had long feathers and was bathed in golden light, with a golden mist surrounding it, giving it an aura of mystery. Moreover, it gazed exactly like the mystical golden phoenix displayed by the divine spirit master earlier. Chirp! The mystical golden phoenix danced in midair, and its melodious chirping resonated, followed by countless golden light spots that disappeared into Wang Tung's mind. Wang Tung's comprehension also came to an end. I didn't think that I would be able to get a secret spirit cultivation scripture. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. He was elated. This was a secret spiritual scripture. Every spiritual secret scripture was rare. What's more, the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture had reached the universe stage, and it wasn't even complete. The Divine Spirit Master only learned up to the universe stage. If it was complete, it could reach the eternal stage. An eternal stage spiritual secret scripture was an extremely precious and rare treasure. Moreover, this secret scripture combined cultivation methods and battle techniques. It even contained a method for forging a soul weapon. The soul weapon was none other than the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade that the Divine Spirit Master used before. Thinking of this weapon, a glint of determination flashed in Wang Tung's eyes. His soul power swept across the desert. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of golden light swept through the sand, emerging from the desert, converging towards Wang Tung, and arriving by his side, flying around him. Song Yu and little Qing'er gazed over in surprise, especially Song Yu. There was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Wasn't this golden light the weapon used by the Divine Spirit Master? Oh right, this Zeal is a Divine Spirit Master too? Wang Tung didn't pay attention to the expressions of the two of them. He extended a hand, and a golden light slowly descended into his palm. Chapter 1959 Second Wood Spirit Body. Phoenix Blood, Crimson Gold. Departure. 3. It was the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. This was a special spiritual weapon that looked like the feather of a bird. This was the first time Wang Tung saw a spiritual weapon like this. He found it interesting, so he observed it carefully. The Phoenix Golden Feather Blade was forged using the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture. It could be used with the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture. Also, based on the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture, there were a total of 33,333 blades. When his spiritual power reached the cosmos realm, he could only 3,333 of them. Once his spiritual power reached the heaven realm, he could use 9,999 of them. B0XO. In short, the stronger his spiritual power, the more blades of the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade he could use, and the more powerful his attacks would be. However, the corresponding secret scripture needed to be used with the power of origin and domain. For instance, at the heaven realm, one needed to integrate the power of domain. At the universe realm, one needed to integrate the power of laws of origin. Otherwise, the attacks would only be superficial and easily broken through. However, without the support of the power of domain and even power of laws of origin, it would be impossible to use such a large number of Phoenix Golden Feather Blades. Casually manipulating thousands or even tens of thousands of Phoenix Golden Feather Blades wasn't a problem, but to form a significant attack, a corresponding technique was required. This was the importance of spiritual secret skills. At this point, Wang Tung recovered a total of 4,999 pieces of phoenix golden feather blades from the desert around him, which was a considerable quantity. This was the maximum limit that Tang Chung could control. If there were more feathers, it would be beyond his control. With only these 4,999 feathers, Wang Tung had already witnessed their power. If it weren't for his powerful mixed domain and the support of his power of origin, he would likely have a hard time defeating his opponent. It can only be said that Tang Chung was rather unlucky to run into Wang Tung. Wang Tung's eyes sparkled with surprise when he discovered that all these phoenix golden feather blades were undamaged, without a single one missing. After enduring the bombardment of his flaming magnetic meteor domain, these phoenix golden feather blades were still perfectly intact, which was truly surprising. A universe-level spiritual weapon. Wang Tung activated his real eye, examining the internal structure and forging substances of the phoenix golden feather blades. He muttered to himself thoughtfully, "These materials are very special. It seems to be, phoenix blood crimson gold." As he observed the internal structure of these materials, he was shocked. He couldn't help but curse. Phoenix blood crimson gold. It was the phoenix blood crimson gold. Wang Tung carefully examined it, using his real eye to see the intricate patterns inside. He was now absolutely certain. Phoenix blood crimson gold had distinctive gold-colored patterns on its surface and inside, reminiscent of blood. Even when forged into weapons, these internal patterns remained. Normally, a Grandmaster blacksmith might be able to recognize it by various external signs, but it would require broad experience. However, Wang Tung, through his real eye, could directly see the internal structure, making it incredibly easy for him to identify the material. At this moment, he was deeply shocked. Phoenix blood, crimson gold. It was truly unbelievable that such material was used for forging. Wang Tung even felt like scolding Tang Chung as a wastrel for using phoenix blood crimson gold to forge a universal-level spiritual weapon. What phoenix blood crimson gold? Roundball's voice was heard too. It asked curiously, "Wang Tung, where's the phoenix blood crimson gold?" "See, it's right here." Wang Tung raised his hand and showed it the phoenix golden feather blade in his palm. "Really?" Roundball was puzzled. "Of course. Don't you believe my judgment?" Wang Tung replied, "Phoenix blood, crimson gold." Roundball still found it inconceivable and couldn't calm down. It excitedly said, "Wang Tung, quickly, take one piece and let me examine it." Wang Tung nodded and stored one piece inside a space fragment for Roundball to study. After a short while, the amazed voice of the Roundball echoed out, "It's really the phoenix blood crimson gold. You're right. This is unbelievable." It said that this material evolves in a unique environment after being bathed in the blood of the universe behemoth, Phoenix, making it incredibly rare and scarce. "I never expected to see it here today." "Wastrel, this is too luxurious." That guy used phoenix blood crimson gold to craft a universal-level spiritual weapon. With such an exceedingly rare material like phoenix blood crimson gold, he could easily craft eternal-level or even divine-level weapons, and there'd be plenty to spare. The voice of Roundball continued to echo with a series of exclamations, revealing its excitement. It shared Wang Tung's perspective, deeming the Divine Spirit Master as extremely extravagant for crafting a universal-level spiritual weapon with phoenix blood crimson gold, considering the preciousness of the material. Both of them were Grandmaster blacksmiths, and they valued such an exceedingly rare material more than a peerless beauty. Seeing someone wasting it in such a manner naturally upset them. Fortunately, phoenix blood crimson gold is relatively malleable. Even if it's been used this way, you can still remove it, Wang Tung replied wryly. "You're right," Roundball responded, nodding. "With your divine flames, even such a challenging material can be extracted." Chapter 1962, Wood Spirit Body. Phoenix blood, crimson gold. Departure. 4. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The important thing was that they could refine the material. Otherwise, such precious material would have gone to waste. Even if they were to resurrect Tang Chung and kill him 100 times, it still wouldn't make up for wasting this phoenix blood-red gold. If Tang Cheng knew that he was considered inferior to a piece of material in Wang Tung and Roundball's eyes, he would probably collapse on the spot. Wang Tung immediately kept the phoenix golden feather blades. These were treasures. Such valuable items couldn't be left behind. He even swept his spiritual power once again, carefully searching to make sure no phoenix golden feather blades were overlooked before feeling at ease. B0XO. Calm once Wang Tung's mood had settled, he couldn't help but shake his head with some regret. It's a shame that guy only learned up to the universe stage. This secret scripture was good, but unfortunately, it could only be cultivated up to the cosmos stage. Well, I should be content. Wang Tung couldn't help but chuckle. He recognized he had been too greedy, trying to get everything at once. Obtaining this spiritual secret scripture was already a stroke of luck. Tang Cheng wanted to get the Buddha's Sutra from Wang Tung, but he didn't succeed. Not only did he fail, he also lost his own life in the process. In the end, Wang Tung took his spiritual secret scripture. It was quite a pitiful outcome for Tang Cheng. Wanda didn't think too much. He looked at the attributes board. Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture, Universe Level, Incomplete 500/8000, Well-Versed, 3,500 points can only be raised to the well-versed stage. Wang Tung was somewhat astonished, but not overly so. Since the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture was an eternal stage secret scripture, it was normal for it to require a higher amount of attribute points. After comprehending this secret scripture, another revelation surfaced in Wang Tung's mind. Phoenix Golden Feather Domain. This was a domain enlightenment. What's more, it was a domain compatible with the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture. Wang Tung closed his eyes and quickly absorbed and digested this realization. His eyes seemed to radiate an odd golden light, as if a golden divine phoenix was soaring within. The Phoenix Golden Feather Domain was a domain formed by the fusion of metal and spiritual power. It was similar to Wang Tung's Black Metal Domain. However, there were essential differences between the two. The Phoenix Golden Feather Domain needed to be used with the Phoenix Golden Feather Blade. When activated, the domain's power would manifest as a divine gold phoenix, possessing formidable might. The Black Metal Domain was a domain enlightened by Enlon, a divine spirit master from the Mecha race. It was extremely powerful. However, from Wang Tung's point of view, the Phoenix Golden Feather Domain was stronger. While Enlon was undoubtedly talented, when compared to the genius martial artists of the Stellar Academies, he did have some shortcomings in terms of overall strength. Furthermore, this secret scripture seemed to excel in certain aspects. Wang Tung wondered if the Phoenix Golden Feather Secret Scripture was obtained by Tang Cheng through the Academy's exchange system. He hadn't forgotten that the Academy's treasure pavilion contained a vast array of martial arts and battle technique scriptures, which could be exchanged using Academy points. In this regard, the Academy's resources and accumulated knowledge were unparalleled compared to most external forces. As for Enlon, who was financially dependent on Wang Tung, it was clear that he couldn't compare to the Academy's elite students. Phoenix Golden Feather Domain, 500 for 4,000, 4th rank. With a total of 6,500 feature points, Wang Tung successfully acquired the 4th rank of the Phoenix Golden Feather Domain, which was a significant accomplishment. Tang Cheng's domain was at least at the 6th rank, so it wasn't surprising that Wang Tung's domain rose to the 4th rank with its help. Unfortunately, there were no additional benefits to be gained. The Divine Spirit Master was dead. The Phoenix Golden Feather Domain feature was destined to be a special attribute. Normal Divine Spirit Masters wouldn't have this attribute. Besides these, the Spiritual Spirit Master also dropped a lot of Constellation Metal Force. There were 16,500 points of it in total. Constellation Metal Force, 26800/50,000. Cosmos Stage 5th level. Wang Tung's Constellation Metal Force had already reached the 5th level of the Cosmos Stage, but he didn't achieve another breakthrough this time. However, he did gain a significant increase in his power. In addition to that, Wang Tung acquired a Divine Level Metal Talent with a total of 4,300 points, greatly boosting his Divine Level Metal Talent. Divine Level Metal Talent 13800/50,000. The increase in talent allowed Wang Teng to have a more sensitive perception of his constellation metal force. He could even touch the power of laws of metal origin faintly. The closer he was to the immortal level, the clearer this feeling was. This was one of the benefits of talent enhancement. Then, there was the spirit attribute. As a divine spirit master, Tang Cheng's spirit feature was much higher than the other martial warriors. He dropped 14,500 points of it, adding the spirit attributes of the Silver-Horned Man and the lady with long wavy hair. He had a total of 30,800 points. Spirit 73400/200000. Cosmos Realm. Wang Teng's spirit feature surged by over 30,000 points, and he could instantly feel his spiritual power increasing at a visible rate. A sense of spiritual fullness welled up in his mind, causing a slight throbbing sensation between his eyebrows, as if his spiritual power was about to burst forth. However, this was merely an illusion during the enhancement process. With his current level of spiritual power, he had not reached the pinnacle of the Cosmos Realm, so there was no way for it to overflow. Finally, there was the enlightenment attribute. As the Divine Spirit Master had strong spirit attributes, his enlightenment was also higher than others. He released a total of 21,000 points of enlightenment attributes, and with the addition of the other two individuals' enlightenment attributes, the total was 38,300 points. Chapter 1961 Second with Spirit Body. Phoenix Blood, Crimson Gold. Departure 5. Wang Teng's enlightenment attribute increased exponentially. Enlightenment 191000/300000. Universe Realm. Upon seeing the change in his enlightenment attribute, Wang Teng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Unknowingly, his Heaven Realm enlightenment attribute had almost reached 200,000 points. When he had just reached the Heaven Realm, he had found the 300,000 points upper limit quite troublesome. He hadn't expected that in such a short time, he would increase his enlightenment attribute to nearly 200,000 points. He was only 100,000 points away from the next stage. Wang Teng suddenly felt that he had been too naive. He had underestimated the geniuses in the universe. The universe was vast, and there were many talented martial artists. Various rare attributes naturally wouldn't be scarce, not to mention the enlightenment attribute that everyone possessed. B0XL. Calm looking at these geniuses, all of them had Heaven Realm enlightenment. As long as he could knock points out of them, those points were practically guaranteed. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about attribute points at all. He just had to exploit these geniuses to his heart's content. Wang Teng nodded inwardly. His goal became even clearer. He had to exploit these geniuses for all they were worth. After collecting the attribute bubbles dropped by the enemies, there were also the bubbles dropped by his side. There was nothing much to say about Little White and Elizabeth's attribute bubbles. Wang Teng had them already. However, Song Yu dropped several useful poison element attribute bubbles. She dropped 18,500 points of Constellation Poison Force, significantly boosting Wang Teng's Constellation Poison Force. Poison Constellation Force 34300/50,000. Cosmos Stage 5th level. Not bad. At this rate, my Constellation Poison Force will soon break through the 6th level. Wang Teng's eyes brightened, and he felt a pleasant surprise. In addition to the star power, Song Yu also dropped a considerable number of Poison Domain attribute bubbles. Wang Teng's Poison Domain had already reached the 4th rank. Song Ye's Poison Domain was much higher than his, so it was of great help to him. Poison Domain 4350/5000, 5th rank, 5th rank. After absorbing Song Ye's domain attribute bubbles, Wang Teng's Poison Domain directly advanced from the 4th level to the 5th level. Apart from this, there were no other attribute bubbles worth noting. As he reviewed all his property values, Wang Teng let out a sigh of relief and felt completely satisfied with his gains. This sense of fulfillment was incredibly refreshing. Gathering these attributes led to an incredible transformation of his strength, significantly improving his power. The members of the Swift-Wing team couldn't possibly have imagined that they had become the source of Wang Teng's attribute enhancement. To put it in perspective, it had only taken a moment for Wang Teng to increase his strength with their attributes. Song Yu and Little Qing'er had just seen Wang Teng pick up the scattered phoenix golden feather blades in the desert, and after hesitating for a moment, as if quietly communicating with each other, it seemed they had reached a decision. They were about to speak when they noticed Wang Teng looking over at them. He approached them. "Wait!" Song Ye's slightly cold voice came from behind her veil. Her expression was concealed, but her complicated emotions were evident in her beautiful eyes. Wang Teng was momentarily surprised and couldn't help but glance at the two of them. He noticed that not only Song Yu, but Little Qing'er also wore similar complex expressions. He couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. "Wang Teng, you're suspected." Round Ball gloated. "Well, it's not surprising," Wang Teng sighed, recognizing that he had displayed too much to go unnoticed. Unless the other person was blind. "You're not Zeal." Song Yu stared at Wang Teng and stated slowly. "If I'm not Zeal, who am I?" Wang Teng opened his arms as if to let the other party see his face clearly. He was making one last effort to convince them. "While we can't see any issues with you, there's no way Zeal could possess the level of power you do." Song Yu spoke with a serious tone. At this moment, Elizabeth, Little White, and the metal armor flaming scorpion noticed the tense atmosphere and flew over. "Master!" Elizabeth descended from the sky and asked softly. Song Yu turned serious. She had just witnessed the strength of these spiritual pets up close. If the other party made a move, she might not be able to stop them. "It's fine, you all can go back for now." Wang Teng waved his hand and stored these three colossal creatures in a space fragment. Song Yu was surprised. She hadn't expected him to put away the three spiritual pets. After the previous battles, he should be in a less than optimal condition. She couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't worried about her suddenly attacking. Wang Teng didn't pay much attention to what Song Yu was thinking and asked, "If I told you that I mean no harm, would you believe me?" A sharp glint flashed past Song Ye's eyes. He admitted it. Indeed, this person wasn't Zeal. For some reason, when he confessed, she felt a tinge of disappointment. "Where's my daddy?" Little Qing'er heard Wang Teng's words and stared at him intently. Her face was a little pale as she asked hesitantly. Wang Teng glanced at Little Qing'er and waved his hand. He took Zeal out of his space fragment. "I'm sorry. Your father suffered a little because of the special circumstances, but his life isn't in danger." Zeal's body landed on the ground. He was still unconscious. "Daddy!" Little Qing'er immediately rushed over, initially worried, but upon seeing that Zeal wasn't seriously hurt, she breathed a sigh of relief. "He's fine." Song Yu walked over to take a look and said to Little Qing, "Well then, I should take my leave." Wang Teng's form gradually changed back into a human appearance. Extraterrestrial human. Song Yu exclaimed in astonishment as she looked at the black-haired young man in front of her. "My apologies, it wasn't intentional. I had some matters to attend to in the Rue Snake City. Also, I haven't killed any members of the snake race." Wang Teng felt it was necessary to explain. He didn't want to be wrongly accused. "You." Song Ye's expression became even more complex. She was disposed to believe the man's words. The black-haired young man had just saved their lives, and he had also assisted Little Qing'er in awakening her bloodline. Without all this, she wouldn't have chosen to trust Wang Teng. All of this left a silent and unspoken trust between them. But that was it. When it came to the alien humans, Song Yu couldn't completely eradicate her vigilance. "I've said all I need to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I'm leaving. We might meet again in the future." Wang Teng looked at the two of them intently, then ascended into the air, instantly turning into a streak of dazzling light, disappearing on the horizon. Song Yu and Little Qing'er were left standing there, looking at each other in silence. Little Qing'er opened her mouth, intending to say something, but eventually kept it to herself. "Let's go," Song Yu said calmly. "Master, do you think he—" Little Qing'er began to speak, but then stopped. There was a complicated expression in her eyes. The scenes from their previous interactions kept flashing through her mind, making it impossible for her to forget. Song Yu shook her head and didn't say anything more. She led little Qing into the sky, and they too transformed into beams of light, vanishing into the desert. Chapter 1962 Attack of the Poison Tide 1. After parting with Song Yu and little Qing, Wang Tong changed his direction and flew towards Rue Snake City. Landon was still in Rue Shi City. He needed to go there. As for Song Yu and little Qing, he didn't think too much. He had already received the benefits. The primordial oceanic serpent bloodline was undoubtedly the greatest gain this time. He had unexpectedly obtained more than he had anticipated. Since he couldn't use Zeal's identity to enter Rue Snake City, Wang Tong could only hide and sneak in. However, it wouldn't be as convenient as before. B0XO. Calm Landon was acting quite strange. When he went out with Song Yu and the others, he didn't move at all and stayed in the city. Wang Tong decided to go back and take a closer look. If all else failed, he would resort to using his enchantment ability. He would make Landon his slave, and at that time, he would know everything. However, this method was more effective on people with weaker spiritual power. It carried more risk when used on geniuses like Landon. That was why he hesitated to use enchantment thus far. Wang Tong arrived at Rue Snake City before Song Yu and the others. He hid himself and sneaked into the city. Then, he casually assumed the appearance of a snakeman and walked around the city. He stationed himself outside the central castle's prison and decided to wait for another 3 days. If Landon didn't take any action by then, Wang Tong would intervene himself. He had no time to waste. This fellow was good at waiting. He was so patient. Wang Tong felt frustrated. Wang Tong, those 2 snake ladies are probably back. Why don't you go take a look? Round Ball piped up. Why should I? We met briefly, and from now on, we're just strangers, Wang Tong replied casually. TSK, come on. The way those 2 snake women looked at you back then was definitely different, Round Ball teased. Don't talk nonsense. I'm a serious person. I don't fool around with anyone. Wang Tong said solemnly. Yes, you're a serious person, extremely serious when you're fooling around, Round Ball quipped. Wang Tong. This fellow was getting more and more sarcastic. Even he wasn't its match. On the other side, little Qing and Song Yu had returned to the Rue Shi City. Song Yu sent little Qing and Zeal back to their house. Little Qing had just settled Zeal in his room when she heard a soft moan. Zeal rubbed his head and gradually regained consciousness, still looking a bit confused. Daddy, you're awake. Little Qing flew over, grabbed his hand, and excitedly called out. Little Qing. Zeal was shocked when he saw his daughter. His eyes regained some clarity, and he quickly asked, Little Qing, did any strangers come to our house? Did anything happen to you? Song Yu and little Qing's gaze turned strange. Daddy, I'm fine. Do you remember who knocked you out? Little Qing asked. Zeal paused for a moment, then he felt a sudden headache, especially at the back of his head. It seemed like there were a few big bumps. He touched it and sucked in a cold breath. Ouch, it hurts. Song Yu's expression became even more peculiar. There was a hint of anger in little Qing's eyes. She seemed to be blaming someone for hitting her father so hard. Look at the back of his head. It was swollen. But when she remembered the fate of the extraterrestrial humans, she felt that this was a light punishment. This fellow was a weirdo. Before I lost consciousness, I only saw a pair of crimson eyes, and then I can't remember what happened. Every time I woke up, I was knocked out by someone, and they did it several times. It hurt so much. Zeal finally remembered, gritting his teeth. However, he had no idea who had knocked him out the whole time. Cough, Daddy. It's better not to comprehend who it is. If someone can knock you out without a sound, they must be very powerful. It's best if we don't know. Little Qing consoled. Little Qing, why do I feel that you know something? Zeal looked suspicious, and his expression suddenly changed. Has that jerk done something to you? Have you met him? Well, Daddy, if I say it's a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Little Qing peeked at Song Yu and said hesitantly. Misunderstanding? Zeal was stunned. He stared at little Qing with wide eyes. He felt like he was about to lose his daughter, whom he had raised for over a decade. He had suffered so much, getting knocked out multiple times, and now his daughter was saying it was a misunderstanding. Suddenly, he felt like crying. Little Chinger observed her father's expression and felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't know how to face him. Your injuries exist, not a problem at all. If he wanted to kill you, he would have done so already. Song Yu spoke calmly at this point. Lord Song Yu. Zeal finally noticed Song Yu's presence. He was surprised and wanted to get up. No need to get up, Song Yu waved her hand. Lord Song Yu, have you seen that person too? Zeal sat on the bed and bowed slightly. Song Yu nodded and said, the energy in Little Chinger's body has been completely settled, and she has roused the strongest bloodline power in our race. And it was that person who helped resolve it. Without him, not even I could have roused Little Chinger. What? Zeal was both surprised and delighted. Little Chinger's energy has been resolved, and she has roused our race's most powerful bloodline. Chapter 1963 Attack of the Poison Tide. 2. Yes, Song Yu nodded patiently. She preferred the previous fellow. This Zeal was seriously. Given that he was Little Chinger's father, she decided to hold back her sarcastic remarks and kept her thoughts to herself. Daddy, look. Little Chinger extended her hands, and a peculiar energy spread out from her, forming a terrifying giant python shadow that coiled around her body. Zeal was astonished. He felt a tremendous bloodline pressure as he witnessed the giant python's phantom. His eyes betrayed a hint of shock. Moreover, he sensed that Little Chinger's aura had reached the planetary stage, specifically the 7th level. This transformation was strikingly different from her previous state. What happened when he was not around? B0XO. Calm Zeal suddenly felt like he had missed one of the most important events in his daughter's life, and it wasn't about getting married. Daddy, are you okay? Little Chinger asked with some concern, afraid that he might be overwhelmed by the revelation. I'm fine. I'm delighted. This is a wonderful thing. Zeal shook his head repeatedly, his words somewhat incoherent. He was genuinely excited. Regardless of his lingering grievances, Little Chinger's issues were resolved. This not only saved her life, but also opened the doors to an extraordinary future. At this moment, any lingering resentment he held was insignificant. In that case, I must thank that person. It was he who helped you resolve your energy issue. Zeal continued. Anyway, where is he? Has he left? Yes, he left, Little Chinger replied. Why did he leave? You should have asked him to stay and let me thank him properly, Zeal said. Little Chinger was speechless. Daddy, this wasn't what you uttered just now. Little Chinger, put away the illusion. Until you've matured, don't casually reveal your bloodline power, said Song Yu, as she waved her hand to seal off the room, speaking with a serious tone. All right. Little Chinger was stunned for a moment before nodding hurriedly. Yes, quickly put away. You mustn't let too many people know about your bloodline power, Zeal chimed in, realizing the importance of keeping this secret. I understand, Little Chinger replied and promptly retracted the giant python illusion from her body. As the illusion disappeared, the subtle yet palpable pressure that filled the room dissipated. Zeal quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, his cultivation was the weakest, so he felt the pressure most acutely. Even Song Yu felt significant pressure under the looming shadow of the giant python. Little Ching was the person who assisted you to complete your awakening. Is he from our Rue, Snake City? Zeal asked curiously. He's an extraterrestrial human. Little Chinger hesitated before replying. Extraterrestrial human. Zeal was shocked. He hadn't expected that it would be someone from the extraterrestrial race. But he was puzzled. Why would an extraterrestrial being help Little Chinger? Little Chinger explained what happened. Is there a reason why this extraterrestrial being came to our Rue, Snake City? Zeal frowned. However, he didn't kill anyone from our race. This means that he isn't a bad person. I heard that not all extraterrestrial humans are bad. Some extraterrestrial humans treat us with fairness as well. At the same time, he was enlightened. Little Chinger's issue had been troubling them for a long time, and even peak heaven stage martial warriors like Song, you couldn't resolve it. It seemed that only the incredibly powerful and mysterious extraterrestrial beings might be able to address it. Getting the help of an extraterrestrial being was an immense stroke of luck for little Qing'er. Sangyu didn't say much, but had a contemplative look. She was lost in thought. When little Qing'er heard Zeal's words, a spark of joy crossed her eyes, and her lips curled up slightly, showing her happiness. Now that little Qing'er's bloodline has fully awakened, I hope to have her by my side for guidance, so as not to waste her talent, Sangyu suddenly said. Zeal was momentarily taken aback, and then fell into silence. He hadn't expected that right after little Qing'er's awakening, he would have to face the issue of parting with her. However, he understood that what Sangyu said was true. With little Qing'er's current awakened bloodline, there wasn't much he could teach her, and it would be better for someone like Sangyu, a strong martial warrior, to guide her. Master, little Qing'er looked at her father and then at Sangyu. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. You can come back to visit occasionally. We won't be too far away, Sangyu said softly. Little Qing'er, what Lord Sangyu said is right. You've awakened your bloodline talent, and it shouldn't go to waste. I, as your father, can't teach you much. Only by staying with Sangyu can your bloodline talent be fully realized. Zeal spoke with a heavy tone. And as Lord Sangyu mentioned, you can always come back for a visit. It's not like you won't be able to return. Daddy, little Qing'er looked at Zeal, her voice choked with emotion. Don't be like this. Your dad is a grown man. Can't he take care of himself? Zeal ruffled her small head and smiled. Your cooking is terrible, little Qing'er chuckled. For some reason, she suddenly believed of another person whose cooking was far better than her dad's. Even his medicinal pills were much better. She had believed that her daddy had improved after years of experience. But in the end, she realized that he wasn't her daddy. Chapter 1964 Attack of the Poison Tide. 3. What a dramatic turn of events. The other person appeared to be a young man, not much older than herself. Thinking about the days when she acted coquettish with him, a blush appeared on little Qing'er's pretty face. You little girl, are you complaining about your daddy? Zeal said with a hint of exasperation. The two of them shared a few laughs, and the earlier somber atmosphere dissipated. Sangyu then bid her farewells, promising to come and pick up little Qing'er the next day. On the other side, Wang Tung had waited for 3 days, growing increasingly impatient with the lack of action from Landon. He decided to take matters into his own hands that evening. B0XO. Calm time flew by, and the sky gradually darkened, quickly approaching dusk. Wang Tung sat cross-legged on the rooftop of Snakeman's building. The shadows cast in the corners covered his figure. He even executed the shadow-merging secret skill to blend into the shadows, making him invisible to outsiders. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the distant sky, and furrowed his brow. Bang! 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 At the same time, a distant and resonant bell echoed throughout the entire Rue Snake City, spreading across the entire city. 9 tolls of the bell. The sound reverberated continuously, lingering in the air for an extended period. At this moment, it was supposed to be the evening, and many snakemen were preparing to return home. However, as the bell rang, the entire city became chaotic and agitated. They rushed out of their houses, looking towards the sky. Some of the snakemen, martial warriors, even soared into the air, gazing into the distant sky, their expressions turning extremely grim and troubled. Poison Tide. It's the Poison Tide. Panic and alarmed voices echoed throughout the city, spreading instantly. Countless snakemen appeared outside buildings, their expressions filled with fear. Even some children seemed to know what the Poison Tide was. They either clung to the adults or burst into tears. Clearly, the Poison Tide was a terrifying presence that could frighten children. Poison Tide. Wang Tung was astounded. He asked in his heart, Round Ball, do you know what this Poison Tide is? It seems to be a peculiar natural disaster from Scorpion Kingstar, somewhat similar to the earlier vortex of air currents. Round Ball immediately responded, her voice grave. But this Poison Tide seems to be even more horrifying. This toxin tide is more frightening than the air current vortex. Wang Tung exclaimed. Yes, The poison tide is composed of various poisonous substances and forms a fog containing various deadly toxins. Wherever it passes, almost everything is corroded and nothing can grow for a long time. It's extremely terrifying, Roundball explained. Why didn't you tell me about something this terrifying earlier? Wang Tung was exasperated. The appearance of the poison tide is completely unpredictable. Some people could stay here for a year and not encounter it, while others might come across it in just a few days. So what's the use of me telling you? Roundball replied. I can't help but feel like you're dissing me, Wang Tung murmured. Not only had he encountered the air current vortex, but now he was facing the toxin tide, both within a short span of time. What kind of luck was this? Wang Tung was beginning to wonder if his recent run of luck attributes was running low. Unfortunately, luck attributes were something you couldn't seek out. They were rare and happened by chance. Now what should we do? Should we try to escape quickly? Roundball asked. Looking at these snake men, they seem extremely anxious, but they don't appear to be planning to escape. They might have some means of defense. Let's wait and see, Wang Tung said as he gazed at the castle ahead. Groups of snake men, martial warriors were seen appearing, maintaining order and organizing the snake men to evacuate towards the northwest of the Rue Snake City. The snake men were highly cooperative, moving in an orderly fashion towards the northwest of the city. However, due to the large number of people in the city, it still seemed somewhat chaotic. At this moment, the poison tide in the distance was getting closer and closer. Swaths of dark green mist spread across the sky like waves, expanding rapidly. Its range was so vast that it covered the entire sky with no end in sight. No wonder the snake men had not abandoned the city. With such a wide-ranging toxin tide, there was nowhere to escape. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, and along with it, various rustling and hissing noises emanated from within the dark green toxin tide, as if countless venomous creatures and toxins were crawling and flying within it, making it extremely eerie. Along the way, wherever the toxin tide passed, almost all vegetation withered and died, even though many of these plants themselves contained deadly toxins. For some unknown reason, they couldn't withstand the poison tide's corrosive power. Some of the wild animals in the jungle were even more pitiful. They were corroded and reduced to skeletal remains. The scene was truly terrifying, and it was no wonder the snake men were in such a panic. Wang Tung gazed into the distance, his brow furrowing. He felt an indescribable sense of oppression sweeping in from the horizon, about to envelop the city. This toxin tide is frightening. Roundball remained silent for a while, her voice sounding somewhat dry. Let's see if the snake men can withstand it, Wang Tung said. As he spoke, powerful figures within the city soared into the sky, flying towards the palace. Before long, they were hovering above the palace, transforming into several snake men. Wang Tung recognized one of them. It was the Heaven Stage martial warrior from the snake race who caught Zagu in Landon. His name was Marong. Boom! Just at that moment, an even more powerful aura erupted from within the palace, and a graceful figure appeared in the sky. Chapter 1965 Attack of the Poison Tide. 4. The figure was dressed in lavish snakeman attire, a unique costume that fell somewhere between armor and a long gown, exuding an air of nobility and beauty. She wore a golden crown atop her head, adding a touch of majesty. The crown was exceptionally unique, taking the form of a serpent as if multiple pythons converged to form it. At the front, a peculiar-looking serpent opened its mouth, within which was embedded a gemstone. Your Majesty! The Heaven Stage martial warriors from the snake race lowered their heads and bowed respectfully when they saw this lady. So this is the queen of the snake race. Wang Tung was surprised. He gazed up at the palace with a surprised expression. His brow furrowed as he remarked, Why does she seem somewhat familiar? San Yu. Wang Tung suddenly widened his eyes, and another figure emerged in his mind. Even though Tsang Yu was dressed very modestly, while the Snakeman Queen appeared in luxurious attire, Wang Tung still detected a hint of familiarity from the back of both figures. Moreover, both of them wore veils that covered most of their faces, leaving only a pair of mesmerizing eyes exposed. Those eyes were equally captivating, not like those of an ordinary woman, but it was precisely when he saw those eyes that Wang Tung's brow furrowed even deeper. They're different. The eyes of the two individuals, the expressions are completely different. Wang Teng's speculations were instantly shattered. One's eyes couldn't deceive, and it was clear that the Snakeman Queen was not Song Yu. Almost thought it was Song Yu too, Roundball said, but there are some differences between the two. That's right. Wang Ting nodded. At this moment, the Snakeman Queen's voice was heard. It echoed in the air. Activate the array. Yes. The Heaven Stage martial warriors replied in unison. As soon as she gave the command, they transformed into streaks of colorful light and rushed towards the surroundings of the Rue Snake City, evidently going to activate the formation. Boom! Before long, a luminous screen rose around the Rue Snake City, forming a greenish, inverted bowl-shaped light barrier that enveloped the entire city. The light barrier was adorned with countless ancient runes, appearing highly intricate and mysterious, interweaving like chains of runic symbols to form the complete formation. This is an ancient runic formation. Wang Tung's eyes widened in surprise. The Snakeman gave him many surprises. He hadn't expected to find an ancient runic formation inscribed within this city. It was a genuine and unexpected revelation. Wang Tung scanned the array and saw attribute bubbles popping out. Huh, there are attribute bubbles. Wang Tung exclaimed in his heart. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Ancient Poison Runes *150 Ancient Poison Runes *120 Ancient Poison Runes. It's a special ancient runes. It looks like I'm quite lucky. Wang Tung was astounded. One by one, the attribute bubbles of the ancient poison runes merged into Wang Tung's mind, turning into enlightenment. In an instant, in his mind, strange greenish runes appeared one after another, exuding an eerie power that permeated his consciousness. Wang Tung was enlightened. He instilled the ancient poison runes into his memory. At the same time, his ancient runes attribute started rising. Ancient runes, 2650/3000, well-versed. Wang Tung had gathered a considerable number of ancient poison runes attribute bubbles this time, directly increasing his ancient runes attribute by over 1,000 points. He was just a step away from breaking through the well-versed stage and reaching the specialized stage. Not bad. Wang Tung was extremely satisfied. For him, these attribute values were a free gain, a pleasant surprise. In reality, compared to the increase in his ancient runes attribute, Wang Tung was more concerned about acquiring another type of ancient runic symbol. Including the ancient lightning runes and the ancient ice runes, he had 3 special ancient runes now. This was a considerable achievement. For a rune grandmaster, this kind of accomplishment would undoubtedly bring immense satisfaction. Most rune grandmasters would consider it a great fortune to master one type of unique ancient runic symbol. Now, Wang Tung had 3, showcasing his profound foundation. However, he didn't have much time to dwell on this. The poison tide in the distance was approaching relentlessly, the sky darkening completely, creating a feeling of being shrouded in perpetual darkness. Boom! Shortly after the array was activated, the horrifying poison tide had approached, crashing directly against the array. Slap! Sounds of impact resounded from the array, and Wang Tung looked up, feeling his scalp tingle. Countless venomous creatures had landed on the formation, including ferocious venomous scorpions, giant poisonous centipedes the size of an arm, pustule-covered poisonous toads, and various unidentified toxic creatures. With just one glance, it was impossible to count them all. In such a situation, it was no wonder that the snake men, who regularly dealt with venomous creatures, found it extremely terrifying. Sizzle, various venoms sprayed onto the formation, making a hissing sound and corroding it. The formation's radiance continued to flicker, creating a sense of trepidation. Some distance away, the queen of the Snakemen race and the other Heaven Stage martial warriors stared at the array above them grimly. This formation was their only means of defense. In the past, it had repelled several poison tides. This time, would it still be able to hold? Chapter 1966 Attack of the Poison Tide. 5. Time slowly passed, and the poison tide in the sky had not dissipated. It continued to sweep over the Rue Snake City from above. Its target was not solely the Rue Snake City. It was merely passing through from this location. However, this poison tide seemed unusually massive, and even after such a long time, it had not completely passed. Your Majesty, the faces of the Snake Men, Heaven Stage martial warriors, turned pale as they sensed the danger. Their eyes turned solemn as they looked at their queen. The poison tide is more ferocious than before. The Snake Men Queen opened her mouth. There was a hint of seriousness in her voice as she said, "Go to the nodes of the array and instill your force into it. Maintain the operation of the array until the poison tide ends." Yes. The Heaven Stage martial warriors rushed towards the nodes of the arrays around the city again. At first, they thought that the array could withstand the attacks, but now it seemed they had to take action as well. Boom, boom, boom. A few explosions occurred, and beams of light erupted around the array. The array, which had seemed on the verge of collapse, gradually stabilized as these light beams rose, as if infused with a powerful force. Wang Ting watched this scene with increasing amazement. This array can be powered by the force of martial warriors. The person who inscribed this formation must have a very high level of skill. He mused to himself with a glint in his eyes. Ordinary formations could only be sustained by energy stones because the force within energy stones was sufficiently pure and did not lead to repulsion. The forces within martial warriors' bodies were different for each individual. If the array were powered by the forces of multiple martial warriors, their forces would clash, and the array would inevitably collapse. However, this formation did not experience such issues. It could only mean that the person who inscribed the array had a high level of skill. They had likely inscribed runes that converted the type of forces used by martial warriors, allowing their forces to be refined and become the fuel for the formation. This process may seem simple, but wasn't easy. Without a certain level of expertise, it was impossible to integrate it into a mature formation. However, even with the input of the force from several Heaven Stage martial warriors, the array could not hold on for long. Soon, the formation began to emit cracking sounds as cracks appeared under the corrosion of countless toxic creatures. The Snake Men Queen's expression changed slightly. She turned and immediately entered the palace. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a massive beam of light, several times thicker than the ones generated by the Heaven Stage martial warriors, soared from the top of a building in the center of the royal palace. The beam of light merged with the protective screen above, intensifying its brilliance and sealing the newly formed cracks. However, despite witnessing this, Wang Tung did not relax. This poison tide was too terrifying, and it didn't seem like it was ending anytime soon. Now, even the queen of the Snake Men race had acted personally. The Snake Men might have exhausted their options. If they couldn't hold it back, at that moment, Wang Tung's gaze sharpened, and he immediately looked toward the castle prison in the distance. Landon moved. After waiting for so long, that guy had finally taken action. But this guy has been inactive for so long, and now he decides to move. Wang Tung's expression wasn't favorable. The threat of the poison tide had even made him feel uneasy. If they couldn't withstand it, even if Landon found something valuable, they might not be able to take it with them. Wait! Wang Tung was astounded. Did he know that the poison tide is coming? That's impossible. No one can predict the poison tide. Even if he knew it was coming, how would he know that it would pass through this city? That's impossible, Roundball said. That's true. If he could predict something like this, he'd be a real genius, and he wouldn't be in this situation. Wang Ting nodded. Roundball was speechless. Well, he's not doing that badly. This is not bad enough. A Stellar Academy student is reduced to sneaking around like this. That's pretty miserable. Wang Tung argued. You make a good point. Roundball couldn't refute. In no time, There were sounds of explosions from the prison and the pitiful cries and shouts of the snake men inside. Boom! A surge of energy emanated from the entrance of the prison. Wang Tung looked in that direction and saw the prison gate explode, followed by several figures flying out of it. Amid the dust and smoke, a figure walked out calmly, with a cold and indifferent expression. His bald head glistened brightly in the smoke. This was Landon. He's out. Wang Tung muttered to himself, but didn't stand up. He continued to sit cross-legged and watch from a distance. The snake men, martial warriors around the prison, had their attention drawn to the poison tide in the sky and hadn't anticipated a jailbreak. When they saw Landon appearing, they were taken aback. Catch him. Don't let him escape. However, they quickly reacted and rushed towards Landon, launching various attacks at him. Oomph! Landon snorted coldly, his eyes radiating an icy aura. He pointed his spear in hand. A few snake men, martial warriors who were only at the celestial stage, started bleeding from their chests. They perished instantly without even being able to scream. The snake men, martial warriors further away, were surprised by his strength and hesitated to approach. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura surged from a distance. It was a Cosmos stage snakeman martial warrior. Landon squinted. He glanced at the poison tide in the sky with a grave expression. He didn't plan to waste any time and dashed into the palace. He was going into the snakeman's palace. Wang Tung wasn't surprised by this. After lurking for so long, Landon definitely had a plan in mind. The object of his interest couldn't be found anywhere else. It had to be within the palace. Stop him! The Cosmos stage snakeman martial warrior's expression changed as he shouted hurriedly. Their queen was inside the palace, maintaining the protective formation, and they couldn't allow anyone to disturb her. Moreover, the intruder was an escaped prisoner, and letting him enter the palace could lead to catastrophic consequences. Despite their fear, the other snake men, martial warriors, recognized the urgency of the situation and rushed out to intercept Landon. However, the power difference between them and Landon was immense. With a single exchange, several celestial stage snake men were killed. Landon turned into a ray of light and smashed open the palace's gate, charging inside. At that moment, most of the palace guards had gone to help with the evacuation of the citizens, leaving only a few inside, making it a perfect opportunity for Landon. The Cosmos stage snakeman behind roared in anger, but realized that he couldn't catch up with the escaped prisoner. He was furious. Wang Tung watched this scene and looked up at the poison tide in the sky, cursing his bad luck. In the end, he had no choice but to get up and chase after Landon.